An epic battle between two teams of superhumans is about to begin. Besides facing each other in an 11 vs 11 arena, they also have to deal with the worst monsters in existence. The blue team is up against venomous spiders and a giant snake. Meanwhile, the other team was gathered planning their strategy in the arena, when two players get hit by a spear that came from very far away. Just like that, the boys' counter jumps to 2 kills. The other 9 decided to split up and run in different directions. The boy spots a group and leaps from his hiding spot right into the middle of them. The red team thought they had him surrounded, but the boy dodges every attack and takes out another one, jumping to 3 kills. He grabs his spear and rips off another one's head. The last one panicked and tried to run but met the same sad ending. The boy's counter was already at 5 kills. Everyone was in shock watching a single boy wipe out an entire team. The boy jumps into the middle of them. The enemies surround him and try to attack, but the boy is locked in and takes out another one. Another enemy tries to get close and eats a punch to the face, and the counter jumps to 7 kills. The others are trembling in fear of this demonic boy. He goes on a rampage, jumping to 8 kills, 9 kills, leaving only the leader and another guy shaking in his boots. The moment the scared one looked away, he got hit in the chest and was eliminated instantly. The leader, the strongest superhuman on the team, backs off begging for mercy, but the boy is hungry for more and lands a shield strike, so powerful it made the entire arena shake. Everyone was in shock watching him eliminate all 11 superhumans, becoming the first man to ever wipe a full team in this sport called Battlefield. But to understand who this boy is, we need to go back in time, because before Battlefield became a sport, it was a reality. This very boy lived through. Everyone was living a normal life until the unexpected happened. The boy bumps into someone, and when he goes to fight, he finds out the person is a demon. And that's where it all started. Monsters emerged, and the destruction of the world began. In the middle of this war, superhumans were created to fight them. In the final dungeon, the heroes had to flee, or they would be killed by the great demon. But the greatest hero, Seo Moon-ye, decided to stay behind and sacrifice himself, saying, "I hope you guys write a biography about me." And so the gate of the final dungeon was sealed thanks to him. When the world returned to normal, a ceremony was held to unveil the statue of the great warrior. What nobody expected was that 17 years later, something would fall from the sky, right in front of Yeyu's statue. Everyone was curious to find out what it was, but what nobody expected was that it would be the hero himself, Yeyu, rising from the ashes. The great hero wakes up in the hospital in shock, completely lost in time. A nurse had to turn on the TV to convince him that the year was 2021. In the middle of so many changes, he received the worst news. His fortune had been donated to an orphanage. According to his will, his house was turned into a museum in his honor, and his car was auctioned off to charity. In the end, the savior of humanity was completely broke and homeless. While processing all of this, Ye used his scanner eyes on himself and was shocked by what he saw. Not only were his attributes still at the same level as before, but he had unlocked a new ability, immortality, which made him immune to physical death. He concluded that the act of sacrificing himself had activated this power. When the door to the room opened, in walked Baek Jeho, his old friend and fellow member of the 7 heroes. The two headed to the rooftop, and Xiaobei started catching his friend up on everything that had changed. That's how JP found out about Battlefield, a virtual reality sport where teams of espers compete in digital dungeons, the most popular pastime in the world since the end of the war. When Yepu asked about his country's ranking, Xiaobei simply didn't know how to say it. The answer was, last place. The MC couldn't believe it. Xiaobei decides to take his friend to stay at his place for the time being. On the way, he asks if Yepi would be interested in Battlefield, and Yepi says he doesn't want to live as a superhuman anymore. Looking out the window, he spots a female superhuman on a billboard. The MC is amazed and says she's sexy, but when Xiaobei tells him that's his daughter, the protagonist freezes, because the last time he saw her she was 6 years old. Settled in at Xiaobei's place, Yepi made it clear to everyone that his only plan was to binge every show he had missed over the years. The next morning, when they opened the curtains, there were reporters everywhere trying to get to him. The MC gets up and decides to speak once and for all. At a luxury hotel, he holds a press conference. Basically, he said he's not grateful for any of it and takes the chance to say everything on his mind because he's never giving another interview again. During the press conference, an old man asked if he has any intention of becoming a Battlefield player. He simply said, no. The old man questioned why, and he said he doesn't find it exciting. The bald guy asked if it was lack of excitement or fear of failure. But our protagonist fired right back. The only thing that's a failure is that bald head of his. On his way out, a guy called out to him and said a player named Gerald Walker claimed the 7 heroes are nothing. The protagonist was like, who is this guy? But the boy explained he's the top 3 Battlefield players in the world. Ye Po sent a big go fuck yourself to that guy. Everyone was watching this. When Walker saw it, he was furious and decided right then to fly to Korea and meet Ye Bar face to face. The bald guy lost it and is dying to get his hands on the MC.
Holy shit, dude!
The next day, someone received the startling news of a match with the US. As Jerho complained that this was too sudden, the legendary hero found his screaming annoying, and just as Jerho began to scream at him, Yahello closed the call. When asked about the matter, the head coach revealed that there is an official match with America in 2 weeks. While the hero claimed that he couldn't care less, Jerho affirmed that this was his fault for provoking Gerald Walker. The protagonist failed to recognize this name, so the head coach reminded him that this was the man he had flipped off on live TV, while claiming that he would teach him a lesson. According to the head coach, Gerald was greatly pissed off by what the protagonist said about him, which he found rather petty. The American also decided to take out his anger on the Korean team, as the one who claimed that he wasn't even among the strongest players refused to enter the game. Yahello found this rather odd, as he had no relation to the Korean team. As the head coach needed to deal with the mess his friend made, Yahello claimed that he would enjoy life for now. Only then did our hero realize something about the upcoming match. Haein would also be participating, seeing how she was playing for the Korean team. Later on, someone screamed that they had arrived home. Yahello was startled by the sound, but as he turned around to see who it was, he was left quite shocked. The girl had returned home early. Haein claimed that she wanted to see her parents, but most of all her uncle who went missing 17 years ago. When she asked about his whereabouts, her mom revealed that he was in the living room. As soon as the legendary hero greeted her, Haein was left quite overjoyed. So she rushed forward and hugged her uncle Yahello. Yahello reminded her she was an adult now, as her hug turned into a tackle. She claimed that she was happy with his return. He had feared that his niece had forgotten about him in those 17 long years. Haein claimed that she could never forget about him, as he always spent time with her and gave her the snacks that her parents refused to buy. As he pointed out how fast she had grown up, the girl revealed that she was now 23. Yahello then asked his niece if she had come back for the match, making her reveal that her main reason for returning was to see him. Haein then suddenly leaned in closer. She wanted to know if her uncle truly didn't want to enter battlefield. Yahello assumed that the girl's father had put her up to this, and affirmed that he wouldn't become an athlete. When asked about the reason, our hero claimed that he had a lot of shows he needed to catch up with. Haein tried to beg nicely, yet the protagonist refused. This made the girl claim that her uncle had changed, only for him to state that it was the other way around. As she pointed out that he used to give her anything she desired, he claimed that back then, the most she would ask for was snacks. Only then did the girl get an idea. Seeing how her uncle refused to become an athlete, she asked him to at least come with her for the avatar check at the league. The legendary hero tried to state that he had a final episode to watch, but after seeing his niece resort to her puppy eyes, the man found himself with no choice but to accept and ask about their destination. Haein claimed that he would see once he got there. A little later, uncle and niece were welcomed to the Korean Battlefield Association. The staff member urged them to follow him. Our hero began to examine the room carefully. The man then stated that they would begin with the avatar check for the athlete. With the weapon and armor having been analyzed, the synchronization of the avatar was a success. The girl braced herself before finally connecting, and just like that, Haein was now on screen. The girl then urged her uncle to observe carefully, as she asked the man for a monster in order to test the avatar. As the professional athlete braced herself, a werewolf-like monster appeared on the battlefield. Yahello was greatly shocked by this. The man explained that since Battlefield was a VR sport, they could recreate constructions, players and creatures alike in the virtual world. As he explained that new players needed to make their avatar in this association, the protagonist found it not far from his reality. With that being said, he decided to check the skills of his niece. The werewolf decided to make the first move, charging headfirst at the Korean athlete. She immediately resorted to her whip, and with a swift move of the wrist, she was able to get a hold on the neck of the hound. The monster now had no way to defend itself. Haein then redirected her trajectory, before charging at it from above, and just like that, the girl decapitated the werewolf at once. She was rather pleased with the result. With the test finally having reached its end, the player was now free to return to the real world. Haein let out a satisfied smile. After returning to the real world, the niece immediately asked her uncle about her performance. But as the hero claimed that she had a lot to learn despite being a talented fighter, Haein urged him to give it a spin, while pointing out that she was now an adult. Yahello affirmed once again that he was firmly against entering Battlefield, so his niece claimed that she was only asking him to make an avatar. Haein also wanted to satisfy her curiosity regarding the great power of the legendary hero that she had heard about from her dad. She claimed that as soon as she got old enough to understand fights, Yahello had already disappeared. Seeing how much she was insisting, our protagonist realized that he was defeated once again. Thus he accepted to give it a try, while affirming that he was simply satisfying the curiosity of his niece, who was deeply thankful. The staff member Cookie noticed that the protagonist wanted to create an avatar. He explained that normal players would have their stats measured before the test, yet Yahello was free to immediately enter the virtual world, as he wouldn't be partaking in any match. Yahello then asked if he could enter the VR as he was, so the man explained that by doing so he would enter the dungeon with no weapons, and in his current attire. Thus he urged him to take a weapon with him. Our hero claimed that those weapons exhausted their users. The carriers were light for their size, making the man claim that those were normal weapons for the testing room. When asked if he would like something else instead, Yeshupov contented himself with what he had, as he claimed that the shield would only get in his way, and that the spear was enough for him. And just like that, the legendary hero finally agreed to enter the virtual dungeon. Once the loading was done and everything had been analyzed, the scan finally ended, and the avatar based on the protagonist was about to be created. As soon as he opened his eyes, the man asked our hero if he could hear him. It was explained to the legendary hero that this virtual reality was an exact copy of the testing facility. Yeyu was shocked, as he almost felt like he was truly going inside a real dungeon gate. The man then explained to the hero that his avatar synchronization would be very easy. As his niece wished him good fortune, the legendary hero asked for a monster with the same stats as the one that his niece had faced. And so, with the press of a button, it began to generate. The pixels quickly began to take form, and just like that, the protagonist found himself in front of a giant monster that he immediately recognized as a Salaboon. As Yeyu pointed out that these monsters seemed too different from the ones he had faced, the man noted that those were a special kind that were only weak to aura. The protagonist was also informed that data had been gathered in order to code the strongest possible form of the monster. With that being said, the Salaboon charged at the legendary hero. This one didn't flinch and kept on waiting. Only then did the perfect opportunity arrive. The disappointed protagonist quickly threw his spear, claiming that it wouldn't be necessary. He then braced himself before ending the monster with a single attack. Those watching him from the real world were left baffled. The professional athlete was particularly shocked. When asked if he truly had defeated a Salaboon with a single finger, our hero stated that it was an easy feat before criticizing the corpse animation of the monster. The man explained that this breed of monster wasn't particularly reputed for its power, but it also wasn't weak enough to be slain by a single finger. Yeop then urged the man to give him another, better monster, claiming that he needed to put something to the test. Our hero was shocked to see that this VR was no different from the real world, which made it perfect for the upcoming test. Yeop, who defeated the monster that was supposedly the strongest of his race, demanded something more challenging. Only then did a mysterious voice claim that the legendary hero wouldn't be content with a simple Salaboon. The Korean man was intrigued by the sudden words spoken in English. The man was particularly shocked as the system began to act on its own. He tried his best to retake control of the situation, but an outsider had breached the security and was trying to take control of the system. Only then did an angry presence arrive, barging through the giant hole in the wall before slicing up the monster and finally sticking the landing. The bald man wanted to know if the legendary hero was still up for a fight. Yeop recognized the one in front of him. The American explained that the Korean had challenged him first, and that it was pretty cowardly of him to keep silent after seeing him actually take on the invitation. The star tanker couldn't care less about our protagonist being one of the 7 heroes, and was determined to expose him as a fraud. That being said, Gerald charged at the protagonist. Yeyubo didn't even move as this one launched his attack. The swing of the axe dealt great damage, yet the tanker was shocked to see that it had missed and that his enemy was nowhere to be seen. Shock turned into startlement, as the other one, who had snuck behind him, claimed that he wasn't afraid. At last, the legendary hero had found a worthy challenge. With that being said, the Korean and the American were now face to face, and as tension slowly began to escalate between the two, they were being watched on the big screen. Haeyeon had a hard time following what was happening. A voice then claimed that everything was under control. As the door opened, 3 new individuals entered the room. The one with white hair assured the pro athlete that he had already agreed to this encounter. The man and the girl were shocked to see the head coach as well as the president of the association arrive. Seeing how surprised they seemed, the president explained that everything had been agreed on, and that the staff must not have received the news yet. Park Jin-tae, who was the president of the Korean The Battlefield Association, asked Miss Moss if everything was to her taste. Emma Moss, who was the manager of the American player, thanked the president for granting their unusual request. Park Jin-tae laughed as he pointed out that the legendary hero wouldn't be able to oppose the decision, as he had treated him to countless meals in the past. In fact, the president thinks that this confrontation was for the better, as it might be what the protagonist needs to awaken his desire to participate in the battlefield. Back to the fight, both the Korean and the American swung their weapons at each other and clashed with all of their might, which resulted in a great burst of energy. The clash was so powerful that it blew our hero a few steps back. Even the sturdy tanker wasn't spared from the recoil of the shockwave. Now, as they stood face to face, Yeyu admits to having underestimated his opponent. He decided to use his scanner eyes. This allowed him to fully see the stats and skills of his opponent. The protagonist was shocked, as his endurance and strength were maxed out, which makes him an elite tanker, as well as having decent focus. Our hero began to think that the American that seemed like he had the power to back up his arrogance. Gerald urged the Korean to stop eyeing him, and resume the fight already. Yeyu theorized that the talented tanker, who had both bark and bite, would have been a great help in the final dungeon back in 2005. And just as the protagonist began to analyze the ability of his opponent that was perfect for his class, he suddenly thought of something. Our hero began to think about his new ability. Yahyup, who originally planned to use a virtual monster in order to test this power that he discovered in the hospital, decided to use the American instead. And with that being said, he charged headfirst at his opponent with a shocking speed. Gerald swung his axe while thinking about how predictable the move of his opponent was. The tank was then shocked as his opponent cancelled his charge right before hitting him. Yahyup had now begun the test. And right before the axe could hit him, he stated to his opponent that he would show him a neat trick. With that being said, our hero found himself getting slammed to the ground. Haitian was shocked to see this happen, as the niece asked her uncle for the reason he refused to evade an attack that he could have easily dodged. Gerald found it rather odd that his opponent stood still in front of his attack, as if he aimed to be hit. But just as he tried to analyze the situation, a voice suddenly claimed that it didn't expect to feel so much pain from a single attack. After hearing this, the American was left startled. Gerald then did his best in order to evade the incoming projectile at the last second. The man was shocked by all of this, and was even more intrigued. Upon realizing that a spear had been thrown at him, he found this unbelievable, as the Korean should have been eliminated after refusing to defend against an incoming attack. The tank was even more shocked, as he began to hear coughs. Yahyup was surprised to see that the programmers took the time to even add the smoke. Those in the control room were left utterly shocked, while the tank found himself unable to believe his own two eyes. Thus, as the smoke began to dissipate, the unscratched legendary hero revealed himself. And just like that, he fulfilled his promise by showing his opponent the said neat trick. The immortality skill that allows the protagonist to escape physical death had been activated. Yahyup then quickly asked his opponent his opinion regarding this little performance. This one demanded to know how the protagonist survived an attack head-on. So the legendary hero, who found his test successful, said that he had acquired immortality during the battle of the last dungeon. He was shocked to see that he had gained a healing factor on top of immortality, and realized that things weren't fair. So he decided to turn to the man in the control room. As our protagonist explained the situation to the man, this one was left quite baffled by this one-of-a-kind skill. Yahyup said that it would be low of him to resort to such an ability, and demanded it be removed from the avatar, which the man claimed was doable. And so, after a few presses of buttons, the man had successfully restrained the immortality skill of the protagonist. Seeing how shocked the American was, Yahyup revealed that he wanted to test this ability, as it was brand new. Then he explained that he doesn't want Gerald to blame his loss on an overpowered power such as immortality. Seeing this, the American firmly grabbed the spirit of the Korean and began to approach him. He then gave it back while claiming that the arrogance of his opponent lived up to its reputation. While wondering if it was the same for his skills, Yahyup clarified that it wasn't the case, as the rumors didn't do his great power justice. The tank claimed that he would like to see it for himself, while urging the protagonist to resume their fight, as it was finally a fair one-on-one. The legendary hero tried to argue that the American should at least go defeat the top 3 before challenging him for a second round. And as soon as he insinuated that he wasn't the strongest in the league, Gerald was left quite angered. Upon seeing the big one charge at him, the protagonist realized that his words must have hit home. Gerald was determined not to hold back, and so began a relentless rampage of axe swings. And in the end, the most powerful of the slashes ultimately missed the target that suddenly vanished. Only then did the tank realize that the spearman was right behind him, and as soon as he turned around, the American noticed that the Korean was striking him with an unexpected move, and despite being quite surprised, the heavy one managed to escape just in time from the swift blow. The legendary hero couldn't help but acknowledge the skill of his opponent, who clearly had a reduced vision field due to his giant shield. Even so, he decided to finally end the fight. And so, after bracing himself, the Korean launched his spear with all of his might. The tank managed to catch it with his shield at the right moment. Even so, the throw was so powerful that it managed to blow him away a few feet. And while the protagonist was satisfied with these results, the tank found himself troubled. He was horrified to see that the quick projectile managed to change trajectories mid-air, which showcased the powerful control level of its wielder. Gerald had finally tasted the might of the legendary hero, who claimed that the victory was his. The American tried to argue that the fight wouldn't be over as long as he lived, making the Korean reveal that he had deliberately spared him. Gerald was then confused. As Yahyup stated that his giant shield was a liability, he became more and more intrigued as the protagonist urged him to use a smaller shield in order to become a better tank. Yahyup stated that he was giving him tips because he acknowledged his talent, while stating that the huge shield was limiting his field of vision. Gerald was then particularly shocked as Yahyup correctly guessed that he was told that his vision wasn't wide enough back in his younger days. Our hero then theorized that this was the reason he decided to use a bigger shield, to increase his defense and give himself time to analyze the situation. He also explained that this wasn't a good solution, as the huge shield would turn against him in the face of someone skilled enough to abuse his small field of vision. For this reason, he suggested to the agile tank to use a smaller shield, as it would improve his performance later on. When asked if he was serious about those steps, Yahyup revealed that even with them, the tank wouldn't be able to take him down. In the end, the American claimed that it might be beneficial to pick up a smaller shield, After seeing this on the big screen, the head coach was left shocked that his friend was helping the already powerful enemy player improve his game. That being said, the protagonist decided to leave and rush back to his shows back home. Yet before leaving, he claimed that he would charge Gerald a tuition fee for all the great tips that he had granted him. The man agreed, but affirmed that he had his own terms. This left the protagonist rather confused. Gerald demanded Yahello grant him a second fight during the official match. Hearing this, the legendary hero, who was too busy with his shows, affirmed that he doesn't care about Battlefield, and even cancelled the tuition fee. The tank grabbed the Korean by the shoulder, clarifying that he would do anything in order to see him participate, yet Yahello refused to go back on his decision. Seeing how the American firmly demanded a second fight, the Korean realized that he was dealing with a madman. Gerald screamed at the legendary hero for daring to waste his potential, making Yahello claim that he was free to use his power as he pleased. And so, as the two of them kept on arguing in the virtual reality, those in the real world watched in bafflement. Only then did something strike the mind of Park Jin-tae. The president suddenly had a sneaky idea to use the situation for his own benefit. The next day at the Bake residence, as he kept on watching his show, our protagonist began to wonder if the two main characters would finally become a couple, when suddenly, a flash news alert interrupted him. Important binge-watching left him quite disappointed. As things were just getting interesting, the news declared that the legendary hero who claimed that he wouldn't become an athlete might change his mind after his spar with the American tank. This one watched as the journalist revealed that this scoop was built on a low-quality video sent to them by an anonymous individual. It was also revealed that America's terms were that if they managed to win against Korea with a crushing defeat, Seo Moon-yeop would be forced to enter the next match. And as it was reported that the legendary hero himself had agreed to this condition, our protagonist was left baffled, seeing how they were suddenly putting words in his mouth. Later on, at the Korean Battlefield Association, a Karen stormed the building. This one demanded an explanation and urged the president to clarify everything. Our hero demanded to know who was the one that gave the video to the media, and he wanted to deal with them personally. He then demanded an explanation about the video itself, as the part where he refuses to enter the competition was clearly cut out. And so as the protagonist claimed that he would kill the culprit, many were shocked as the president of the association formally apologized for the inconvenience. Park Jin-tae revealed that since the tank was supported by the powerful US, and with the media and the superiors pressuring him, he had no choice but to comply. Despite understanding the struggle of his friend, the protagonist still wanted to argue. For this, he quickly assured him, calling the president by name, that he had a brilliant tactic in order to keep his friend out of Battlefield, as Yahello would only be forced to participate if the United States wins without suffering a single death. The president revealed that he had told the US that the legendary hero would only participate if they had proven their worth. Yet, as he explained that their not-so-weak Korean team would surely take out a few Americans, Yahello immediately refused, affirming once again that he doesn't want to participate. Park Jin-tae revealed that this term, unlikely to be satisfied, was the only way to arrange things, before playing the friendship card and asking the protagonist for this one favor. The president even began to beg, claiming that all of the funds would be given to a charity of the hero's choice. Despite being irritated by this matter, Yahello knew that he couldn't simply discard his long-term friendship with Park Jin-tae. Thus, he finally agreed, leaving the old man overjoyed. The president was so pleased that he rushed to kiss Yahello, who desperately tried to keep him away. The legendary hero then affirmed that the association has to stop pressuring him to join, if even one of the Americans goes down. Park Jin-tae gave his old friend his word. And so, as the president proposed going to a nice restaurant, Europe wanted to know if the president would be inviting him. The man who knew a nice place confirmed that he would be the one treating. Despite wanting to keep his promise, the president felt sorry for the legendary hero, as the battle simulations made things very clear. A little later, at the house of the head coach, the news revealed that the Battlefield Association had personally confirmed that Europe had agreed to the terms and conditions of the US app. Another channel was also announcing the same, as well as a third. Seeing how the news was everywhere on television, the protagonist couldn't take it any longer, as the scoop about him replaced every show. Seeing how much his friendship with the president was complicating things, he began considering discarding their friendship. And so, as yet another one of his shows had been replaced with some breaking news about him, the legendary binge watcher was left extremely irritated. Thus, he decided to turn off the television and look outside. And just as the protagonist was about to pity his misfortune, his attention was suddenly grabbed by something coming from the backyard. Yeop rushed to check it out. As soon as she touched the cone, Haewon used her incredible speed in order to dash toward the other. This left her uncle somewhat impressed. The father then tossed a ball that the little girl immediately noticed. In a flash, the athlete resorted to her web in order to quickly catch it. Upon seeing this, the uncle realized that his niece must be practicing. Jiangbao praised his daughter for her speed, but claimed that she needed to be even faster in order to help her teammates, seeing how she was an assistant stealer. Yeop claimed that his friend was being too severe on his own daughter, and so he decided to use his scanner eyes, and just like that, the stats of his niece were already revealed to him. Yeop quickly noticed that the girl had excellent speed and agility, with the second one having already been maxed out, yet it was safe. To say that her potential in these categories was clearly inferior to her father's meant she wouldn't be able to reach the level he expected, but seeing how she outclassed him in strength and resistance, it wouldn't be right to make her an assistance dealer. The legendary hero concluded that the training method that was excellent for his friend might not be the best choice for his daughter. Haeyeon was exhausted and demanded a small break. Our hero began to worry, seeing how the one who had just noticed him was the strongest player on the national team, and yet with this kind of training, she wouldn't be able to take out a single American player. Haeyeon asked her uncle if he had watched her practice, so he confirmed and claimed that this training might not be suited for her. Xiaobei tried to claim that his daughter just needed a little more practice in order to acquire the necessary speed, so the legendary hero affirmed to his friend that he and his daughter were two different people. Yayu revealed that agility and speed training weren't necessary any longer, as the girl didn't have as much potential as him regarding these categories. According to him, her skills with the web as well as her agility had already reached their full potential. Yayu then guessed that the head coach wanted to train his daughter to assume the same role as him due to her speed skills, yet this wouldn't suit her. The uncle then turned his attention to his niece. When asked about the next step after catching the target with the whip, the girl claimed that she would destabilize it before giving it to her team. Yayu claimed that this wasn't right, and that she needed to kill it by herself. He revealed that she wouldn't be as good of an assistance dealer as her father, as she didn't have his speed or agility, or even allies to deal the finishing blow. Thus he urged her to focus on her swordsmanship as well as strength in order to deal the finishing blow. The protagonist then picked her weapons up before deciding to show them a demonstration. Now, in front of the training dummy, he quickly resorted to the whip in order to successfully catch the target. The legendary hero then explained that as soon as the enemy had been immobilized, they needed to be finished off with the sword immediately. Yayu Bei then asked father and daughter if they had understood him, but those two stood speechless after seeing this. The legendary hero then explained that since a whip alone can't secure a kill, it would be in her best interest to maximize her swordsmanship as well as her strength. With that being said, he personally changed the girl's position to a close-range dealer. Yet, as he addressed her father, both of them were left confused, and as Yayu ordered the girl to start a strength training that consisted of 500 sets, father and daughter were left blown away. The legendary hero then urged the girl to start already. Yayu clarified that they only had 2 weeks until the official match, and that he would personally train his niece until the day of the battle arrived. Meanwhile, in the hotel where the American team were staying and using as a training ground, John Kim, who was the agent and the manager, pointed out how Gerald Walker had improved a lot in a short amount of time. Gerald was left surprised as he asked the manager if he had progressed this much, and John confirmed. John Kim revealed that he had assumed Gerald to be fooling around upon seeing him pick up a smaller shield after his spar with the legendary hero. He then stated that he noticed that the tank had patched up his weakness in the last few days, claiming that this build might finally make him top 3. The manager then added that Gerald would need to practice his new style a little more in order to go up against speedsters like Nathan. The athlete then asked how much money this new improvement could bring him. John estimated that with the right negotiation, Gerald could increase his next salary to 10 million. After hearing this, the bald man began to think for a short moment. He then demanded this exact sum to be sent to the protagonist. The manager was left shocked, as Gerald claimed that this was a tuition fee. Gerald was determined to make Yope an ally regardless of the cost. He was eager to have his rematch against the one and only legendary hero. And so, 2 weeks later at the International Stadium of the capital, the day of the match opposing Korea to the USA had finally arrived. The commentators claimed that most of the viewers must be excited for the final result, as it would determine whether or not Yope would face the American team. With that being said, it came time to make an overview of the players of the match. Each team was ready. The Korean team was composed of 3 tankers, 2 supporters, 4 proximity dealers, and 3 long-distance dealers. As for the Americans, they had 5 tankers, 2 supporters, 1 systems dealer, 2 proximity dealers, as well as 1 distance dealer. All were eager to see this match, especially with the Korean star Baek Haeyeon featuring in it, as well as Gerald Walker, the pride of the USA. One of the commentators claimed that he was eager to see the performance of the player who had just changed her position. Our hero prayed for his niece to have good luck on the field. The dungeon for today's match would be an underground castle guarded by skeletons. This place was known as Marta Born's Palace. It had 3 floors, each inhabited by a certain boss. The first level was home to the skeleton warrior. The boss of the second would be the Death Knight. As for the third and final level, it was guarded by 1 dragon and a lich. Seeing how there might be some new fans watching today's match, the commentators decided to briefly explain the rules of the game. The rules were that the other team needed to be wiped out to achieve victory. Kills would earn players points that would enhance their aura and change its color. With that being said, the players finally entered the stadium, with everyone being intrigued about who would be the ultimate winner in the end. With that being said, the first round finally began. As soon as the match started, the American team charged head-on. After exiting the starting point, the Americans immediately went to confront the skeletons. As soon as they were spotted, the Warriors of Liberty locked in. The members of the American team moved in harmony with each other, while slowly tearing their way through the skeletons. Compared to other teams, this one was pretty slow, yet the Americans would become an unbreachable wall after finishing their farming session, which made everyone wonder about the plan of the Korean team. Meanwhile, on the Korean side, Haewon knew that she had to apply what she had trained for. The commentators, who were focusing on the Americans, just noticed that the Korean national team was rushing through the battlefield, only to notice something rather intriguing. For some reason, the Koreans were ignoring the skeletons. The players did the same as they dashed forward into the second area. Everything was going according to plan, according to the coach. If this little maneuver was successful, they just might achieve victory. All were left intrigued as the Koreans decided to adopt a rather aggressive approach by charging at the boss instead of farming like they normally did. This was a high-risk, high-reward tactic that could potentially earn them a lot of haunting points. Taking out the skeleton warrior would also make the floor that he was guarding close shortly after. Thus, if they managed to successfully kill the boss, the Koreans might just be able to foil the plans of the Americans. Only then did the Koreans arrive at the boss room, and just like that, the players immediately charged at the skeleton warrior. All were left on the edge of their seats as the national team immediately jumped into the boss battle. Only then did someone alert the tank about a sudden development. That person was none other than Paul Ward, the recon of the Americans. Gerald couldn't quite understand what he meant, and urged him to elaborate. The tank was then startled upon learning that the Koreans were actually going with a solid plan by trying to take the boss first. Hearing this, Gerald's teammates proposed to immediately escape to the second floor, yet he urged them to stop what they were doing and rush to the boss room. Meanwhile, back with the Korean team, the boss was almost down. All charged in as their ace was now able to secure the kill. The Koreans decided to protect her until she could finally eliminate the boss. But just then, something unexpected happened, and before the girl could even react, she was hit from the side by a giant tall, bald man. Haeyeon hadn't seen the tank coming. While her teammates began to panic, they were now in front of Gerald Walker. The head coach began to panic as it was explained that the tank had used the storm ability of a teammate to catapult himself through the air. After taking so much damage and being blasted, Baek Haeyeon was eliminated. Just like that, the pride of the Korean team was the first to fall. The tank commended the Koreans for their brilliant plan of tackling the boss first, only to then firmly affirm that they were destined to be defeated regardless of the outcome. Suddenly, the American attackers appeared from behind the boss, achieving a sneaky final hit. Just like that, Gerald and his team stole the kill of the first boss, forcing the level to close in 10 minutes. With that being said, the Americans decided to put an end to this round, as they charged in and slashed each of the opponents one by one. Not only was the American team able to steal the boss, but they also started to wipe out the enemy. The national team was immediately overwhelmed, and just like that, their defeat was almost at hand. In the end, as everything went silent, only one feeble Korean athlete remained breathing. Thus, Gerald decided to immediately secure the first round. And just like that, the skull of the last Asian was split in half. With that being said, the first round ended with a crushing 11-0 victory for the Americans. And so, as the second round was to begin after a break, the Korean ace was left devastated. Haeyeon was shocked to see herself lose once again. But just as she was about to think of how powerless she was, even with the help of the legendary hero, someone decided to use this chance, as the entire team was gathered, to give his opinion on the Korean team regarding their performance. Our hero claimed that he would have rather dragged his eyes through glass than witness their incompetence. Thus he would show pity by giving them advice. One of the players tried to state that the legendary hero wasn't their coach, only to be quickly silenced by him. The girl was shocked to see her uncle in the locker room, as he explained that he was only doing this in order to avoid becoming their teammate. Yahello stated that it was no surprise to see their plan fail, as they were far weaker than their opponents, with the mental tolerance of a blonde with a broken nail. Which is why, in his opinion, the Korean team could never beat their opponents as they are now, regardless of how much they repeat the match. But seeing how it would be too pathetic to see them fall powerlessly, our hero decided to be kind by teaching them how to take down the opposing star tank. Our protagonist explained to the young one that the arena of the match was a dungeon that he and the president conquered back in their younger days, claiming it to be rather easy, except for the third level, which was kind of annoying. He then affirmed that the Koreans could never get there with their pitiful skills, and decided to review their first round. The legendary hero claimed that their plan would have actually worked if they weren't a group of incompetent fodder. Yahello then addressed the forward positions, claiming that regardless of the situation, they should be aware of the enemy's position at all times, which is why they should have initiated recon first. As for the back positions, it would be in their best interest to help those in the front, seeing how useless they became as soon as their ace fell. All players were left ashamed of themselves, as the protagonist claimed that their defeat was only natural, as they were not aware of the basics. Yahello felt bad for his friend, as he had to deal with this incompetent national team. And so, after making the Korean team doubt their very reasons to exist, our hero concluded his review of the first round. With that being said, he decided to directly inform them of the plan for the second round. Later on, As soon as the second set began, the Americans made their move by splitting into two teams. After splitting into teams of 5 and 6, the team with the most players, which was also the fastest, would try to conquer the hunting grounds, allowing the team of 5, led by the star player, to farm monsters without any interruptions. According to the presenters, this tactic would allow Gerald to use his talents to the fullest. Yet as the camera turned towards the Korean team, all were left quite shocked, as the ace of the Korean team, who was missing, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just like the first round, the Korean team was dashing forward. All found this rather odd, as not only was the national team ditching their defensive tactics, but their star player had also changed her position. Everything was going according to the plan of the legendary hero. He knew very well that as long as they obeyed his command, things would turn out well. Baek Hae-yeon was determined to achieve victory. Meanwhile, with the recon agent of the American team in the boss room, the man affirmed to the tank that the enemy team was nowhere to be seen. He claimed that since this was a one-way path dungeon, the opponents must have adopted their old strategy by focusing on the monsters. Gerald concluded that the Koreans must have switched plans after the butchery they suffered in the first round. Seeing this, he began to think that the forced to descend of the legendary hero, entering the battlefield, was now inevitable. But just as he began to think of how he would be able to use his new build against the protagonist, he heard a surprising crack. Gerald immediately turned around to check it out, only to notice a crack expanding in the wall of the dungeon. And just like that, the tank was left shocked as it exploded from the hole. Many warriors joined the battle as the Korean team suddenly arrived through the wall. The Americans were caught off guard, as they were unable to figure out how the enemy managed to do that. Back in the locker room, Yeop urged the athletes to heed his words. He stated that they would be using Haeyeon, with her great speed, to do some recon. Before leaving, he shocked everyone by claiming that they needed to ignore the monsters if the enemy tank was part of the smaller American group. According to the legendary hero, it was a well-known fact that this dungeon was a one-way path, but it wasn't actually the case. Back in the day, the burrowers created hidden tunnels they would use for sneak attacks and scouting. Before urging Haejin to use them in order to fulfill her task, Yeyu decided to inform the team of a way to uncover the entrance to the secret tunnels. As it looked exactly like a random wall, he explained that after entering it, the Koreans would be able to reach the Americans without being detected. All 11 members of the team were supposed to unite, attacking the two split American groups. And just like that, Korea managed to take the United States by surprise, and finally take them from behind. Back to the present. As soon as the ace of the Koreans landed, she recalled the advice of her uncle regarding using the legs of the tank as targets. Haejin theorized that this might not be a good strategy, as Gerald was known for being a tank that always stood tall, meaning that his legs must be pretty powerful. Yeop explained that since he was using a small shield that he hadn't mastered yet, he wouldn't be able to guard his entire body, and would have a hard time protecting his allies. Then again, the legendary hero stated that Gerald was talented enough to quickly master the small shield, and that his legs couldn't exactly be labeled as weak. Yet Yeyu was certain that a group of 5, certain of its victory, would be caught off guard by the sneak attack of an entire team with the speedy Haeyeon at its head. The legendary hero was certain that his plan would make a difference, which is why he urged the national team to follow it. With that, Denise felt deeply thankful toward her uncle, and just like that she dashed forward. The Koreans were trying to launch an attack before the enemy could even recompose themselves. The commentators guessed that the Korean, backed by the focused fire of her ally, would be the one to take on Gerald Walker. Focused fire was a skill that enhances the abilities of the target, and just like that, the girl, along with 2 allies, charged toward the axe wielder, only for these 2 allies to be quickly slain with a single swing. The tank was shocked to see Haeyeon escape his attack with her teleportation. Only then did he realize that he was never in the first place. And so, as the girl scored 2 kills, the man quickly realized that the Koreans were targeting the backlines, while a player tried to sneak him from behind. Only then did he quickly notice before unleashing an instant counterattack. After taking out a 3rd player, Gerald urged the rest of the vanguard to fall back and reposition. Seeing how there was still some time before the rest of the team came back, the 3 Americans were forced to face 8 Koreans on their own. And just like that, the assault immediately began, with each of the remaining Americans having many enemies on them. Yet the star tank was certain that they wouldn't be overpowered by such a weak team. Before throwing his axe in order to secure himself the 4th kill, she decided to grab the opportunity. Gerald was left startled, upon noticing someone behind him. He quickly turned around and took a defensive stance, only to realize that the opponent was nowhere to be seen. When suddenly, the ace of the Koreans reappeared in front of him. Haesun then delivered her blow and successfully amputated the leg of the middle-aged man. She then proceeded to grab the one he had left with her whip before making him fall to the ground. The American group fought well, but was overpowered by numbers, and was forced to fall, yet took out 7 Koreans with them. Now the pride of the US found himself facing an unavoidable demise. Gerald asked the girl if the legendary hero had given him any advice. They advised them, seeing how they had changed their tactic. Yet this one didn't reply as Yu simply pointed her sword at him. In the end, the impressed Gerald couldn't help but smile as he suffered a final blow. And just like that, the unexpected happened. Curio managed to turn the tables and actually won a round against the United States. Upon seeing this, the head coach was left baffled. And just like that, our protagonist had fulfilled his promise by teaching the national team how to take down the powerful tank. Shortly after, the second round came to its end. The commentators immediately pointed out the excellent performance of the national team that surprised everyone. Even so, they were still unable to secure a single round against the American team. The Koreans might have been able to survive if they hadn't found themselves in front of the second American group after slaying the first one. The American tank turned around as the commentators pointed out that, even in the face of the strong American team, their supposedly weak national athletes were able to secure 5 kills. No one expected the Koreans to suddenly emerge from the wall, which made the match even more interesting. All spectators began to cheer as the MVP of the Korean team arrived. This lady had single-handedly scored 4 kills out of 5, and was labeled as the strongest Korean player. This person in question was none other than Baek Hae-yeon. Shortly after, during the interview time, a reporter from XBC Sports approached the head coach of the Korean team. She wanted to know his opinion regarding the unexpected approach that his team took during the match. Jang Kao claimed that despite the defeat, he and the players learned a lot, as a good performance against a powerful opponent was great for motivation. The reporters then asked him how he had thought of the brilliant idea of letting his team use the secret passage. Jang Kao affirmed that this was a brilliant plan, and decided to reveal to the public that he wasn't the one to come up with the strategy for the second round. Only then did the protagonist realize that his old friend was looking at him. This left him rather annoyed, as you know very well that he was still trying to persuade him. Shortly after came the time to interview the star player. The reporter asked her about the training that she had undergone, seeing how she showcased the best performance in the match. Hae-yeon revealed that her uncle had trained her, and that after following his advice, she changed her position. With that, the legendary hero was left greatly annoyed. He was irritated by the fact that Hae-yeon and Jae-ho were both praising him on camera. Only then did someone claim that they were just spitting facts. The president of the association claimed that his friend still gets irritated when flattered. Jae-ho stated that the president of the association should be in front of the cameras for the interviews. Park Jin-tae stated that he was too old to interest anyone. As the protagonist asked him about the matter, he decided to annoy him this time. The president pointed out how rude his friend was, as you are simply here to remember the old days, and asked Jae-ho if he had come up with the plan. The legendary hero confirmed, revealing that it wasn't very fair to use a secret tunnel that only a few knew about in order to win a sports match. He claimed that he wanted to use speed in order to overpower the tanky Americans, only to opt for a safer plan in order to remain off the battlefield. The president then stated how the niece of the protagonist had found a position that suited her, after training with him. He then pointed out that it was refreshing to see his plans in action once again, while pointing out that his potential was too good to be wasted. Jae-ho humbly affirmed that he was unbeatable. Only then did Park Jin-tae suggest that the little hero abuse his abilities for a longer time. Jae-ho was left confused, as he had clearly won the bet. The president promised to never bother him again before finally explaining himself. He revealed that the Korean Battlefield Pro League season will begin in a few days. Jae-ho assumed that the man wanted him to enter it as an athlete. This one immediately denied, claiming that it would be way too ridiculous, and that he just wanted the legendary hero to face some star players in charity matches before the start of the league. And just as the president assumed that his friend was about to refuse, Jae-ho stated that he would think about it. This left the old man shocked, and as he asked the protagonist to repeat what he said, Jae-ho claimed that he would give it some thought, while thinking that his friend was starting to lose his hearing. Park Jin-tae knew very well that his friend, the hothead, would immediately say no if he dislikes the idea. Only this time, he doesn't seem opposed to it. Jae-ho revealed that he grew intrigued upon seeing his niece fight, and that TV shows could never replace the thrill of real battles. The president was left baffled as the legendary hero claimed that VR might be his only way to fight once again. Park Jin-tae was so excited that he grabbed his old friend and praised him for his way of thinking. He then decided to show him the footage of the match that went viral. After just 1 hour, the protagonist watched in bafflement, as the comments on the 10 million views were all amazed by the match, and were praising him for his great plan. Yop was left irritated and urged the president to let him go at once. He then affirmed that the excited one was rather strong for his age, as he almost broke his neck. Yop then reminded the president that he had agreed to think about the matter, and hasn't accepted his proposal yet. Park Jin-tae clarified that it was already a miracle that Yop didn't refuse from the start. Yop then asked his friend if the Broad League would begin in a few days, which he confirmed. Jin-tae was almost caught as Yop found it rather odd that charity matches that could damage the bodies of the players would take place before the league. Even so, the hero decided to brush the matter off, and decided to impose his own terms in case he agrees to participate. The president was intrigued, and even before knowing them, he swore to his friend that he would grant him any wish in his power if he agrees to play for charity. After hearing this, the legendary hero couldn't help but smirk. The next day, at the residence of the head coach, with his foot on the ground and his sword in hand, Jangbo was left utterly confused. The baffled man began to demand an explanation. Yeyu claimed that it was obvious, and that he had agreed to enter charity matches as the president accepted to follow his terms. The legendary hero revealed that at first he wanted to use the rest of his life to watch TV shows, before going into complete silence as he realized what he had just said. Xiaobei grew concerned for his friend. The protagonist revealed that he wanted to brace himself for the matches, despite the fact that they should be easy, seeing how the national team of the country was badly trained, which made the head coach apologize. Xiaobei was happy to see his friend pick up the spear again, yet failed to understand why he needed to regain his sword, only to be then triggered by the protagonist, who wanted to drag him along to share his pain, as the only decent Korean player left was Haeyeon. Xiaobei stated that it was a bad idea, as he hadn't done this in 17 years, which made Yoap tease him about his fear of being ridiculous in public. The protagonist assured the head coach that he only needed a few training sessions in order to regain his sense of battle. The head coach tried to argue that he was a man on the doorstep of his 50s who hadn't fought in 17 years, so the legendary hero decided to remind him that he never makes mistakes. Thus Yoap resorted to his scanner, eyes on his friend. Xiaobei had truly fallen off his prime after 17 years of retirement, yet the protagonist was certain that he would recover most of it after some training. With that being said, he urged him to ready himself for a hellish training session tomorrow, as an evil smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the head coach realized that he was doomed. Park Jin-tae recalled the two conditions of Yoap, with the first being that Haeyeon must be on his side so that he won't have to kill her, and that Xiaobei must also participate. The president began to think of how having 2 of the 7 heroes on screen would attract a lot of sponsors. Thus, he decided to make a few calls in order to cash in a few favors. Shortly after, the news of Baek Xiaobei and Seomun Yoap fighting side by side once again covered all platforms as it spread like wildfire. Our hero still had 1 week before the charity game. Those 7 days were filled with a lot of clashing and screaming. Xiaobei repeated the words of his mentor regarding him having a failed technique if he is slightly slower than his opponent, which made the mentor even angrier, as despite knowing the right way, his friend still did it wrong. With that being said, the head coach began to harness his power once again, and just like that immediately dashed forward. The middle-aged man then charged at the legendary hero and began to bombard his shield with a tempest of sword slashes before finally taking a few steps back. Xiaobei was pleased with his performance. Yet his coach claimed that it was acceptable before recalling a time when he could stab an enemy 3 times in the split of a second. Xiaobei urged the protagonist to spare him, scolding him as he was. He was in his prime back then. He then expressed how his age was affecting him, causing great exhaustion. Xiaobei affirmed that this was but a fraction of the training they used to do, before urging the man to continue, which startled him, as they had been here for 8 hours. Our hero affirmed that he wanted to wrap things up as fast as possible in order to watch his show in peace, making his friend remind him once again that he was 48. The one in the tracksuit was left intrigued as the head coach claimed that he couldn't watch his show, seeing how he had somewhere to be. And so, later on at the Korean Battlefield Association, the protagonist was greeted by the man from before, who was known as Yoo Hyun-soo, the technical manager. He then introduced our hero to Tanner Brown from the World Battlefield Association, who was here to observe him during the tests. At that moment, Ye Yoof's attitude began to show. He pointed out that they should have been done with testing, and while the legendary hero tried to argue that his fight with Walker should have been enough, Hyun-soo revealed that he needed to take the athletic test. The manager clarified that despite there having never been any issues with data transfer, these tests make sure that the VR abilities are similar to their physical counterparts. Ye Yoof was shocked to see how accurate their application process was. Hyun-soo revealed that the technology was powerful enough to perfectly scan and replicate the data of the players, and as he revealed that it can even detect abilities that were still dormant. The protagonist was baffled by the technological advancement of the year 2021. The manager claimed that this was due to a well-guarded secret of the World Association that manages the system, which was created from certain espers. After hearing this, the man couldn't help but compare the word association to burrowers. Thus, the veteran demanded to know if they were certain that the World Battlefield Association wasn't governed by some enemy survivors. Upon hearing that they weren't, he revealed that he would have butchered them all if it was, which made the manager realize that he was dealing with a maniac. A little while later came the time to start the agility, aura, and strength tests in order to create an accurate avatar for him. First, the association needed to measure Ye Yoof's strength. As soon as he learned that he simply needed to pull the lever, the protagonist did so with all of his might before finally letting it go, and as his score of 813 showed up, the manager asked him to repeat the test once again. Thus, the 30-year-old pulled the lever 2 more times, and upon seeing his score, he realized that this must be the limit for his strength. Inside the control room, the manager was intrigued, as he had expected the legendary hero to have abnormal strength. Now came the time for the speed test, with Ye Yoof having to go from the first switch to the other as fast as possible until he heard the bell. Thus, as soon as the starting signal was given, the legendary hero locked his target in and charged at the first switch before quickly going to the other. Inside the room, all were shocked to see that a tanker class possessed such incredible speed, with the exception of his fellow hero. Shortly after the test came to an end, the protagonist asked for his result, which the manager revealed to be a surprising 9063. Yahello began to claim that he could have scored 970 if he had put his back into it. With that being said, came the time to repeat the test for a second time. On his second try, the legendary hero scored a 971. The manager as well as Mr. Brown were baffled to see that the tank had actually lived up to his words. Yahello then asked about the speed test high score, and was told that it was 107. He suspected that the record holder was Nathan Bernard. Our hero had seen the player in footage sent to him by the head coach. After that, he had agreed to enter the charity matches. Yahello found himself intrigued by the young man whose speed rivaled even Prime Gemu, who used to have 100 points of agility. With that being said, the protagonist was having fun, and decided to retake the test and try to score 975. He then began to ready himself. The legendary hero began to concentrate. For some unknown reason, our protagonist was feeling as if he was at his peak, and so, after gathering his forces, he decided to unleash them. And just like that, the third attempt began. As he proceeded to go from one switch to another as fast as he could, everyone in the room, even his fellow heroes, was shocked to see that his speed had once again increased. Shortly after, as the test ended, the protagonist finally caught his breath. As he asked about his score, all were left baffled. Yahello, who claimed that he should have scored a little higher than before, was baffled to see himself get a 107, similar to the highest score ever recorded. He found this rather odd, as his speed should be slightly lower than Jeyu's and Nathan's, meaning that he shouldn't have scored this high. For some reason, the protagonist had surpassed the imposed limits. In order to confirm his suspicions, he demanded to retake the strength test. As it was explained to him that he just had to pull the lever once again, the protagonist began to concentrate, and just like that he pulled it with all of his might. Once again, he left everyone in the control room utterly baffled. The score of the legendary hero managed to immensely increase, reaching 8-9. The manager assumed that the protagonist was warming up before making him reveal that it wasn't the case, and that it was related to focus. Yahello couldn't figure out how he was able to surpass his strength and speed limits. This shouldn't be possible, as according to his scanner eyes, he had already reached his peak. Yet his results were telling him otherwise. Yahello was certain that this new feeling wasn't alien, and only then did he realize where he had felt it before. This emotion was the same as the one he had when he was left alone in the last dungeon. The legendary hero had managed to surpass the human limit of concentration during his last experience with near death. He then realized that the focus category must have some hidden power, as it was strengthening his other stats after going over his limit. Yahello was now annoyed, having realized that he was now an immortal with great power who had no real wars to fight. For some reason he couldn't help but feel that he was being forced to enter the battlefield. With that being said, came the time to use the giant marble for the aura test. The manager explained that Yahello just had to pour all the aura he could into it to change its color, which was more accurate than the method used back in 2005. This was the most important test, as aura was determined at birth most of the time, and was the hardest stat to increase. After awakening his powers and noticing that his order was 96, Yahello had undergone a lot of training in order to max it to 100. As soon as he placed his hand on the sphere, all were left at the edge of their seats, eager to see the result that would come out. The legendary hero began to fill the marble, while thinking about how he had 100 aura points, which was the peak of the human limit. At the end of the test, the measuring marble turned dark. After seeing this, Mr. Brown was left utterly baffled. Yahello, who had scored a 1030, asked about his own result, and only then was it revealed to him that he had actually exceeded the human record. Upon learning this astonishing news, the legendary hero claimed that it was only natural for him. It was then revealed to him that the previous record holder was Xulon, who was one of his fellow heroes, leaving him intrigued by the achievement of the young one, as it was pointed out that her record was hard to break. The protagonist pointed out that she did have a terrifyingly powerful aura. Xulon was as stubborn as Yahello, which is why every time he would scold her, they would get into a fight with each other. Our hero was certain that his previous colleague would become infuriated if she learned that he had actually broken her record. As the tests were finally concluded, the manager decided to notify the protagonist of something important. As it was revealed to him that his immortality would be forbidden in the matches, Yahello found it only natural, as he would automatically win if he was unkillable. The association formally apologized for limiting his abilities, promising compensation. Yahello couldn't care less, as he would only play once. The legendary hero then gladly welcomed the offered compensation, while claiming that his immortality skill was useless anyway. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a pointy hood affirmed to the others that their only hope and savior was that one individual, which is why they needed to hold on to their faith. He then firmly claimed that their faith had been rewarded with a great revelation, and just like that, this one person had been revealed. The pointy hoods claimed the legendary hero as the one and only immortal savior, who had recently returned, the dead. Now just like that, they decided to go prove their faith to him, as they began to cheer and chant his name. Sometime later the protagonist noticed an odd crowd in front of the house. This left him quite intrigued. Only then did they begin to scream that he was the savior of the world and that they had faith in him as Yahello. Finally concluding that these people were journalists, his friend explained to him that those were his worshippers, who go by the Seomun Foundation. The protagonist was left intrigued, recalling seeing them from the window of his hospital room back then, which the head coach confirmed. Yahello demanded to know why they worshipped him without his consent, so Jayu explained that they think that he would come at the end of times to save them all. As the legendary hero claimed this to be pure anxiety, his friend pointed out how he had actually returned, and as it was explained to him that they were now praying for the end of times for their prophecy to be complete, Yahello was left quite annoyed. Thus he decided to go give his so-called followers a piece of his mind. As the head coach demanded to know what the legendary hero was about to do, Yahello claimed that the answer was obvious. And just like that, he dashed forward, jumping as high as he could before landing on the fence. He urged the Foundation to stay silent, yet as they kept on babbling among each other, he urged them to stay silent, until finally they obeyed his command. Yahello claimed that he was aware of their faith and his position in their eyes, which is why he urged them to come to their senses and get out of his sight, leaving all of them shocked. Yahello angrily screamed at them for doing this instead of finding a job, and affirmed that he would terminate their leader at once. At first the followers were shocked to see that their deity was refusing their faith, before then collectively agreeing that he must be testing their strength. The protagonist was then left quite shocked, as none of them moved from their spot. As soon as they kept on worshipping him, he was left quite intrigued. He was now certain that those people were fully delusional. Upon seeing how annoyed his friend was, the coach realized that a disaster was about to unravel. Yahello gave the association 10 seconds to get out of his sight, before he knocked some sense into them. Jaeho desperately tried to calm down the craziest of them all, as Yahello affirmed that laws don't apply to him, meaning that he was free to rough them up. And so, after a 10-minute-long beating, many of the cloaked lunatics were knocked down. Yahello had successfully dealt with the mentally insane who worshipped him. He then asked one of his young followers if he would dare to follow him again, so the child affirmed that he would. Yahello praised the boy for his cleverness, and urged him to stop following the cloaked lunatics. Thus, after calmly affirming that he was human, Yahello stated to Jaeho that now came the time to practice. The baffled coach addressed the legendary hero, and as he claimed him to be completely insane, Yahello took it as a compliment, before pointing out that he never consented to being worshipped. Jaeho realized that reasoning was useless, before urging his friend to go inside before the reporters arrived. Yet Yahello revealed that he would beat them up as well. Jaeho affirmed that this would attract trouble, as Yahello claimed this approach effective against those who want to know about his past in the orphanage. Meanwhile, a figure from high above was intrigued to see that the so-called savior, as the protagonist pointed out that he doesn't understand the fixation people have with celebrities, he suddenly noticed something afar. At that moment, this immediately made him leave, so Yahello decided to brush it off. The day of the charity match finally arrived, and everyone was gathered at Incheon International Airport. All the big names in the field were here for the protagonist, including the American battlefield agent, known as Joe Fellman. Joe explained that the last time he came to Korea was 15 years ago, as it was filled with great potential that made the American agency #1 after recruiting. As the man claimed that it was a shame that they couldn't get Jaeho, his assistant pointed out how he and the rest of the heroes weren't into battlefield at the time. Xiulan, who finally decided to become an athlete, immediately resigned after that. She had been nerfed at the time. This was the only possible option, as her power and extinction ray would have wiped out a team of 11 in a few seconds. He had missed 2 heroes in the past. Joe was determined to finally get his hands on their leader, who, he was the strongest of all. Only then did something catch the attention of the Americans. They were left quite shocked as another foreigner set foot on Korean soil. This was none other than Jake Rand. The European battlefield agent was also an Esper. Just like that, he appeared in front of the Americans. The focus of the media immediately shifted toward the arriving European. As Jake pointed out that they needed to keep their competition fair, Joe realized that things had just gotten complicated, and so as tension immediately settled between the 2 men who were here for the legendary hero, the photographers suddenly focused on 2 other individuals. They had shiny jewels and expensive boots. The 2 shiny peacocks wanted to see the one who ruined their dungeon business entering the world of Battlefield after claiming it to be boring. Those 2 were none other than Jane and Philip, the Morrow brothers, who own the Party Lumiere Battlefield Club, and who were also here for the legendary hero. They claimed that they would make the protagonist sign with them no matter what. At that moment, all of the agents noticed each other. Their instincts immediately kicked in. All of them were determined not to let the others steal the protagonist from them. At that moment, all heard a shocking sound. The music of high heels had the airport silent. Only then did she arrive. This lady was considered a force of destruction comparable to none. She had finally arrived in Korea. Xiaolan, who was the youngest of the 7 heroes, was here to meet an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, the stadium was overfilled with spectators. As someone claimed that the Brewer's wash would have caused more casualties, his friend urged him to stop saying such things. The individual claimed that the student would be a problem, as he had made far darker jokes. So his friends demanded that he refrain from making them at this important event. As he got out of the car, he claimed that this was debatable, and just like that, the two heroes began to walk down the red carpet. Seizmu Ye was eager to start his fun. Joey had a hard time understanding why everyone was excited about his hot-headed friend. Yewick gave credit to the coach for this, as he had made him look quite presentable. At that moment, a hungry crowd of reporters charged at the heroes. Before the protagonist could even realize the situation, his friend pushed him toward the hungry horde. Joey had focused the attention of the reporters on his friend, in order to escape them, and so they began to bombard Ye with questions. As the questions began to pour down like rain, the protagonist was left pretty annoyed by the betrayal of his friend, only to hear the name of Shulan. The mention of his old teammate shocked him, so a report revealed that the youngest of the heroes was now in Korea for the charity match. According to the rumors, one asked for the reason she would even want to attend the match. It was revealed to him that she was here to meet an old acquaintance. Only then was he left frightened as he realized that he was the one she was here for. Later on, the legendary hero opened the door dramatically. As he made his way through the locker rooms, all of his teammates were shocked to see the one and only legend in front of them. Yepur then asked the coach if he knew about the most recent matter, and while the daughter was excited to learn that Shulan was in Korea, the father began to fear the worst. Jemefa urged his friends to be wary at all times, and even carry some protection around. Yeyu tried to claim that he wasn't that bad with the girl, so Jemef reminded him of how he used to curse and bully her, until she began to cry. Even without knowing Korean, the protagonist claimed that the girl couldn't possibly seek revenge with her extinction ray, while the coach claimed that the past 17 years should have healed the grudge. Yet, unlike the girl, Yeyup hadn't aged a day and was still the same person who used to mistreat her. Back in 2005, everything was in chaos. A Chinese warrior known as Hulan was selected for the last dungeon raid and became one of the 7 heroes. Being the only daughter of a wealthy family, as well as a powerhouse, she earned herself the protection of the Chinese government. The 17-year-old Shulan grew up like royalty, yet this stubborn type who claimed that she had already reached her max despite being far from it, was greatly loathed by the team leader. For this reason he would criticize her every move. Yeyup was in fact extremely harsh toward her. In fact, the protagonist even called her a complete idiot, whose only quality was her powers. For this reason, both father and the daughter agreed that they would need to organize a second funeral for Sumun Yeyup. Yeyup decided to put this matter aside, as they had more urgent matters to attend to. He pointed out that all of the team must be aware of the rules of the charity match, but since they had a beginner among them, he decided to go over the rules quickly. According to the coach, the two teams facing each other would be Love and Hope. The opposing team, Love, was made exclusively of national players, while their team included some selected players, as well as his daughter. To make things fair, the coach of the national team, who was a proximity dealer who could teleport, would be part of Team Hope. The legendary hero, who was a tanker, who would be armed with 4 spears and his shield, with his skills restrained, would also be their teammate. Yeyu revealed that he was a little anxious about the upcoming match, as he hadn't fought in quite a while. Park Chulho, who was the captain of this team, affirmed to the coach that they would do their best. Yeyu was shocked to see that these players were so confident, as he was certain that they were far weaker than the coach. He, with his scanner eyes, was certain that he would only need his high-level friend and niece in order to achieve a perfect victory. It didn't take him long for his skill to reveal that there was nothing special about the rest of the team, but suddenly, something caught his attention. A man known as Choi Hyuk had surprisingly decent stats. He also possessed a skill that allowed him to quickly infuse weapons with aura, as well as another that allowed him to harness it to create a shield around his body. It was also shocking to see that the man had a potential strength of 90. Thinking that the one known as Choi Hyuk would make a decent tanker, he urged them to approach. The man was left nervous as he introduced himself as a proximity dealer. Our hero was shocked by Hyuk's actual class, as he claimed that he was a proximity dealer sponsored by Sangsung Spritz. When asked if he wasn't actually a tanker, the man nervously claimed that, despite this being his childhood dream, his small size forced him to adopt a different class. The legendary hero then asked the player about his skills, making him reveal that he could only infuse objects with aura. This made Yehu realize that this player wasn't aware of his aura shield, which is why he must have become a proximity dealer. It didn't take him long to realize that a coach must have given him this position at random, as he was too small to become a tank, and Hyuk must have just assumed the position. With that, Yehu asked his niece to fetch him a shield, which she immediately rushed to get. As soon as he got it, the hero handed the shield to Choi Hyuk, who was left rather confused. Seeing how the match was about to begin, Yehu gave Hyuk a quick lesson on how to use the shield, explaining that he should attack before quickly hiding behind it. As Choi Hyuk tried to argue that he was a dealer, the protagonist got angry at him for not quietly obeying his orders. This made the rest of the team wonder if the dealer was to blame for anything, as they realized that the hero was in fact a madman, as he immediately switched his position. And so in this confusing situation, the younger player decided to turn to the coach, only for him to completely ignore him, and explain to the team that there would now be a formation of 4 tanks, 6 dealers, and a single support. And while Hyuk realized that no one would help him, the players who were informed of their lineups were now required to suit up. Yahyup found his attire light, so Jae-yup explained how the suits offered the same protection as their armor, with a fraction of its weight. Our hero claimed that he was comfortable before turning to his old friend, who claimed that he never expected to see himself in one of those suits. Jae-yup then asked the legendary hero about his opinion regarding his original weapon, that they had slightly adjusted. After taking a good look at his equipment, Yahyup declared that he was satisfied with the modifications, as Jae-yu revealed that this spear had received special care. The coach tried to explain that this spear was now considered a historic relic, yet Yahyup could only see a simple item he had received last year. Jae-yup then urged the legendary hero to be wary on the field, as he was used to fighting monsters and burrowers. He revealed that despite the national team being mediocre, they were still pro players, especially trained and experienced to fight humans. Unlike the protagonist, Yahyup thanked the coach. The coach gave his warning before claiming that they would now see firsthand the prowess of the new generation. Shortly after, cheers from the crowd began to fill the stadium. All were eager to see the match between Team Hope and Team Love. The protagonist's scanner eyes revealed that the average national player was stronger than his teammates, yet he was intrigued to see no real talent among them. He then confirmed his suspicions by asking Jaho about the player picking process, making him reveal that they mostly relied on total points. Yayu realized that none of the players were actually talented in a certain category, as they were picked based on overall points. Only then did he notice something intriguing, as a blonde player on the opposing team was eyeing him. According to Scanner Eyes, the one known as Shim Yong-soo had some pretty decent stats. With the exception of his miserable focus, Yayu immediately theorized that Yong-soo must be a spoiled rich kid, as he only had 26 focus points out of 60, and that this person wouldn't be effective in a real fight. This one asked the old man if there was a problem. Yayu was shocked to see himself being referred to as an old-timer. Yong-soo was annoyed by the presence of the protagonist, as even during the match he had adopted the same gaze that he had now. According to the blonde one, ignorant war veterans had no right to teach them about their sport, despite knowing nothing about it. Yayu urged one of his teammates to take his place. Now side by side with the blonde kid, he asked him if he had a problem with him. Yong-soo revealed that he couldn't stand the arrogance Yeop displayed during the match. Our hero couldn't help but laugh, as it was then claimed that he was tarnishing his own image by making himself look like a battlefield expert. And as Yong-soo claimed that Yayu wouldn't be amused after defeat, our hero asked him about the work of his father, making the boy reveal that he was the vice president of the association. Yayu claimed that it really showed. Only then were the players urged to go to the battlefield. Yong-soo was left quite irritated, as the hero treated him like a spoiled kid. Yayu revealed that he wanted to know about the type of man that could possibly raise a failure such as the blonde one. Due to his harsh past, he disliked pampered children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Now Yayu was excited for the game, as it would allow him to give one of them a piece of the real world. As soon as the players entered the field, all began shouting the name of the protagonist. Everyone was left overjoyed, as the legendary hero finally agreed to enter the world of the battlefield, which is why this charity match would attract a lot of viewers. There were also some pretty big names in the audience, such as Gerald Walker, Joe Fellman, and Jake Grant. No one could forget the Morrill brothers, as well as the youngest of the 7 heroes, Shilon. And just like that, the long-awaited charity match began. The commentators declared that today's battle arena would be Azaz's spiraling cave. It is made of 3 circular zones, with a secret tunnel leading to the concealed basement. Many types of monsters work in this dungeon, including skeletons, arachne, and serpent. As Team Love was made of national players, and Team Hope had heroes on their side, everyone was eager to see who would win. In the end, 10 minutes before the match, the coach decided to summarize everything for his team. He explained that they would start in Zone 5, while the enemy would spawn in Zone 1. Jeho explained that while they hunted and farmed in 5-1 and 5-2, the protagonist would go to 5-3 alone in order to kill the boss, Serpent. It was revealed that Serpent's death would close the entire area. The players began to doubt that even Yeop could take it on alone, as no one had done it before. Jeho explained that they would next go to Zone 6, clear it, and then use it to enter the smaller circle, where they would encounter Team Love. He then explained that he, his daughter, and his friend would certainly take on some of the opposing players. Yeyu was certain that his team could even win an all-out brawl against Team Love, and that his friend had lost his guts after becoming the national coach. Seeing how they just needed to win 2 rounds out of 3, the protagonist decided to mess around in the first but had other plans for the second. Back to the present. As Team Hope spawned in Zone 5-1, the coach told the players to take their positions. The ace of the Korean team was the main dealer of the squad in the fit, while her father and uncle were in the rear group. Up front, Choi Hyayu was also included in the forward group. Our protagonist then greeted an old acquaintance. As the ceiling was covered by arachne monsters, the creatures descended underground in order to feast on the players. Meanwhile, in Zone 1 Fire Hinwon found themselves facing the same problem. Chae Woo-hyun, who was the team leader, commanded Young-soo to attack, but the blonde one, blasting fire, claimed that he didn't need to be ordered around. Just like that, the giant bugs were getting incinerated, yet the player couldn't be more annoyed. He said he couldn't believe that the so-called legendary hero was looking down on him. Young-soo thought that the 7 heroes were overhyped, especially their leader. As he took out his anger on the enemy, he was determined to personally eliminate the protagonist out of the game. Meanwhile, the legendary hero claimed to his friend that it was now time for that move. And so, after dashing forward at incredible speed, Yahello used the protagonist's shield as a stepping stone before getting launched like a cannonball. Now, in between the giant monsters, the coach began to swing his blade as fast as possible, and as soon as he began to fall, Yahello would arrive just in time to offer his shield as a trampoline. The teamwork was immaculate, and the monsters were getting easily wiped out. Upon seeing this, everyone was amazed by the legendary duo. Despite there being an entire swarm of arachne, the monsters were getting easily wiped out by the heroes. And so, as all the bugs on the ceiling had been incinerated, the coach began to complain about his back. With that being said, they decided to take care of the cleanup ahead. Upon seeing the two heroes next to each other, one couldn't help but be amazed. Despite knowing that arachne weren't reputed for their strength, they would be invincible if one couldn't crack their shells, and yet Yahello made the matter seem rather easy. Despite the fact that he seemed like he lacked strength, only then did Choi Yuk notice what was happening. The legendary hero was resorting to his skills. The new tanker possessed the ability Focused Aura, which allowed him to channel his energy into a weapon. As it was his first time using a shield, he couldn't help but feel out of place, but he quickly realized that he could also use his skills to reinforce it, just like his weapon. And just like that, the young man charged ahead in order to test his theory. As he took out his first bug, he began to think that in offense as well as in defense, he needed to use his skill. Yahello was intrigued to see the new tanker progress so fast, and so pleased by this, our hero decided to show his worth as well. When suddenly a spider attacked him out of nowhere, Yahello quickly grew tired of the small fry, and immediately took it out with his spear. As another one attacked from the back, he then quickly riposted with a swift move from under the arm, which left the Moro brothers excited, as they had recognized this move as the protagonist's signature, 100-centimeter throw. Yahello confirmed. The youngest hero knew very well that this move seemed simple at first glance, but it was actually a technique that relied on his throwing ability to make the spear reach maximum speed. Yahello would only catch the projectile after it moved exactly 100 centimeters. Yahello labeled this attack as a supersonic thrust that exceeded human physical limits. Even so, this extremely difficult technique, which required perfect timing and great speed, was being performed as a simple move with a great, confident smile on live TV. She was irritated by the fact that even after his disappearance in 2005, the legendary hero was still the same annoying man. Meanwhile, as our protagonist checked on a friend, he noticed something coming from above. First, he quickly ended its life. The legendary hero decided to put an end to this battle and threw his spear with all of his might. With that being said, the zone was finally clear, and our hero was free to proceed with the next step of the plan. Xiaobei began to praise the team on its great performance, and as he pointed out that they needed to attack Zone 5-2, he noticed that the protagonist was missing. Xiaobei informed him that the hero went straight to the boss and urged them to catch up. The coach knew that, despite his friend seeming like a hothead, he was actually a genius, which is why he decided to trust his judgment. With that being said, it was time to attack Zone 5-2. Meanwhile, in Zone 5-3, our hero found himself face to face with the boss known as Serpent. That was an old acquaintance of his. Yahello claimed that he felt as if he had fought this creature not too long ago, and so, after gathering his thoughts, he dared the creature to approach. The serpent quickly launched itself at our protagonist, only for him to immediately duck underneath it. Now that the reptile was exposed, the legendary hero gathered all of his strength before thrusting its skull with his spear, and just like that, a boss that requires a team effort to beat had been obliterated by Seom Yu-ye. Shortly after, he was surprised to see his team arrive earlier than expected, and while he claimed that he had expected them to take longer to reach him, all were left shocked. Yahello was sitting on the powerful boss after successfully killing it. During the match, he noticed that their order changed based on their kill count, and could grant players some kind of supplementary strength. With that being said, the legendary hero tasked his team with doing the rest, while the Bak father and daughter followed him. Yahello had a plan in mind. The commentators pointed out how the only relevant characters of Team Hope were heading towards the enemy without getting monsters, to stay discreet. Yahello had noticed that the serpent lost most of its health after suffering a single hit. Combining this with the fact that the battlefield had a hunting system, and with Yahello only having scored a few monster kills, he began to theorize. Seeing how his aura was currently the weakest color, he theorized that his power on the field was enhanced by his overpowered mentality. At that moment, Xiaobei urged the hero to reveal his plan as they were closing in on the enemy. He wasn't surprised when Yahello claimed that he had spaced out, as the protagonist pointed out that he had found an Esper on Team Love that was a spoiled rich brat like Xiulan. Xiaobei quickly realized that he was referring to Young-soo. Yahello explained that he would go check for him and give his orders in case the boy in question was absent. But if he managed to meet with Young-soo, a different approach would be taken. Meanwhile, Team Love established their camp in Zone 12, which they had just wiped out. The captain decided to split his team into two groups, with 6 players going to Zone 11, and the 5 others to Zone 9, and with that being said, the players were dispatched. Shortly after, in Zone 9, the 5-man team found themselves facing a horde of arachne. Among them was Young-soo, who was blasting his flames. Due to the hunting strategy that his team was using, the player had already gained a purple aura. He found himself excited to meet face-to-face with the protagonist, as his group decided to clear the next zone. But as he began to fantasize about his victory, one of his teammates arrived just in time to save him. The projectile bounced off the shield before landing near the players. Young-soo found himself shocked as he began to bleed. At that moment, the boy realized that they had walked into a trap, and just like that, the 5-man group was left agitated. Meanwhile, in Zone 11, the rest of their teammates were also dealing with the same problem, and feared the presence of the legendary hero. But just as the captain was about to give his orders, arrows landed on the ground. The 6 members of Team Love found themselves in front of 8 members of the opposing team. Among the ambushers was the anxious Choi Hyuk. He recalled the instructions of the protagonist, regarding them approaching Team Love from the other side of the dungeon. After dealing with the boss, Yop urged his teammates to do their best, as they were going up against a national-level player. And so, seeing how the protagonist had promised to help them once done with his task, the 8 athletes decided to charge at once. Back in Zone 9, the protagonist claimed that he had thrown his spear with all of his might, but his friend knew very well that he was just messing around. Yop stated that it would be embarrassing for the coach to die on his shield, yet his friend urged him to just get it over with. And just like that, the legendary hero gathered all of his strength before catapulting his partner Rudolph with his might. The protagonist decided to execute his spear throw once again, and so he concentrated all of his strength before throwing his weapon as fast as possible. With that, Team Love had to be wary of 2 incoming high-speed missiles. They quickly realized that they needed to protect the blonde one, as he was clearly being targeted by the heroes. And just as the boy braced himself for impact, he and the rest of his team were shocked to see that their teleporting coach was in fact aiming for the tankers. One of the players urged his teammates to deal with the proximity dealer first, only to be terminated in the blink of an eye by a spear throw. The members of Team Love decided to attack the coach at once, before his teleportation skill could reset. Only then did the ace of the Korean team come to the rescue. After grabbing her father with her whip, the girl blasted him away, and just as she was about to hit the ground, she used her teleportation powers to disappear. With that being said, both Bakes returned to the side of the protagonist. Yeyu asked his partner if he was happy to feel the thrill of battle after so long. Yet the 48-year-old couldn't be more annoyed. Due to their last move, Yeyu and his allies had wiped out the enemy tankers. And so, as those in blue braced themselves for a fair 3-on-3, their opponents were left in a tough situation. Yeyu claimed that each of them would select his opponent, leaving the son of the vice president horrified. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, all were amazed by the ingenuity of that tactic. According to the commentators, it was amazing to see his team make a perfect escape after taking out the tankers while pretending to go for Yongsoo. They claimed that the legendary hero, with his average Esper skill, was once a true master of his craft as he saved his friend with a simple spear throw. The commentators then pointed out that Yeyu was still throwing Jehu. Back to the fight, both father and daughter bypassed the son of the vice president before attacking their respective targets. And while the boy was unable to believe what he saw, the hero claimed that there was nothing amazing. He then proceeded to slam Yongsoo with his shield, before asking him if he would like to run his mouth once again. Yeyu affirmed that the boy was nothing but spoiled bread, before striking the final blow. Meanwhile, in Zone 11, upon seeing that Tian Hope had scored 5 kills, the rest of Team Love was shocked to see that their teammates had already been wiped out. In fact, they had a hard time accepting that their allies had been terminated so quickly. One of the players was particularly filled with frustration. He immediately charged ahead, claiming that they could still win this round if they managed to terminate the 8 enemies, in order to defend their pride as national players. The target of the athlete was Choi Hyuk. This one began to recall the quick lesson of the protagonist, and how he should quickly hide and attack by using the shield. With that being said, he blocked the incoming hit. The boy then saw that his opponent was wide open, and as he tried to strike him down, this one backed away at the last moment to avoid a critical hit. The now irritated athlete was shocked to see that the newly appointed tanker was actually showing a decent defense. Thus he charged back at him, claiming that he wasn't worthy of his position. As the blade closed in, the young man realized that he needed to defend himself, when suddenly he tripped and fell. Shortly after, death particles began to fly through the air. Our protagonist had achieved his 3rd kill of the round, which allowed him to save Hyuk. He praised the boy for his performance, and urged him to let them take care of the rest. Yop wanted to finish things up as fast as possible in order to commence the 2nd round. Shortly after, the 1st round ended with a crushing score of 8-0. The most victorious player of the first team was Baek Jae-ho. And so, a little later in the waiting room, all began to praise him for his performance, as everyone claimed that his technique was immaculate, and that he should just become an elite player instead of a coach. The man decided to stay humble. The 48-year-old was a little embarrassed to have partaken in the match at this age, yet was still thrilled to have picked up his sword once again. Even so, the MVP of the game knew very well that all the credit for his victory went to his friend, the protagonist. The legend here was immersed in the show and was left baffled by the unraveling of the plot. Now came the time to start the second round inside what was described as a confusing arena made of confusing and dangerous rooms and stairs. The second round would take place in the dungeon known as the Labyrinth of the Damned. This dungeon was reputed for having killed many espers, until the arrival of the legendary hero who conquered it. For this reason, all eyes would surely be on Ye, as he was the first person to conquer this very place. Meanwhile, the protagonist was rather annoyed. Most of his social interactions in 2021 had been with little pricks so far, starting off with the reporter that caused the rift between him and Walker, to the cult of the insane, that worships him, and now the son of the vice president wanted to witness the skill of the protagonist firsthand. Whether they doubt him or just want to have him tested, the legendary hero puts on his helmet in order to demonstrate what they want. Even so, Yeop decided to add his own personal twist to the upcoming show. Shortly after, at the starting point of Team Hope, the coach decided to summarize the plan for his teammates. But before he could even explain the details of the labyrinth, he was suddenly interrupted. Yeop claimed that he would roam the dungeon on his own, while urging the rest of the team to do as they please. When asked if he remembered the layout of this dungeon, the protagonist revealed that he was the one to create its map 1 year ago. Yeop, who realized that 2004 was actually last year for his time-traveling friends, explained that this VR dungeon was a perfect replica of the real one. As the coach agreed to let his friend go, seeing how he knew the dungeon very well, this urged him and the team to brace themselves for a surprise. Yeop decided to fight with all of his might. Thinking about how the other team was on the opposing side of the dungeon, this made it easier for him to guess their next destination, as he dashed forward. Haeyeon was concerned about her uncle going in alone, so her father reassured her that despite Yeop being a lazy bum, he was an invincible genius inside dungeons. And as he claimed that Yeop must have a plan, Haeyeon couldn't help but find Yeop outstanding. Even so, the coach began to doubt his own words, as Yeop was crazy enough to charge forward recklessly. Suddenly, the legendary hero stumbled upon some monsters. Now faced with some skeleton soldiers, a small sense of nostalgia began to kick in. Thus, Yeop decided to greet his old opponents, the skeletons, by charging them shield first. Our hero then braced himself, and as soon as the right opportunity arrived, he executed a circular attack that hit the 3 skeletons at once, and even countered one of them. Yet the 2 other monsters weren't defeated just yet. For this reason, the tank slammed one of them with his shield, before dashing forward at maximum speed in order to impale the second one as well. After successfully taking out the monsters, he began to think of how this dungeon had been conquered last year for him, but 18 years ago for the rest of the world. In the Labyrinth of the Dead, it was easy for one to die from fall damage, as gravity was 10 times stronger where there was no footing. The protagonist was aware of this, and threw his spear, in order to pin it against the wall. He knew what would happen if the right technique was employed. Yutui then used his spear as a way to catch himself and ease his fall. And just like that, he turned one of the dungeon's greatest dangers into a helpful shortcut. Shortly after, Tien Love was shocked to see the legendary hero land in front of them. They were horrified to see him arrive so quickly, as the first 10 minutes of the round hadn't been over yet. Yut revealed that he had completely analyzed his opponent and the first round. All were left on their guard, only for him to affirm that they were nothing but a bunch of mediocre athletes. The captain urged his team to stay calm and ordered the retreat. Che Wuyun affirmed that this was the only way, as the protagonist must be here with some of his teammates. The protagonist was actually here alone, and couldn't help but comment on the captain's decision to run away. Yut knew that he would have won the match immediately if they had chosen to face him, and decided to show appreciation by letting the game last a little longer. With that being said, the legendary hero resorted to his scanner eyes. He began to look for a certain fighter among the enemy players, and as soon as he located him, Yut immediately eliminated this player. The captain couldn't help but stand helplessly as Yut scored the first blood. The protagonist knew very well that this player's poor speed couldn't have possibly dodged his attack. Yut was disappointed by the fact that he couldn't retrieve his spear, but he didn't actually mind, as he had 3 others left. Despite seeing that his prey had escaped, the legendary hero kept a cool head, and decided to go to that one place. Meanwhile, Tien Love had retreated to one of the lower levels of the dungeon. As the captain pointed out that they had been caught by surprise, his teammates claimed that it might have been better to fight Yut head-on, as he seemed to be on his own. But the captain affirmed that they couldn't risk it, as they would have suffered great casualties if it turned out that the enemy had been lurking in the shadows. And so, as he theorized that the protagonist might try to strike them once again, the commentators were left intrigued by the protagonist, who was now standing on one of the high grounds while staring at the bottom. After realizing that he had found a good point for retreat, Yeyu began to calculate the position of the enemy based on their speed and the time that had passed. His chances of actually needing the location of the enemy were similar to the odds of a flip of a coin. Thus he began to pour aura into his spear. Yeyu positioned himself for the throw. He then got quite excited as he launched his weapon with all of his might, while recalling a quote he had just heard from his TV show. And just like that, the spear began to make its way to the bottom of the dungeon. Its speed was infuriating. One could even label it a supersonic projectile. The enemy team, which was discussing the battle plan, failed to notice the spear that struck one of them like a falling lightning bolt. The captain of love was left incredibly shocked as the spear just appeared out of nowhere. The commentators were stunned as well. Yahello managed to achieve his second kill of the game by nailing the flip of the coin. According to the commentators, the very scene they had witnessed just now was the most stunning kill ever recorded in Korea. And so, seeing how the protagonist had scored his second kill with great ease, Young-soo was left irritated, claiming that they needed to fight, as the tanker was obviously alone. The captain desperately tried to calm the boy, who stated that they needed to deal with the protagonist at once, to hunt in peace, and send a group to pressure his team. Chae Woo-yoon revealed that the student was right, as they were short on members, which made the blonde one ask him about his plan. Upon seeing the commotion, the legendary hero quickly realized that his prey were arguing among each other. Young-soo called his allies spineless cowards. He tried to explain that his ability would be enough to take out the protagonist, yet the captain asked him to restrain himself, as his power consumes a lot of aura. At that moment, the boy grew tired of orders and decided to let loose and do as he pleased while attacking our hero. And just like that, his fireball resulted in a spectacular explosion. Young-soo proudly claimed that he had immediately figured out the hiding spot of the legendary hero. At that moment, Yelp called him a total idiot. The one who successfully blocked the fireball with his shield revealed that he had actually made his presence known on purpose in order to be noticed. He then proceeded to leap forward, while claiming that the blonde one had poor acting skills. Team Love was shocked to see that the legendary hero had blocked a head-on hit from Young-soo's fire abilities. Due to his great firepower, the blonde kid became the core dealer of the Korean team. Despite having the mental abilities of a toddler, they couldn't overlook the fact that his powerful fire blast had been casually blocked. The captain split his forces into two teams, with the first one tasked with farming, and the second one composed of dealers in charge of tracking down the protagonist. He asked the three dealers to pretend like they were going for recon on the western path to catch their target by surprise, and overwhelm him with numbers. The captain claimed that, assuming they could assess him, they would be able to take the powerful one down. The commentators immediately pointed out how Team Love was now trying to hunt the protagonist down, which was a difficult task. After all, Yahello was the player who was the most familiar with the dungeon. Only then Yahello from above called the players of Love predictable as he launched his attack. The legendary hero expressed his disappointment. Yahello was 2 steps ahead of the enemy, and was now ambushing those who were supposed to catch him by surprise, and just like that he made a crushing entrance. Seeing how all of them had survived, the protagonist praised them on their reflexes. Upon realizing that he was going up against 3 dealers, the legendary hero couldn't be more pleased. Thus he quickly snuck behind one of the attackers before scoring his 3rd kill of the game. With that being said, he turned towards the second target, and used his legendary 100-centimeter throw. The legendary hero had now acquired a total of 4 kills. Now came the time to deal with the last dealer. Alone in front of the danger, this one began to panic. Thus he desperately tried to run for his life. Yet the player wasn't fast enough to escape certain death. With that being said, only 6 enemy players remained on the field. Thus Yahello decided to go and terminate them at once. Meanwhile, the crowd was left utterly shocked. A Korean athlete had actually managed to take down 3 national players in a few seconds. All were left baffled by how fast the legendary hero had taken out the enemy. This made the commentators wonder what would actually happen if the warriors of the past fought against the athletes of today. After seeing this performance, Sheldon was unable to believe her own 2 eyes. She was now certain that the legendary hero had truly returned. While the commentators claimed that he was dominating the game, back in the dungeon, the team of the hero demanded to know how he had scored 5 kills, so he revealed that his aura had turned red. The team was pleased by this fast progress, and decided to join him in Zone 3-1. Xiaobei claimed that the match would end before his team could join him. With that he decided to cut all communications in order to focus on the battle ahead, and just like that, the tanker leaped forward. Yamikyu then proceeded to land in front of the remaining opponents. He apologized for making them wait, claiming that he did his best to arrive sooner. The captain asked his team to keep a cool head while ordering them to get into formation. Yamikyu was entertained, as it seemed like they had come up with a strategy to take him down. He quickly noticed that players were coming at him from all sides, and just like that, the 6 of them had successfully surrounded the legendary hero. Yamikyu quickly realized that the opponent was trying to attack him from all sides, yet he was certain that this tactic couldn't work against him, as he had already predicted who would be the first to attack him. Our hero had correctly guessed that one of the quick players, such as Yubuko, would be the first one to attack. This athlete was using his skill, acceleration, in order to enhance his speed for 30 seconds. By using his aura, Yamipi began to think that this was a decent skill, as it allows the user to reach speed and agility that are over 100. Despite the fact that this ability would make him faster than other espers, there was a clear reason for why the national players always lose in the international league. Yamip was then surprised to see that the player had actually done his thrust, yet Yamip knew very well that even if he manages to increase the speed of his body, his mind would remain slow and wouldn't be able to keep up. And just like that, the protagonist managed to score kill number 6. Seeing this, the captain urged the core dealer to use his explosion spheres. Shim Young-soo immediately began to bombard the legendary hero with his firepower. The captain then urged the player known as Jin Yoon to charge ahead, as the target must be blinded by the smoke. This one decided to spare no effort. He fearlessly charged right ahead, disappearing into the smoke. And after a quick moment of silence, the player was suddenly smacked down with a swing of a shield. And as the protagonist scored his 7th kill, the captain and the core dealer were both left horrified. Yumit now had 2 spears in hand. As he dashed forward, he quickly threw his weapons at the enemy, allowing him to score a double kill. With that being said, only 2 remained. Thus, after picking up his spear, Yumit realized that he only had to score 2 more kills to win the game. Young-soo began to tremble, as even the French team didn't butcher them with such brutality. According to Scanner Eyes, the enemy captain had decent stats and a slowdown skill that works on a target that has an aura that is weaker than the user. Yumit revealed to Chae Woo-yeon that having a good ability won't find much use, as a good portion of the foreign players outclass him in aura. At that moment, the captain urged the blonde boy to flee and let him deal with the legendary hero. Yumit immediately criticized the 2 of them for babbling mid-battle as he stabbed the distracted enemy captain. Kill number 10 had been scored, and just like that there was only 1. The frightened blonde boy demanded that the hero stay away. This one couldn't help but smile as he prepared himself to eliminate the rich kid. And just like that, he punched him with all of his might using his shield. With that being said, Seo Moon-ye finally achieved kill number 11. The commentators were left utterly shocked, as for the first time in Korean battlefield history, a player had managed to wipe out an entire team on his own. After the crushing victory of round 1, an even more unbelievable achievement had been made in the second. Despite the fact that the Korean team was missing its key player, the fans it flooded the media as the legendary hero had wiped them out on his own. None of the experts had expected him to adapt himself so fast to the battlefield. And just like that, all began to chant his name, Ye-yup. Then, asked about the odd object floating in the sky, his friend explained that it was a drone camera. As soon as he heard that this flying camera would record them and broadcast their image in the entire stadium, the first thought that crossed the protagonist's mind was to flip everyone off, which left the coach startled. Ye-yu rushed to restrain the one who just couldn't take the matter seriously. And with that being said, the MVP of the first round dragged the MVP of the second towards the interviews. Shortly after, in front of the cameras, as the reporter presented herself, the coach humbly introduced himself as a player for this match. The protagonist gave her a nonchalant greeting. The reporter then praised both heroes for their performance, before directing her first question towards the MVP of round 1. When asked if he was expecting to do this well in the match, Ye-yu revealed that he actually didn't. The coach explained that his friend forcefully dragged him onto the field, yet due to harsh training and muscle memory, he was able to recover his skills quickly. With that being said, it came time to interview the MVP of round 2. When asked about his feat of wiping out the enemy team alone, Ye-yu revealed that it was perfectly expected and rather easy. He explained that he took it easy in the first round, in order to analyze friend and foe alike, and once done, he finally let loose in the second round. When asked if he had any advice for the opposition, he began to think of how many of them were in the wrong position and had little knowledge about their own abilities. At first, Ye-yu wanted to criticize the poor work of their coach, but upon feeling a darker presence behind him, he decided to switch to a softer tone. The reporter then asked the hero if he would like to teach the players, so he revealed that he wasn't even tempted, seeing how pitiful they were. Then again, according to Ye-yu, all things were possible in a capitalist world, in the right circumstances. Later on, the protagonist was enraged to see that they weren't going home, so Ye-yu revealed that they were going to the post-match party, and that Hae-yeon went ahead. The legendary hero was left disappointed, as he wanted to watch his show-stopping low kicks, yet the coach knew very well that he had already watched it. As Ye-yu kept complaining, his friend urged him to stop and questioned him about his answers during the interview. The legendary hero clarified that he wasn't interested in butchering the enemy on the field himself, but wouldn't mind teaching others how to do so. He then confronted his friend, who had become a coach despite clearly being bad at his job, so Jae-yu revealed that he had no other choice. Jae-yu thought that he could become a coach after spending a decade by the side of Ye-yu, only to realize how talented this one truly was. As he kept on training others, he had assumed that after being by the side of Ye-yu, he could become a world-class coach, just like Emrawakasa, who was also a fellow hero. Jae-yu began to assume that his friend truly wanted to be a coach, as he claimed that today's match made him realize that there was no proper trainer in Korea. Ye-yu claimed that, with the right salary, he wouldn't mind becoming a coach and helping his friend out. He even generously stated that he would give Jae-yu advice for free, which made him curious about what he had to say. Advice number 1. Choi-yuk is to enter the national team as a tanker. Number 2. The quick Yu should focus on final blows, as he can't manage his speed. As for number 3, it regarded Chae Woo-hyun who would do marvels as a rear-back tanker. Yet the last advice shocked the coach, as it consisted of cutting out the son of the vice president. Seeing this reaction, Ye-yu assumed that his friend was scared of the vice president, only for the coach to remind him that he was still a member of the 7 heroes. Jaeyu explained that they don't have a good enough reason to get rid of the player with the highest aura and the team who has incredible firepower. Yet Yue argued that the boy was as slow as a toddler and was the main reason behind the defeat of his team. Jaeyu tried to argue that he was still useful, but the protagonist claimed that he would remain a liability until he increases his focus. In the end, the main change for the national team would be to replace Young-soo with Choi Hyuk and focus on his strength, achieve great results. As he finished giving his advice, Yue urged the coach to inform the association president that he would need to pay him quite a fortune if he wanted to get him on the payroll. Later on, at the Hunter's Hotel, our heroes finally arrived. The uncle was immediately greeted by his niece. The father watched in disappointment as his daughter happily expressed how this place was filled with alcohol, and especially good vodka. Thus, as he left the 2 booze enjoyers alone, the man rushed to talk with the president. Thus, as the only reasonable one in here finally left, Yue offered to drink as much as possible. Only then did the swarm of hungry agents notice Seomun Yoabe. Seeing how the rivals began to circle his prey, Joe decided to make his move at once, yet his assistant urged him to wait. She reminded him that the crazy protagonist might get offended if approached for scouting purposes. And so, as he decided to take his time, someone came in front of him. That man immediately greeted the legendary hero. This individual was none other than Jake Rand, the European battlefield agent. Joe couldn't help but watch helplessly as the arriving agent and the star player conversed in a foreign language. He began to reassure himself by claiming that, despite Jake stealing a player from him before, he was certain that the man wouldn't prosper this time. According to the American, Seomon Yeop was an extraordinary player who would only sign up with someone that really understood him. And so, as Jake gave the protagonist his card, while Joe was certain of his failure, Haeyeon was intrigued by her uncle speaking fluent English, seeing how he dropped out of school, so he explained how he learned it while traveling around the world. Yeop then explained that during his encounter with Walker, he also spoke English, which intrigued the girl, as she had only heard her native tongue. Haeyeon was devastated to see that her idol wasn't a bad student like her, and as Yeop began to tease her about her stupidity, she was left rather offended. Seeing how the European had left, the American decided to step in, only to be left behind once again. At that moment, 2 shiny eggs asked the legendary hero if he spoke English. The Moro brothers were left utterly amazed as the Korean claimed that he spoke French as well. They were even more shocked that the legendary hero was aware of them as the owners of the French weapon business. Haeyeon explained to her uncle that they were now the owners of Field Club Paris Lumiere, which was currently #1 worldwide. As it was revealed to him that Nathan Bernard was also part of their club, our hero quickly realized that this was the boy who was as fast as Prime Jeho. Yeyu assumed that the club owners were here to scout him, only for the brothers to affirm that it wasn't the case. This left our hero intrigued, as they explained that even if it would be an honor to recruit him, they also wanted to respect his decision to stay away from the field. In fact, the Moro brothers claimed that they were here for Lady Haeyeon. Haeyeon was shocked to see that Club Lumiere was aiming to scout her. After her French-speaking uncle explained the situation, the uncle urged his niece not to overdo it. As she thanked the bald men for considering her, they claimed that they had been observing her for some time. The shocked protagonist demanded to know if this was a ruse to enlist him, yet the French affirmed that they only spoke the truth with players. The brothers revealed that they didn't want the girl at first, as she would hesitate to score the kill. Yet after her position swap, she suddenly gained what she lacked. The protagonist found those two to have a good eye, as they explained that if her swordsmanship was enhanced, she would be a great asset to their team. They then politely extended the invite to the legendary hero, as their team would be unstoppable with him, Nathan and Haeyeon together on the field. The Moro brothers then promised a high paycheck to the protagonist, as he revealed that he would reach out to them if he ever considered becoming an athlete. Seeing how generous their offer was, Yeop asked if clubs generated a lot of money, which the brothers confirmed, in case one could train and sell powerful players. The French then stated that they were long-term admirers of the hero, and offered him a free weapon, which he gladly accepted. With that being said, the two eggs decided to take their leave, and as they disappeared in the blink of an eye, the legendary hero couldn't help but compare them to a tornado. Yeop found himself getting tired of all the socialization, while Haeyeon asked him about his conversation with the French. Thus, as the young one kept on, she insisted on knowing, so uncle decided to reveal everything to her while sipping a glass of vodka. When suddenly another nuisance arrived, Yeop immediately turned around to confront him, delaying his drinking session. The man introduced himself as young Minyoung from the Blue House, which left Yeop intrigued about what the Blue House could want from him. When asked if he was familiar with the Esper Meritorious system, Yeop explained that it was a fake program that promised to reward all those who contributed during the war. Yet Young claimed that the monthly pension of the Tier 1 contributor, the legendary hero, was very much real and had been compounding since 2005. The man revealed that the Blue House wanted to give him all the money he had earned since the day he disappeared. After learning that he would acquire a sum amounting to more than 2.5 billion won tax-free, the protagonist was left shocked. Even after a little while, Yeop was still amazed by the huge sum of money he would receive from the Blue House. This ridiculous amount was slowly taking over his mind. As he began to calculate how much his net worth would amount to now, Haeyeon asked him why he was muttering to himself. Only then did someone else approach him. The American agent quickly introduced himself. Seeing how Jae-yu was obviously here to scout him, the exhausted Yae-yup urged him to leave at once. After hearing this, Jae-yu affirmed that he would keep it short. The agent explained that the legendary hero must still be adapting to this new world that was now free of wars and the burrers he had sworn to take out. Yae-yup was then left curious, as this one claimed that those were simply issues that would be resolved with time. According to the agent, Yae-yup would slowly build a life for himself after getting used to the peace and find a new vocation. Xiaobei then gave the Korean his card and kept pushing forward, claiming that he should contact him if he related to anything he said. Only as he walked away did the American agent realize that he was mostly speaking nonsense. The uncle found Zhao to be a rather weird man, and asked his niece about him. Haeyeon revealed that the man was also known as Money Ghost, and one of the few who became rich early in the world of the battlefield after scouting Koreans. Yaeyeon revealed that the man didn't talk about money, and focused on emotional nonsense instead. The girl found this rather odd, as back in the day he had proposed a huge salary to her father while aiming to scout him. Even so, the hero was forced to admit that the man's speech didn't seem alien to him. A little later, the main event of the party arrived. As the donation exchange was about to commence, the host revealed that the one who donated the most would have the honor of announcing the donation. Yaeyeon was shocked after learning that he was the one who had donated the most, and just like that, he was invited to the stage. Seeing how he was being labeled as the most generous donor, he asked about his net worth back in 2005. Suddenly, someone revealed that it amounted to 1.74 trillion won. The president explained that it had all been donated by him and Jae-yo, as decreed by the will of the protagonist, Yae-yu. Yae-yu thanked his old friend for this reminder, as he had forgotten how wealthy he was in the past. The protagonist began to laugh at himself for being happy with a 2 billion won pension that he would receive, seeing how his worth was once in the trillions. He even jokingly claimed that he should try to retake a few of his assets. After pausing for a short moment, Yae-yu explained that after all of his assets had been donated in 2005, he returned to a modern world that felt completely strange to him. He then pointed out how everyone claimed him to be some sort of great savior. Yae-yu declared that he didn't pick up the weapon out of compassion for the people, but for the thrill of battle instead. He even revealed his secret wish about the war raging on forever, so that he wouldn't lose his life's purpose. For this reason, Yae-yu was unable to understand why everyone called him a great savior, as in his eyes he had ended the only source of entertainment he ever had. The protagonist also stated that he was at least proud that all the children his donations had helped had now become adults. He claimed this to be his greatest feat, as he refused to let any child have a childhood as miserable as his. With that being said, the protagonist finally got off the stage. Someone then immediately praised him for his great speech. Park Jin-tae explained that the past net worth of the protagonist couldn't cover all the trouble that he had caused it, so Yae-yu blamed his behavior on his childhood. Yet, according to the president, this had nothing to do with trauma, and Yae-yup, who asked him for the reason behind his presence here, was simply born a degenerate. The president wanted to know why Yae-yup had made a mockery out of the children of the national team. Yet the hero was more interested in learning why they were so weak. Jin-tae began to complain that the reputation of the team had been sullied after being wiped out by a single hero who claimed that they were used to defeat the president. Then, the president angrily explained that the players were doing their best, seeing how the government refused to fund them, yet Yae-yup claimed that this didn't concern him. His old friend affirmed that he was the main reason behind their decision, seeing how he treated them like a bunch of punks in the street. And as the president claimed that Yae-yup had given the espers a bad image, Yae-yup tried to argue that he was only defending himself. The old man decided to cut straight to the chase and asked the protagonist to become a technical coach for the national team. But before he could even talk salary, the legendary hero refused, claiming that he had some plans in mind. Later on, while in the car, as Yae-yup talked about how 16 billion should suffice, Xiaobei grew intrigued. The coach was then utterly shocked, as he learned that his friend wanted to buy a club. Yae-yup claimed that as a Korean he couldn't stand athletes so weak, which is why he wanted to train his own players to improve the national team. Xiaobei explained that he would need at least 20 billion to buy a first division club, so Yae-yup declared that starting and improving a second division club would grant him more money. Only then did the coach realize that his friend wasn't trying to help his own country, and simply wanted to fill his pockets instead. Yae-yup couldn't help but laugh, as if to say it should have been obvious from the start. As soon as they arrived, Xiaobei urged the protagonist to get out of his sight. Only then did Yae-yup notice something intriguing. He spotted a figure near the house that seemed quite familiar. Xiaobei rushed to greet Xiaolan, who claimed to be here to resolve some personal matters. The legendary hero was left intrigued, as back in the day he could easily read the emotions of the girl, who now seemed calm, and so feeding her extinction gray, he decided to scan her stats. Upon seeing the girl's powers, the protagonist was left shocked. This Xiaolan was stronger than the one he once knew, as she had gained a new ability and had almost maxed all of her stats. Thus he decided to directly ask her if she was here to take his life. Xie Yulan revealed that the idea became tempting after learning about his immortality, but claimed that this wasn't the reason behind her visit. Ye Yu then assumed that she was here to settle an old grudge, so he decided to remind her that he had saved her from death many times in the past. The lady claimed that she no longer held any ill will towards him, as she had forgiven his bullying long ago, and so the protagonist asked her for the reason behind her presence, only to be shocked as Xie Yulan revealed that she simply wanted to personally check if Xiaomun Ye had truly returned to this world. And with her goal being fulfilled, she decided to take her leave, which left the protagonist rather confused. In the end, the Koreans were unable to understand the reason behind the presence of the Chinese lady. Ye Yu Deep then began to remember the old days. Back then, Ye Yu Deep would scream at her for her incompetence. Ye Yulan couldn't help but cry, and claim that she was unable to get any stronger. The girl then noticed something alarming. Suddenly, a giant monster appeared behind her. Ye Yulan immediately rushed to use her ability, yet found herself at the complete mercy of the monster, as she didn't have enough energy for the extinction ray. And just like that, the monster dealt a powerful blow. Only then did the savior of the girl criticize her, as she was about to get herself killed by such a weak creature. The legendary hero, who saved Yolan's life at the last moment, asked her if she was injured. The baffled teenager couldn't help but blush. Back to the present, the lady was happy to see that the one who had saved her many times had truly returned. The next day, as the protagonist received the promised money from the Blue House, he began to wonder which club to buy. Jinga was surprised to see that his friend had learned about mobile banking, and asked him if he truly wished to get himself a battlefield club. The protagonist confirmed, claiming that he needed a new hobby. Those who supported his decision claimed that this wouldn't be cheap. The man then offered to buy the legendary hero a KB1 League club, seeing how he was in his debt. Yet Ye Yu claimed that it would be more fun to buy it with his own funds, before asking about the meaning of KB7. According to the coach, this was a league where matches were played 7 versus 7, and its teams were overall more cost-friendly than the regular ones. When asked if many players were in this league, Xiaoho revealed that all talented athletes would rather go to the second division than play 7 versus 7. Hearing this, Ye Yu had finally set his mind on buying a KB2 division team, which made Xiaoho wonder if he had already started searching for one. Ye Yu affirmed that he didn't, which is why he was going to ask Park Jin-tae. After hearing the news, the president was left greatly pleased. The protagonist urged the older man to calm down, as he couldn't contain his joy upon learning that Ye Yu refused to become a coach in hopes of buying a club. When asked about the clubs on the market, Park Jin-tae revealed that there were currently 3 that were for sale, including one that wanted to sell at all costs. The curiosity of the legendary hero had been piqued, and so he asked the president, with the club sales contract form in hand, about this club in question. Later on at Bushoen Stadium, a game between 2 teams was about to occur. The one known as Hanjoan Industry particularly piqued the interest of our hero. Meanwhile, the inside of the stadium was filled with cheers. Most of the spectators encouraged the GT Knights, while the few others cheered for Hanjoan, who had always been in last place. Seomun Yop was certain that his disguise would allow him to blend in, but as soon as they saw a man covering his entire face taking a seat, most of his neighbors decided to change their seats. Yop began to pray for one good player, as the second division must be a total disaster. Seeing how pathetic the national team was, soon both teams appeared. The confident members of the GT Knights once again faced off against Hanjoan and their low morale. The first player checked by scanner eyes was rather pathetic, as were the second, the third, and the way to the fifth. Only then did someone interesting appear. Our hero suddenly laid eyes on 2 players known as Namgung Juhoon and Nojungwon. Yop was intrigued to see that the skinny one with glasses was a supporter. His ability seemed decent for the role, as it allowed him to shield himself and his allies using aura, but seeing how he had a skill potential of 95, it was safe to say he would be better off as a dealer. No one could have guessed the true potential of the one with the glasses, seeing how skinny he was. And just as our hero was about to label the others as trash, he noticed a player with stats comparable to Chae Woo-hyun. This one also possessed a common but powerful ability that greatly buffed his strength. Yeyup was surprised to find 2 diamonds in the middle of these lousy players, before taking a look at the benchwarmers. Only then did he find something stunning. A player known as Lee Na-yeon had some intriguing stats. Upon seeing her jumping ability, the legendary hero couldn't help but compare her to a flea. The stats of the girl were pitiful, yet she could still be useful with a bow. In fact, this player could even become a frightening force if she manages to reach her speed limit of 100. And so, 60 minutes later, Yeyup was left quite amazed. Upon looking at the crushing defeat that Hanjoan Industry had suffered, he realized just how weak they were. Yet this somewhat pleased him, as making such a pitiful team grow strong was a thrilling challenge. With that being said, the legendary hero finally decided to purchase Hanjoan Industry. 2 days had passed since then, and someone at the Battlefield Association decided to leave the team that suffered because of his management in better hands. As Yop claimed that he would make Hanjoan Industry the #1 team, its old owner claimed that he had full faith in him. And just like that, the 2 men shook hands, with the old owner affirming to the new one that he had all his support. The news of the legendary hero buying Hanzhong Industry for 5 billion won quickly made the news, yet most found this ridiculous, as they simply wanted him as a player. Later on, the president congratulated him on his new team, only to then be quite annoyed, as he heard Yope claim that the purchase shouldn't be met with praise. Park Jin-tae then asked the fight, the new owner, what are his plans regarding the team's theme? The president claimed that Yope was wise not to modify anything and to just evaluate the players, seeing how maniacs like him shouldn't try to manage. Yope then decided to take his leave, which made the president realize that he had acquired a new vehicle. Our hero explained that since he now had a reason to get out of the house, he couldn't ask Jae-hyo to drive him around forever. Yope had used his remaining money to buy himself a motorcycle, and with that being said, he started to ride. Not long after, a maniac began to drive on the crowded highway at high speed. One of the drivers began to scream, wondering what kind of madman would drive so recklessly on the highway, with no helmet. But upon seeing who the rider in question was, the man must have choked, and even decided to let it go, as it was none other than the legendary hero. No one seemed upset by Yope driving like that on the highway, and claimed that the cup would recognize him more easily, since he didn't have a helmet. And just like that, everyone's favorite maniac kept on rushing to his destination. After some time, he finally arrived at the Hanjin Industry Clubhouse. Upon taking a look around, Yope found himself rather disgusted. This so-called clubhouse was nothing but a spacious ruin. Suddenly, a man approached our hero, claiming that visitors were forbidden, only to quickly realize who he was talking to. Upon seeing that he was addressing the new owner of the club, the man apologized and introduced himself as Coach Choi Dongjun. Yope then confirmed his doubts regarding the man being an esper, and concluded that he was a supporter. Back in the day, due to his stats, when asked about his age, the confused coach revealed that he was 43 years old. He was then left even more intrigued, as the new owner claimed that he was 47. Choi Dongjun, in front of the menacing aura, had no choice but to admit that his 30-year-old boss was in fact his senior. And so, as Yope decided to address his new employee casually, this one referred to him as Sir. Once asked for a tour of the place, the coach showed the owner everything, ranging from the cafeteria to the dormitory that housed their 14 players. Yope stated that the number of players was far too small, yet was pleased by how spacious the old place was, as the coach claimed that they had installed all necessities. At the end of the tour, the legendary hero was brought to the training arena. Yope was left curious, as there were only 11 pods in this old and wide building despite the team having 14 players. The coach explained that they lacked the funds to secure 14 pods, which the owner found ridiculous, as his recovery ability could earn him quite some money. The legendary hero realized that the coach was worth keeping around, and that his main problem was the players. Choi Dongjun was then shocked, as the new owner demanded to meet the players right away. Yayu wanted to see the athletes he had exclusively asked for at once. Later on, in the lounge, the protagonist introduced himself as the new owner of the club. He couldn't help but compare the short player to a small flea as she anxiously introduced herself as Lee Nayeon. It took the new owner one look at the girl's hands to realize that she had been working hard on her archery skills. Nayeon was shocked to see the legendary hero being aware of this, as he clarified that he was skilled enough to figure out that much from her bruises. Despite her speed, the girl's lack of strength made her inadequate to be a dealer, so Yayu claimed that she must be worried about her skills not improving with training. Yayu evaluated that, due to her stats, she was probably destined to be on the bench forever. But since the little flea had piqued his interest, the legendary hero decided to change her fate by claiming that he would make her a key player. As the crazy owner claimed that she would now be adopting the theme of a mysterious thief, the girl was confused. Yayu clarified that he would turn her into a thief that robs the enemy of his focus. Yayu asked the girl if her training was leading to any progress, so she called herself hopeless, and thus the protagonist got her off the team. This was the scenario that went through the girl's head, if she decided to say yes. Yayu then reassured her that he intended to keep her on the team. In fact, he was being very serious when he claimed that he wanted her to become a key player. As the legendary hero claimed that she had one specific ability she excels at, the athlete immediately assumed that he was referring to her archery. Only for him, he went so far as to claim that even the most mediocre of espers would be useful with a bow in hand, leaving her quite shocked. According to the new owner, the greatest strength of the girl was her speed. He claimed that she should try to increase her running speed in order to pair it with her jump skill. A quick and bouncy marksman with the ideal to steal the kill of the enemy and quickly escape before getting caught. Lee Nayeon realized that her main job would be to bully the opponents, which the legendary hero Yape confirmed. Yape then firmly affirmed that this would be her one and only job, as you would need to escape as fast as possible, seeing how the enemy would loathe a kill thief. In other words, Yape wanted Lee Nayeon to be an amusing troublemaker on the field. Thus he claimed that he would ask the coach to focus on her speed, and declared that, after acquiring a decent speed, she would be able to enter the matches. Lee Nayeon asked if she could truly become a key player, so the protagonist confirmed, claiming that she had the potential to even make it to the national team. And just like that, the face of the little flea beamed with hope. When asked if he really meant what he said, the protagonist confirmed. The girl couldn't help but smile, as a bright future might be in her reach. And thus, as you begin to jump from excitement, Yahello asked her to call in Namgong on her way out. And so, a little later, another player announced himself at the door. Yahello quickly permitted him entrance. As the supporter introduced himself as Namgong, Yahello found himself in front of the skinniest Esper he had ever seen. The protagonist couldn't help but think about how his new team was filled with interesting players. As the skinny one asked for the reason he had summoned him, and upon learning that he was no longer a support, Namgong was left utterly shocked. Yahello quickly got annoyed as the player insisted that support was his true position, and so, as the legendary hero began to scan the athlete, the latter found it rather odd that a man he had never met wanted to change his position all of a sudden. The man was quite intrigued as he was ordered to become a proximity dealer. After hearing the protagonist claim that he had a talent with the sword, Namgong began to wonder if he had seen their matches. Yahello, who had slept through the entire match, falsely claimed that he wouldn't buy a team without looking it up first. The skinny one tried to argue that he had pitiful physical stats, so the hero blamed it on the fact that he only spams his ability in the back. Yahello then quickly got angered as the athlete dared to refuse his wisdom by insisting on staying a support. Supporter was the class that was most despised by the legendary hero, as 90% of its users were useless liabilities that doze off in the back. Yet the remaining 10% are the only real supporters. Seeing how they possessed more than one ability, these types of players could truly help their team while being safe in the back. Thus, seeing how the skinny one only had a single ability, the protagonist would offer him a second skill. The legendary hero was particularly triggered as Namgong understood that he wanted to turn him into a sword-wielding support. Thus he decided to politely correct him and claim that he wanted a proximity dealer with support powers on his team. Yahello then came to suspect that the skinny one didn't want to change classes because he was terrified of the front lines. The owner affirmed to the player that he needed to follow his advice and change his mentality in order to become a key player. When asked if this would truly open up the path to success, the protagonist confirmed, but claimed that Namgong needed to work hard as well. Yahello revealed that he would gladly throw the athlete out if he refused to switch his role. With that being said, the protagonist asked the young one if he would rather sit on the bench of the worst team in the nation, or make a bold choice that would forever change his life. And just like that, Namgong agreed to become a proximity dealer. As he exited the lounge, the coach asked the hero if he had finished his business for today. He was then intrigued as Yahello asked him for a coach capable of teaching swordsmanship, and upon learning that this coach was required to monitor Namgong, the one who tried to argue that the athlete was a supporter was shocked to learn that he had switched to a proximity dealer. The man was left even more intrigued, as he was demanded to focus on Lee Naeon and her speed. Yahello then urged him to enhance the stamina of the first team, as they were far less durable than the GT Knights. But just as the owner was about to take his leave, something came to his mind. Yahello began to wonder how he should rename this team. One day later, our protagonist seemed upset. Yahello, who noticed that the protagonist was uncharacteristically lost in his thoughts, was urged to leave him alone. The national coach claimed that he was concerned about his friend, who wasn't even watching his match, and assumed that this had something to do with his new team. Yahello advised them to recruit more players, only to be startled by the protagonist suddenly standing up. The owner of the house then left, and as the freeloader claimed, he was going to recruit. As Yahello realized that he needed more players, he decided to use the loud annoyances outside in order to achieve his goal. A crowd of reporters was standing outside the gates. The legendary hero then contacted Dongjun and claimed that they needed to recruit players. The man was intrigued and claimed that they didn't have the funds or the resources to afford more than 14 players. The annoyed protagonist offered to personally buy pods in case they received new players. Yahello then asked about the cost of a single pod, making his employee answer that it amounted to 200 million won. Upon hearing this, the hero was left quite annoyed by the cheap management, as this was a laughable sum. With that being said, Dongjun was ordered to place the ad at once and make sure it only lasted 3 days. The coach tried to argue that they would need more time, as he recommended, seeing how not many players would be interested in the second division. The protagonist revealed that he had it all figured out. And so, as the swarm of reporters kept camping in front of the residence, the gates were suddenly opened. All were left shocked as they received a polite greeting as soon as they saw the protagonist. The journalists bombarded him with questions. Yahello agreed to satisfy their curiosity, but required a service in return. When asked about it, he affirmed that it was something very simple. Yahello wanted the reporters to let the world know that his team would be holding an open audition for 3 days only. And just like that, the mailbox of the recruitment department was flooded with emails. Shortly after, the coach affirmed to the owner that they had received an insane amount of applications. When asked about an exact number, he estimated something in the thousands. Choi Dongjun claimed that they only had 70 participants, as battlefield players were rather rare, which disappointed the protagonist. The coach explained that this was an abnormally high number, especially outside of transfer season. Thus our hero rushed to the office in order to personally select the players. The nature of all applications was presented to him. Yahello declared that he would take a quick look at each one, before proceeding with the interviews that the coach rushed to prepare. When a human becomes an esper, he would have to undergo a physical exam at the association in his country. The physical test allows one to assess his strength, speed, and aura. This was the same test that our protagonist had taken. Even so, he was disappointed by the results in front of him. But the most annoying part was that his scanner eyes couldn't work on lifeless sheets of paper. Even so, the legendary hero was certain that he would stumble upon one useful player by looking into them. Only then did something catch his eye. A 23-year-old man known as Jo Seung-go, who had two abilities and claimed that he only had experience in deliveries, greatly intrigued the protagonist. His strength and speed were pitiful, as they were merely above the average Olympic gold medalist civilian. Despite having no physical qualities, his ability to share objects and vision was rather intriguing. And just like that, the legendary hero finally found a player that piqued his interest. The day of the interview finally arrived. One of the candidates excitedly greeted the protagonist, claiming that he was an admirer. According to the CV of the young man, he had played Battlefield in high school, so he claimed that he didn't see himself as a pro athlete after graduating. Yobi assumed that his presence here meant that he had a change of heart, but to his shock, this individual was simply here to get his autograph. Thus, he ordered him to get out of the room. Yobi ordered the young man to disappear from his sight. The boy tried to argue that the legendary hero couldn't talk to him like that, as it would tarnish his reputation, only to then receive a stapler to the skull. Yobi affirmed that the entire world knows that he is a madman, yet urged the boy to remember that once again. And so, as the coach desperately tried to calm the owner, the latter asked for the next candidate to enter. Upon seeing an unconscious body being escorted out of the room, all the other candidates became anxious. Now came the time to interview Jo Seung-go. The nervous young man quickly introduced himself. The coach was shocked to see how bad this young man's stats were. Thus he decided to ask his superior why he had agreed to interview the boy, only for the man to have a big smile on his face. Upon using his scanner eyes, Yobi could clearly see that the young man was honest on the CV regarding his trash abilities. Yet his abilities, on the other hand, could be considered an asset. The expected first and second would allow him to transfer an object or share a scene he had witnessed to a chosen target that could be 3 kilometers away. Yet after seeing that the young man had a third skill that allowed him to share aura, the legendary hero was left pretty shocked. The ability known as aura transfer was rather rare, and a great weapon in the hands of a good tactician. Yahello immediately realized that Jo Seung-go himself wasn't aware of this power, as he didn't list it on his CV. After looking at the boy's age, he noticed that he was about the same age as Nyan, which the coach confirmed. Despite being intrigued by the statement, he was even more confused, as the protagonist claimed this to be destiny. With that being said, our hero decided to start questioning the young man. Yahello wanted to know if the one who had put only delivery driver on his CV had any experience in the field, only for the boy to affirm that he didn't. This made the legendary hero curious about why Jo Seung-go had applied, as his stats were enough to discourage anyone. The young man explained that he was well aware of his pathetic stats, yet revealed that the battlefield was his lifelong dream. In the past, he would always use his weakness as a reason to quickly give up, and while others might think that he was applying for the fun of it, the boy who heard about the auditions while making one of his deliveries fully intended to try accomplishing his dream. After hearing this, our hero decided to proceed with the rest of the questions. When asked about the maximum range at which he could transport an object using his ability, Jo Seung-go claimed it to be 2.5 kilometers, yet Yahello knew that it was 3. While being questioned, the boy revealed that he would first use the aura location of his skill in order to triangulate the target that must receive the item. This made Yahello realize that Jo Seung-go could detect anyone in the range of his skill. The young man tried to explain that he would need some time to locate every target, yet Yahello didn't mind it, as dungeons usually have few hiding places. The legendary hero realized that this ability was more useful than it seemed, as it turned out to be perfect for recon. The coach was then left intrigued as the owner claimed that all thieves require an assistant. Thus, as the protagonist asked the boy for his name once again, he revealed to him that he had actually gotten the position, and while the one with weak stats was left overjoyed, the coach was baffled. The man was even more intrigued, as Yahello explained that Jo Seung-go would pair well with Lee Nyan. The legendary hero had decided to build his entire strategy around these two, claiming that they would give any opponent a run for his money. Later that day, a party was organized in order to celebrate the new owner of Hanjuan Industries. The members of the team had thrown a great cookout. Yahello was happy to see that the players were merry with each other and had high morale. Only then was he approached by the player known as No Jungwon, who was the captain of the team. After taking a look at his stats, the protagonist realized that this was one of the players who had caught his eye during the match with the GT Knights. Yahello labeled this young man as an above-average tank, who was still overqualified for this weak team. The captain personally thanked the owner for attending to their needs and promised to live up to his expectations, so Yahello stated that he wasn't looking for instant results. Thus the polite player bowed, as he claimed that he and his peers would be in the care of the great hero. After this small interaction, Yeyup could safely say that no Jungwon was perfect to be a leader. Only then did he notice the thief and the delivery man interacting with each other. Yeyup found Nyeon to be rather extroverted. Thus the owner asked these two players to come forth. When asked if they had already met, Nyeon confirmed, claiming that they were coincidentally both freshmen on the team, and about the same age. The boy and the girl were rather intrigued, as the pleased owner revealed that they should get along, as they would become a duo from now on. Both youngsters were intrigued as the legendary hero explained that every grand thief needs an ally in the shadows. Thus it was revealed to the little flea that the delivery man would become her new secret partner. The owner then urged the two players to go enjoy themselves, as he would reveal the rest of the tactic another day. And so, as the two of them began to walk away, Yeyup began to think of how he had finally obtained what could be called a team. He only had one matter left to attend to. As he looked at the name of the team behind him, our protagonist decided to rename it. Thus he demanded the attention of all present players, and revealed that their team would adopt a new name. And then they came along to pick the one that would represent him the most. 3 months had passed since then. In today's match, everyone expected a lot from the new Hanjong Industry team, that had now become USM. The commentators revealed that despite the fact that Yeyup had bought the club 3 months ago, no remarkable changes had been recorded. Yet today was the first time that the new players would finally enter the field. Yeyup urged all of the players to stick to the plan, especially Jo Seung-ko. As the boy expressed his doubts, the owner revealed that this tactic would enhance performance and make a great show. With that being said, the legendary hero urged his trainees to get out on the field and finally demonstrate the fruit of their 3 months of harsh training. And with that being said, the first round, opposing Yao SM to Incheon BC, finally started. Someone felt great about the invite of the Dragonist, as they hadn't been to a stadium in a long time. The mother of Haechan said that she went a couple of times to cheer for her daughter at the start of her career. As for the matches of her husband, she claimed that he didn't want to invite her as long as the team was bad. Thus, as Yop realized that the choice of Jae-ho had forbidden his wife from watching a national match until now, it left him pretty pissed off. When asked if his team was anything like the Korean team, the protagonist claimed that they would be interesting to watch. And just like that, he promised his old friend a grand spectacle. The dungeon of round 1 would be Wizard Canyon. It was a beautiful fantasy-like place that also allowed aerial and aquatic combat, which meant that players would need to adapt quickly in order to achieve victory. The commentators claimed that everyone was taking interest in the YSM team, seeing how they had changed their key players 3 months before the match. The coach was shocked that the runner could achieve a 100-meter jog in a mere 3 seconds. Lee Na-yeon was undoubtedly an incredible runner. The coach pointed out to the owner that Jae had also improved, but the girl who had never entered a match before was a real talent. Before asking how he had uncovered it, Yelp, who wanted to keep his scanner eyes a secret, stated that he simply observed her muscle development, along with other factors. And so, as the coach began to praise the eye that discovered Baek Jae-ho, Yelp urged him to focus on the players instead, who would need to run in different types of dungeons. Lee Na-yeon's performance would be greatly improved by a fixed running form, which would make her prepared for matches. And just like that, these passed in the blink of an eye, and only 50 were left until the match. In training, the little flea managed to steal many monsters from the enemy. Even so, she was so fast that her opponents were unable to keep up with her. And just like that, the thief escaped with no problems. The legendary hero was pleased by the performance of the girl and asked her opponents about their opinion. The opposing team claimed that they were losing focus and were infuriated that their hunting had become much slower. The protagonist then praised the player for her performance, and decided to teach her some trash talk in order to pressure the enemy even more. Despite the fact that she always accepted the compliments with a smile, the player couldn't help but feel anxious. The world #1 warrior, who owned her club, had promised to make her a key player, and yet she had a hard time believing that the lowest of the low like her could become a key player or even make it to the national team. She couldn't help but doubt his words. In fact, one could say that the girl was doubting her abilities, and just that anxiety began to eat her from the inside out. Only then did someone call out her name, Lee Na-tan. She was suddenly snapped back to reality, as the captain pointed out that she must be nervous. The flea began to panic, and clarified that she was calm, yet he claimed that there was no use hiding it, as it was only natural for her to feel fear in her first game. Some of her teammates claimed that they had felt the same in their first match as well. The captain explained that there was no shame in feeling anxious and that she should believe in herself. He claimed that since the #1 Esper had faith in her, she was certain to become the best thief in the game. And just like that, Lee Na-yeon was cheered up. The captain then pointed out to his team that they were trained by the legendary hero himself, and that they shouldn't let him down. And with that being said, he hyped them up while stating that they should execute the plan perfectly. As soon as the match began, YOSM split into 2 teams of 4, and 1 team of 3. The commentator then explained that YOSM must be using a special tactic, as one of the 3 groups skipped the hunting and made its way through the dungeon. The group of 3 was moving at an incredible speed. It didn't take them long to reach the enemy's side of the dungeon. Only then did the 3 of them stop moving. The group was now in a perfect position. Jo Seung-yu picked up a rock on the ground, claiming that it should do the trick. And with that being said, the boy began to use his objective transfer skill, and with that began the scouting process. This ability, which allows one to search for a target within a 3-kilometer radius, was perfect for recon, as it had a manual search engine to locate a receiver, and with that being said, he began the search. Movement was quickly detected. Jo Sung-ho had found a squad made up of 4 opponents, and was even able to recognize each one of them by name. Jo Sung-ho then informed the girl that the enemy was on the higher ground. With that being said, the flea went into position. She then braced herself before leaping forward. Lee Na-yeon achieved a high and graceful jump, only to then notice something nearby. The thief found herself in front of espers battling dragons. Na-yeon had successfully found the enemy. The girl then readied herself to stick the landing, before jumping into the air again. Right after, Lee Na-yeon was happy to see that none of the opposing players would be fast enough to catch her. Meanwhile, the 4 opponents didn't notice her, as they were too focused on the hunt. The tank urged his teammates to push forward, as the monsters were almost down. Only then was one of their targets ended by an arrow shot. The players found themselves pissed off as their kill had been stolen, but the tank urged his teammates to keep their minds on the hunt. He then proceeded to send Ji-wook in order to deal with the invading enemy. This one dashed toward the girl at high speed, and just before he could hit her with his blade, the strike missed its target as it landed on the ground. Ji-wook, who was surprised to see the opponent vanish, was told that he was looking in the wrong direction. The swordsman then turned his attention toward her, as she stole another kill by bombarding the monster with arrows. The swordsman was left quite annoyed and realized that he must predict where the killer thief would land in order to win, and so as soon as she was about to touch the ground, he decided to make his move. Lee Na-yeon kept on taunting the blade wielder, as she kept dodging his attacks. Ji-wook was left pissed off by the archer. Humaki claimed that he was too slow to hit her. The commentators pointed out how the flea was getting in the head of the enemy, and how no one was able to keep up with her speed. The archer then found herself with an empty quiver, thus she asked her partner for more ammo. The annoying kill thief, who had received arrows from Jo Sen-hyo, would keep on bullying the enemy, seeing how she was in possession of a continuous arrow supply, but just as the commentator pointed out that the ability of the support made him a key player, he noticed something intriguing. Jo Sen-hyo pulled out a book out of nowhere, and so as the boy told his partner to notify him if she ran out of ammo, all were left shocked as he began reading comics in the middle of the battle. A few weeks before the match, while the team was still training, despite the many efforts of the B team, its players found themselves unable to keep up. The kill thief, Ye, claimed the girl to be a natural rage baiter, and that would do wonders in the field. Her partner, on the other hand, was having a hard time finding hiding spots, meaning that it would take him some time before delivering the arrows. Yabe decided to keep Namgong Ji-hoon by his side at all times, as he had the right abilities and stats to act as a protector. At that moment, the boy found a hiding spot. He then picked up the quiver and transferred it to the girl. As he kept on doing this back and forth, the coach and the owner watched in intrigue. Ye wanted to know if the player would keep acting like a machine, so the coach confirmed, claiming that he had nothing else to do. The legendary hero explained that this scene was too boring, thus he decided to make the athlete adopt a funnier approach. For this reason, the boy began to read comics in the middle of the battlefield. His surroundings weren't peaceful either. The reading session of the supporter was happening in the middle of a battle. The commentators claimed this to be an intriguing scene, as Namgung Ji-hoon was doing his best to slay every young wyvern while his teammate relaxed on the ground. The crowd found this to be rather ridiculous, and were unable to believe that Inchin was struggling against this joke of a team. As soon as the thief notified her partner that she ran out of ammo, he quickly picked up a quiver and transferred it to her. After seeing this, the legendary hero couldn't help but burst out laughing. The woman realized that he was the one who had told the team to act as such, and so as the legendary hero began to show off, proud of his good eye for talent, the lady asked him to use his gifts to help her husband. Ye revealed that Zhang Bao had ignored his advice regarding replacing the son of the vice president with Choi Hyuk on the team. The woman explained that despite her husband being out of the house for his job, she was aware of a conflict between him and the boy in question, which intrigued the protagonist. Ye decided to put this matter aside, claiming that his friend should be more professional regarding his coaching career. Only then did the attention of these two turn towards the match once again. 2 additional players had joined the hunt for the flea, who was now in danger. Yet even with more players, they were still struggling to catch the thief. Her partner asked her to keep dodging the blows and flee by using a specific path. Na-yeon agreed. As the boy asked if she would be okay, the nervous girl confirmed. While the enemy was still on her tail, Na-yeon was now experiencing her first fight against an enemy team. Yet upon remembering the faith that the owner of the club had in her, as well as that of her teammates, the archer began to believe in herself. Upon remembering that their team was fighting in order not to disappoint Seo Moon-yabe, the girl realized that fleeing wasn't an option, and just like that she kept on evading the incoming blows. The flea jumped back as fast as possible. All were left greatly annoyed, as she began to call them out on their laughable speed. Na-yeon was running as fast as she could while a total of 6 espers desperately tried to eliminate her. Even so, her speed and jumping abilities allowed her to escape death many times. Everything was going according to the plan. Nyan had predicted that the opposing team wouldn't abandon the chase so easily. The opposing players were determined to get their hands on the kill thief at once, in order to stop wasting time and finally farm in peace. When suddenly, the girl stopped. She had nowhere left to run. The opponent asked her to take a look behind her. Nyan found herself on the edge of a cliff. They were so high up that even her jumping ability wouldn't allow her to land perfectly on her feet. The flea had no choice but to agree with the enemy. She shouted with a smile that she was now cornered and had nowhere to escape. The team was confused as she pointed out that they would certainly not spare her, only to then be surprised by an unexpected twist. Suddenly, the rest of USM appeared from behind a giant rock. As her allies landed on the platform, the thief playfully claimed that they would not spare them as well. Nyan claimed that the enemy was now doomed. All were left shocked by this, as no one had expected the USM athletes to appear from behind the rock. And just like that, Incheon, who couldn't hunt properly, was forced to face a team that took its sweet time farming. In other words, the red team had no way of fighting back. And so, as the 6 members were getting butchered, the remaining players of the thief rushed to assist them, yet it was pointless. And just like that, the team that scored the lowest on the leaderboard surprised everyone with its crushing victory. The commentators claimed that, in this entertaining match, they had discovered 2 new talented athletes. The players in question were the thief and her partner. As everyone was excited to witness their future games, just like that, Lee Nyan and Jo Sung-ho were bathed in admiration in their first match. Even so, the 2 surprised players had a hard time believing this. The girl that noticed something intriguing, as she turned to the owner of the club Yahello, recalled his words to her. He had fulfilled his promise, and the flea was now a key player. And so, upon receiving a thumbs up from the #1 esper in the world, the 2 young athletes couldn't help but be flattered. With that being said, round 1 ended with a crushing victory. No one had expected Yahello to win. This outcome was so surprising that it completely destabilized the enemy team. YSM used the same containment tactic as set 1, and the second round left Incheon powerless to fight back. And just like that, the team that was on the bottom of the leaderboard achieved a perfect win in both rounds. Everyone had already predicted who was to be nominated MVP. Lee Nyan claimed that she was honored by the title, and that she would like to thank the man who spotted her talent and taught her how to rob people. And just like that, the legendary hero was given credit for this victory. It was safe to say that this match had broken the internet, as comments showered the girl in praises for her outstanding performance. And despite the fact that the flea was the main center of attention, her equally important partner had also received his fair share of merit. On top of making 2 beginners superstars right away, this match was able to revive the Korean League. The legendary hero who created the strategy and discovered the thief and her partner also caught the eyes of the public. And just like that, his brilliance and hunch for discovering talented players shook the world once again. Some days after the match, the protagonist was asked if he had truly discovered the thief and her partner. Ye affirmed to Jaeho that he was telling the truth, and that he wouldn't lie in that matter, which the coach found logical. The hero then began to show off his good eye for talent, as his friend asked him if Lee Nyan and Jo Sung-ho could become an asset to the national team. For this reason, the protagonist urged him to focus on Cho Yuk first, who was refusing to become a tanker, yet Jaeho explained that he had convinced him. The boy explained to the coach that despite his desire to become a national player, his team was firmly against it, which the protagonist found to be a convincing explanation. Jaeho revealed that the Korean coaches despised him, as he was a stranger to the game yet entered the national team out of merit, so Jaeho criticized their tutoring performance. Jaeho expressed his desire to meet those so-called coaches and see if they would dare to criticize his methods. Yet Jaeho knew very well that they wouldn't dare to utter a word for fear of getting beaten up by the madman. The coach was then shocked, as his friend asked about the price of Cho Yuk. The club owner expressed his desire to buy this player. According to Gonggam News, Yesem had extended its win streak to 5, under the influence of the legendary hero. The thief became known as a force to be reckoned with, and she and her partner were now considered superstars in KB2. The coach happily showed the article to the hero, claiming that this was the first time ever that their team had won 5 matches with no defeats. With that, the man couldn't help but burst out in tears, as he had never expected the team to become so successful. Yeyu claimed that this wasn't that much of a feat, and asked about the team's previous record. After some hesitation, the coach revealed that it wasn't even 3, which pissed off the legendary hero, who began considering cutting the man. Choi Dongjun pointed out how Nayeon became a celebrity after her first match, and that the protagonist was right, seeing how surprisingly well she was performing. The man was then forced to apologize, as Yeyu recalled how he had doubted his decision to hire Jo Sung-ho and increase the speed of the girl. The legendary hero then explained that this wasn't the right time to celebrate. He explained that every team was now aware that Jo Sung-ho was the weak link of their strategy, and asked the coach's opinion regarding the matter. Dongjun, he claimed that they should prioritize his protection. He was then pretty pissed off by the arrogant owner, who claimed that he wasn't totally worthless after all. But the man quickly hid his anger as the hero looked his way. The owner then asked the coach to keep up the good work with the team. Even after the training of Jo Hoon and No Jung-won bore its fruits, Dongjun affirmed that he would. The protagonist explained that he was fond of his confidence, claiming that he expects a lot of victories. Upon learning that the owner wanted a win rate of 50%, the man was left utterly shocked. He couldn't help but shake, as the team that was already living its best days had only been able to achieve a 31% win rate so far, yet had no choice but to accept. The captain began to think of how 50% would have been impossible for the team in the past, yet was certain that the owner wasn't speaking recklessly. Despite this, the player knew that the one threatening to exercise his childhood trauma on the coach in case of failure was someone very tactical. No Jung-won was able to become an athlete due to the sponsorship he received from Henjun, and despite its new name, the captain of the team was happy to finally have a chance to repay it back. Ye Yu-men declared that since the entire team was in the restaurant, it wouldn't be right to simply bully the coach. Thus, he required the attention of all who were present in order to make an announcement. The legendary hero explained that he would invest more in the promising team if they managed to raise their win rate to 50%, and as he asked if he had been understood, all players confirmed while clapping their hands. Ye Yu-up then decided to take his leave and urged the coach not to send him off, as he disliked this custom. Once outside, the owner began to think about how he needed more players. The object transfer and scouting abilities of Jo Sung-go were limited to 3 kilometers, and if the enemy focused on him and took him out, his partner would be useless. Ye Yu-up was well aware that if their strategy was countered, the glorious days of the team would be over. The legendary hero wanted to incorporate more diversity into the team and have enough players to run 11-on-11 training matches. He knew that the previous candidate just wanted to be claimed by him and began to wonder about a new way to scout. As the team's new sponsors provided the funds, and just as the protagonist began to think about getting Choi Hyuk, he suddenly received a text. Ye Yu-up was advised to look into the youth minor leagues, as despite many talented players having been scouted, there might still be some undiscovered talent. The protagonist was happy that Jae-yu was finally being useful for once. He then stated that he could start looking into the high schoolers once the second half of the year begins. Ye-SM peaked at 6 wins, just like the protagonist had predicted. The opposing teams used tactics in order to counter the dynamic duo, yet as the morale of the team was lowering, its captain took things in hand, allowing new strategies independent of Ye Yu-up's tactics to see the light. And so the team that was ranked last place among 20 teams kept climbing and scored 10 wins and 8 defeats. Ye-SM managed to become ranked 9th before slightly dropping to rank 11 at the end of the season. The win rate of the team was over 55%. With that being said, summer finally arrived, and with it the opportunity to look for new players. One day, in front of the Battlefield Club of Yangmyung High School, a crowd was gathered. The Battlefield coach of the school, Kim Jung-moon, greeted the legendary hero, who explained that he was here as a club owner. Ye-up revealed that he didn't have any specific characteristics in mind, and asked to roam the place, so the coach offered to give him a tour. Once inside, Ye-up was surprised to see how well equipped the high school club was. Only then did he notice something intriguing. Ye-up spotted a player nearby that seemed talented. The coach explained that he wasn't surprised by his good eye for talent, but revealed that the young man had already been scouted by a first league team. Ye-up was irritated and disappointed that such an average esper had already been swooped up. The legendary hero wanted a young man with a stat average of 90 and an overpowered ability, yet doubted that anyone would live up to his standard. Yet as he was immersed in his attempt to find treasure among the trash, the coach snapped him back to reality, and so began the tour of the facility. Kim showed the protagonist every player present in the building. Ye-up found himself annoyed, as the task was harder than it seemed. Seeing how all of the talented high schoolers had already been scouted, he couldn't help but be pissed off at the big teams that swoop up every player, just like fishermen with nets would do. Only then did someone arrive while apologizing for the delay. The coach was happy to see Beom arrive, and asked him if he was studying well for his entrance exam. Only then did the young man notice the legendary hero in front of him. Ye-up was curious about this one, and decided to analyze him with his scanner eyes, only to be left quite surprised. When asked if he ditched the sword for the books regularly, Beom confirmed, explaining that with his weak skills he had a better chance to enter college than a pro team. The protagonist was intrigued to see that no one had tried to scout the young man until now. Beom then revealed himself to be a fan of the legendary hero, who offered to shake hands. The young man was worried, as this one was known for beating up his admirers, so Ye-up explained that he gets a pass. The protagonist then revealed to the boy that he wanted him on his team. Beom, who had now been analyzed by scanner eyes, was left shocked by this. Ye-up was amazed to stumble upon the ability of shadow walking. This skill increases the walking speed of the user in the shadows, and even allows him to use them as camouflage with enough control. And so, while the owner of this ability was left utterly confused, Ye-up was certain that it would make wonders in the Korean League. Thus he immediately invited Beom to UISM, as getting him before the other teams was a must. Beom appreciated the offer but asked the club owner how he could decide so fast, as they had just met. In order to keep his eyes a secret, Ye-up claimed that he had seen one of the boys' matches, only for this one to reveal that he had never gotten up from the bench. The legendary hero realized that he had messed up, so in order to save himself, he claimed that he had researched the boy, seeing how he wondered how someone like him could be a bencher. Yahyup explained that the high schooler had hidden potential that he was unable to see. Biome stated that the protagonist must have the wrong person, as he was weak, slow, and had a pitiful ability. Yahyup explained that he had the ability to see potential, while giving some of his players as examples, which made the boy point out how incredible this is. When asked about it, Yahyup revealed that the most special thing about the athlete was his skill. Yahyup revealed that he had enough experience to know that the boy wasn't well acquainted with his power, as this one explained that it makes him faster in the shadows. According to Biome, his powers were useless. Yahyup explained that power reflects the wielder, and that his shadowy power must reflect his lack of confidence and desire to be seen. Despite being unable to burst his bubble, the legendary hero explained that, with some work, the ability of the boy can gain in power. He claimed that it could be seen as a one-time evolution. Yahyup then offered the young man a 2-year contract, before adding 3 more if he found himself comfortable living as a player. The legendary hero then decided to add a 300 million won compensation to the contract, as Biome was left utterly shocked. The protagonist explained that this sum should perfectly make up for the 2 years he would have wasted outside of college. Thus, as the boy claimed that he needed to ask his mother, the protagonist decided to take him to see her at once. He then urged him to get on the motorcycle, before starting to drive at high speed like a maniac. Yoon Biome signed a 2-year contract that is open to extensions, with a 55 million won bonus, 35 million won in annual income, as well as 300 million won in compensation. Yahyup was left so greatly pleased by this, that he began to hope that he might find more players to join his team. For this reason, the adult was eager to visit the next school. Yet upon arriving, he was shocked to learn that all the players had already been scouted. Even so, he decided not to give up, as there were still many schools on his list. Thus, as he traveled from high school to high school, only to be met with a constant absence of talented players, the annoyed legendary hero finally reached the last establishment. Yahyup decided to make this school his last stop. Shortly after, he was left pretty pissed off that the player he was here for refused to become an athlete. Choi Jungmin, a player with the skill observation that allows him to locate the weaknesses of his targets, revealed that he doesn't think professionally about Battlefield. The teacher explained to the hero that the young man, with good attributes and decent ability, was refusing to go pro, despite the many offers that were made to him. Choi Jungmin, who had asked about his parents' opinion, explained that they claimed he was wasting his talents and missing out on a good life. As the young man claimed that he wanted to live his life as he pleased, the protagonist realized that he was talking with a flawed boy. Upon hearing this, he revealed that he aimed to become an author. He realized that he was dealing with an artistic kid. This made the legendary hero think for a short moment. Ye Tian explained to the confused Choi Yuk that he was the one and only legendary hero who saved the human race from extinction back in 2005. He pointed out that the biography that was published back then was outdated and offered that the students rewrite it. Choi Jungmin began to see the potential of this book, as its protagonist explained that it would make a great dark fantasy. The boy was left particularly intrigued as Yo offered to tell him about the last dungeon that he had been keeping secret until now. The protagonist explained that he would only permit this if the boy entered his team. The boy immediately took the bait, leaving Yo quite pleased. Just like that, the club owner secured himself a player with the 160 million signing bonus and the 55 million annual income for the next 3 years. It was only natural for this high schooler to be more expensive than the previous one, seeing how many clubs wanted him and his great ability. Choi Jungmin then gathered his courage and addressed the protagonist, claiming that he had a question for him, so our hero affirmed that he was all ears. The boy wanted to know how Yo was free of weaknesses. It was the first time that Choi Jungmin had met someone this powerful. He revealed that when he laid eyes on the French team, all of them possessed some kind of hole in their defenses. Unlike the protagonist, Yop explained that he was one of a kind, so the boy stated that he should become a player instead of a club owner. Yop stated that it should have been obvious, and that the charity match loathed taking the lives of humans. After fulfilling the curiosity of the young man, he urged him to get back inside and wait for a call from their team. With that being said, the legendary hero decided to tackle the most important matter at hand. Yop called Jayo, who asked him if he had had any luck during his player hunt. The coach, who explained that all talented kids would usually be scouted by summer, was surprised to hear that his friend had found 2 players. Jayo was even more intrigued, as it seemed like Yop, who called to let him know that he would be home late, was eager to get his hands on Cho Yop. The protagonist wanted to see the player in person in order to have a chat. When asked about the location of this meeting, he stated that it was obvious. That night, at Sangsong Spritz clubhouse, the protagonist decided to pay its coach a visit. As the security tried to forbid him from entering, he recalled a similar situation that he encountered back at the Blue House. Upon recalling how he had beaten up many guards while seeking the president back in the day, the guards of the clubhouse asked for permission to notify the owners before letting him enter, which Ye Yu didn't mind. Just like that, the guards stepped aside to protect their coach. As he made his way through the fancy clubhouse, our hero couldn't help but admire the fancy training field as well as the shiny new buildings. Yayu realized that this club was far wealthier than the one that he owned, but tried to console himself by claiming that his could be used for many activities. He then realized that it was only good for hiking, seeing how it was high in the mountains. Suddenly, he was approached by someone. This man was Kim Jin-tae, the head of this club, who rushed to the scene after being notified of the presence of the protagonist. Seeing how this one referred to himself as Yae, Yayu realized that he was there for finding and selling players. As the club owner revealed, Choi Dongjun was in charge of such tasks in his club. The man claimed that the one in question must be really talented. The annoyed Yayu stated that this statement wouldn't even pass as a joke. Kim Jin-tae was aware that he needed to be worried at all times, as no one knew when Yayu would get angry and have another episode. Our protagonist was shocked to see that the head of the club knew that he was there. He was here to meet the coach. He was also aware of his intention to recruit Choi Hyuk. Everyone knows that Yayu recommended Choi Hyuk as a tanker, but Coach Choi Moon-sung, in an act of rebellion, refused to let him switch. Seeing how the meeting between the protagonist and the said coach would only result in disaster, the head of the club offered to negotiate with him instead. Yayu repeated his words a second time and urged the man to take him to the coach. And just like that, the fat one had no choice but to comply. Shortly after, in the coach's office, Seomoon Yayu introduced himself to Choi Moon-sung and explained that he was here to address official matters. But as he shook the hand of the man he still hadn't threatened, he was surprised to see him trembling. Only then did our hero realize something. He realized that the man in front of him was rather familiar, and that he must have seen him somewhere else before. As a player, the hero asked if he was acquainted with the coach. The protagonist was intrigued by his presence, so this one introduced himself as Yeom Ji-hook, the captain of this team, who had been suddenly called here by the coach, and as the one with the mustache claimed that he should stay aware of the situation of his peers, the bald one knew very well that he was here to protect the coach. The legendary hero decided to brush this matter off, yet for some reason he couldn't stop staring oddly at the coach. As Yop was now certain that he had encountered the coach before, this one began to panic. The one with the mustache began to sweat, and claimed that the protagonist, who meets a lot of people on the regular, must be confusing him with someone else. But as our hero insisted, the man reminded him that they were here to discuss the contract of a player, and as it seemed like the protagonist finally remembered, the man was left startled. But as it turned out, the legendary hero was still trying to remember. The coach affirmed that they had never seen each other before, yet Yuriwop kept on trying to remember. As the poor man urged him to stop trying to recall bad memories, and as the mustache man urged him to just give up, it all came back to the protagonist. The coach was left stunned, as the maniac finally remembered him. Yuriwop explained that he would never forget those who had irritated him in the dungeons. Our protagonist got quickly angry as he remembered the man as the annoyance from the 1993 Temple of Vengeful Spirit. Yuriwop began to wonder why he had spared the coach, whom he had sworn to kill back then. Upon learning that the legendary hero had returned, the man began to grow his mustache, yet tried to hide himself from the madman. Choi Moon-sung wanted the protagonist to forget about 1993. For the first time in history, 200 espers had gathered in front of the unconquered gate of the Vengeful Spirit Temple, in front of the station at the capital. The leader of this army was deemed an 18-year-old genius who wanted to adopt a safe strategy to protect his men, especially the weak ones, from the traps. When suddenly someone opposed this command, one of the warriors proposed to stop wasting time with complicated plans and just finish things up quickly by overwhelming the dungeon with their numbers. A 24-year-old Choi Moon-sung claimed that the young one was being overestimated for his good reputation, and claimed that he should lead in his place. And so, as the redhead kept on babbling, Jin-tae desperately tried to hold back the young maniac that was Ye. Park Jin-tae reminded the boy that their priority was to conquer the dungeon, which is why they needed to focus on the plan. With that being said, the protagonist promised to settle his score with the swordsman once the dungeon was conquered. Yet Choi Moon-sung was unable to take him seriously, and decided to go against this plan, as he was convinced that he was powerful enough to clear this dungeon. Once inside the Temple of the Vengeful Spirits, the humans were quickly attacked by the golems. Yehub urged the forces to proceed slowly, and let the main unit attack the monsters while the rotating tanks protected them. When suddenly the unexpected happened, Choi Moon-sung charged right ahead, claiming that they would never beat the dungeon if they progressed this slowly. Distortion claimed that they shouldn't need an 18-year-old to lead them, only to then step on a moving tile. At that moment, the redhead realized that he had messed up. He recalled the words of the protagonist regarding this dungeon being filled with traps, and just like that, giant boulders came flying from the ceiling, and just as the swordsman thought that he was about to meet his end, he was pulled away at the last minute, and saved from a crushing death. Just like that, the path of the adventurers had been blocked, and they had no choice but to retreat, and take one of the longer roads. Choi Moon-sung was left shocked, as a menacing presence appeared behind him. Shock quickly turned into fear, as the maniac asked for a private conversation once outside of the dungeon. Back then, Choi Moon-sung received a beating so brutal that he still trembles to this day upon remembering it. Thus, he decided to keep acting as if the legendary hero was confusing him with someone else. So Yeyup asked for a private conversation. Seeing how scared the man had gotten, the protagonist tried to reassure him. Yet as Yop claimed that he would never try to settle a grudge that started back in the 90s, Choi Moonsung wasn't so sure about that. The protagonist then asked the other two to exit the room, but revealed that he didn't mind talking in front of them. With that being said, the one with the mustache was now left cornered, so he asked the head and the captain of the team to leave them alone. As soon as they exited the place, the menacing Ye pointed out how Choi Moonsung was the loudmouth from back then, who ignored his orders. He pointed out how his insubordination added an extra 9 hours to the raid back then. The coach had no choice but to admit the truth, claiming that he was once immature in a past that they should forget. Despite that, he was older than Yabe by 6 years. Choi Moonsung then pointed out how he had received the beating of his life from the protagonist, as soon as they exited the dungeon. Yabe claimed that he didn't remember this part, so the man angrily affirmed that this lash of anger was the only reason Yabe spared him. So, as the coach proposed a new start, the protagonist agreed, claiming that it would be wrong to beat him over an old mistake. But as Yabe stated that he had every right to assault him because of a new one, the coach was left frightened. Yabe, who decided to forgive the man for his past mistakes, was now planning on punishing him for one that he had made in the present. And so, as the maniac cheerfully rushed to beat his elderly opponent, claiming that he would hold back, the coach was left horrified. He then demanded an explanation, so the legendary hero revealed that his sin was to oppose the position change of Choi Hyuk. Even so, Yabe commended the man for his bravery, as he had opposed the position switch despite being aware of the one behind it. So the coach tried to argue that the player was perfect as a proximity dealer. As the club owner pointed out how he was badmouthing him and Jae-ho, the man was relieved and asked about the second method. Jae-ho revealed that he would tell the reporters about the incident of 1993 in order to tarnish the reputation of the coach. Upon hearing this, the coach threatened to sue the legendary Esper, who was immune to the law. The legendary Esper found this laughable and dared Choi to take things to court, as he promised to personally track him down. With that, the coach asked the club owner what his main purpose was. Jae-ho revealed that he was here to buy Choi Hyuk. As the hero pointed out that the player's contract would end soon, the coach stated that he would extend it to prevent the career ruiner from taking the player. Yet Jae-ho affirmed that Choi Moon-sung was the real career ruiner here, as he refused to let the boy live up to his true potential in order to satisfy his hatred. With that being said, the coach had no choice but to accept, while thinking that he had many proximity dealers to replace Choi Hyuk, and so the coach demanded a 1.2 billion won transfer fee. The protagonist found this amusing. He claimed that the coach, who was working in a rich club, was trying to hustle a poor club owner such as himself. He then revealed that he had gotten the sudden urge to strike the coach down, but promised to spare his life for the right discount. At that moment the coach began to panic. He was certain that the one he couldn't help but see as a monster would surely live up to his threats. As he lowered the transfer fee to 1 billion won, Yae wasn't satisfied. The coach went down to 500 million won, yet this wasn't enough to ensure his own safety. In the end, he couldn't take the pressure any longer, and lowered the transfer fee to 100 million won. Choi Moon-sung claimed that with this fee, the protagonist should bury any tension left between them, and so as the club owner agreed, the coach stated that he would consider this a promise. With that being said, the redhead assumed himself to be out of danger, yet little did he know, the real Seyumun Yeyu was far pettier than the monster he had in his head. Some days later, at YSM, the young man finally arrived. Our protagonist welcomed Choi Hyuk, the new tanker on his team, who was to be paid 600 million annually, according to his 5-year contract. It was then explained to the public that coach Choi Dongjun bought Choi Hyuk from his old club with a final transfer fee of 50 million won. Later on, in front of the player contracts, Yae began to think of how, despite all of his efforts, he was still 4 players short of acquiring a team of 22 athletes. At that moment, Hae-yoon arrived home. She quickly noticed her uncle, whom she had rarely seen recently, and rushed to check his work. The uncle then explained that his niece was the busy one, seeing how, according to her mother, she was barely home these days. Only then did he notice the book in her hands. Upon reading the title, the protagonist assumed that it must be filled with easy French lessons. Yae began to tease Hae-yoon by claiming that 2021 was really wonderful, as it even had books for the mentally challenged. Seeing how hard the French was, the girl urged her uncle to come with her to France. Upon hearing this, the protagonist was intrigued. Later on, Jake Rand, the European agent, explained that the only thing left for the girl's contract to be complete was to complete the physical test in Paris. After the first half of the season, the athlete who switched her position became the MVP of the league and was praised as the #1 proximity leader. The Moro brothers, who had their eye on her for a while, immediately invited the girl to their club. Hae-yeon had now signed the contract with Paris Lumiere and was about to start her journey in the European League. After realizing why his niece wanted to learn French, the uncle realized that he had been too busy to take care of her, yet was reassured, as her agent was worthy of trust. After completing the negotiation with the athlete, the agent decided to turn to the club owner. He revealed that the Moro brothers had invited the protagonist to their club, and seeing how confused he was, Jake explained to Yeojip that they wanted him as a translator for the girl, and also aimed to give him a present. At that moment, the legendary hero remembered how the brothers, who still had their advanced weapon workshop, claimed themselves to be long-term admirers, and promised him a tailored weapon. As the Korean claimed that they must want to give him the weapon, the agent explained that this was the best they could do to attract him to Paris. Yeojip claimed that he was too busy with his club to think about traveling, so Jake offered a helping hand. The hero realized that asking someone as important as him would be beneficial, and revealed that YOSM currently lacked money and players. He was then particularly intrigued, as the agent proposed extending his scouting to Paris. Jake explained that Korea allowed a max of 5 foreign players per team, and that since France was more invested in the game, he might scout a decent athlete there. He then pointed out that observing the French league would greatly benefit the legendary hero as a club owner, and so after giving it some thought, Yeojip realized that this idea was genius. And just like that, the Koreans got on the plane. Later on, at the international airport of Charles de Gaulle in Paris, the plane finally landed. Yeojip, Haeyeon, and her mother finally set foot on French soil. The lady explained that she hadn't been in Paris for a long time, and wished that her husband could have come along with them. Yeojip explained that his fellow hero was too busy with work, and that they should just let him watch over the house while they figured out a good place for Haeyeon to stay. Yet as soon as they arrived at the airport, the Koreans were quickly spotted by the French media. The legendary hero couldn't be more annoyed, as reporters always acted like parasites, regardless of the country. Only then did the bald egg behind the commotion appear. Yeojip accused the man of bringing the reporters, and demanded to know why an owner would personally welcome a player, making him reveal that he was the player manager. The egg then explained that the spotlight could only be beneficial to their new Korean recruit, which our hero couldn't deny. The legendary hero quickly realized that he was dealing with a sly man, as this one urged him to answer some questions on camera. For the sake of his niece, the reporter asked the legendary hero regarding his opinion of his first trip in 2021. He revealed that he was here as a tourist instead of a warrior, which left him pleased. He was then asked whether he was here due to a personal friendship with the Moro brothers, or to become one of their players. Yeojip revealed that he had actually rejected their offer, and was only here for the sake of his niece. One of the questions shocked the protagonist, as he was asked if he would be seeing Eric Thurman, who was one of his fellow heroes. From what he had heard from Joho, Yeojip was aware that Eric had gotten married, and was now living in the countryside of France. Yet since his stay in France would be short-term, he couldn't afford to pay him a visit, but would gladly meet him if he was here in Paris. Upon seeing on the television that, according to the legendary hero, Eric was a simpleton, who might have gotten scammed and lost all of his money, the man in question, who was now unemployed, couldn't help but spill his coffee. Eric, who was one of the 7 heroes, was shocked to see that their leader was in France. Thus he decided not to waste any more time, and immediately dived into the sea. He explained to his friend that they would have to go on their fishing trip another time, as he needed to rush back to France. The one with white hair was left utterly shocked, as they were currently in the middle of the Atlantic. Meanwhile, at the clubhouse of Paris Lumiere, the brothers were excited to see that the legendary hero was finally visiting their club. At that moment, the brothers asked their visitor once again to sign with them, yet Yep claimed that the competent Haeyeon should give them everything they need, which the French didn't doubt. With that being said, the brothers offered the protagonist to take their physical test. And so, as they began to demand many profitable things like his signature, his presence at an exhibition, or even the right to film him, Yep was left annoyed. Thus he urged the French to stop, just as they had expected. Shortly after came the time to proceed with the physical test of Haeyeon. In the control room, the French asked the girl via his translator if she was all right, which she confirmed. With that being said, they decided to commence the test. Baek Haeyeon was tasked with terminating all spawning monsters, and as it was explained that she only had 60 seconds, the girl began to move quickly. She used her incredible speed in order to dodge the monsters, and before they could even try to keep up, Haeyeon unleashed her power. She then resorted to her whip and sword in order to terminate all the monsters. And just like that, the athlete completed the test in 22 seconds. As the girl asked her mother and uncle about her performance, both affirmed that she did incredibly well. Haeyeon claimed that she was practicing regularly, as the club owner, who was blown away by her performance, rushed to sign her up. It wasn't a surprise for Yeyu to see his niece exceed all expectations, as even at 24 years old she still had some room to improve. Despite knowing that she did well because of his instruction, the protagonist realized that the coaches of Lumiere would take good care of her. Despite the fact that the girl needed to improve her skill and aura, the legendary hero theorized that she had the necessary talent to become a key player. He also knew that the brothers were extremely lucky to sign his niece for a mere 5.6 billion won. Only then did someone enter the room, asking about the protagonist. Haeyeon and her mother were both surprised to see this handsome figure arrive. There was no mistaking who this player was. That person was among the top 3 of Battlefield. Ye was intrigued by this one player, who rivaled Prime Jeho in terms of speed. The elite player Nathan Bernard was also a member of the Paris Lumiere team. The protagonist had no idea he would meet this man, so suddenly, and just like that, Seomu Yeop and Nathan Bernard were now face to face. Back in 2005, after that, the 7 heroes closed the gate of the final dungeon. And after the war finally reached its end, many espers abandoned their weapons, yet their kind was brought back to the spotlight once again, with the rise of Battlefield. Shortly after, only one topic inhabited the mind of everyone. All wanted to know who would become the successor of the legendary hero, as the #1 warrior. As Battlefield became the most popular sport, the public presented many names that could be worthy of the crown, yet only one player was always included in the debates. This man was the #1 of the French national team, and the star player of his club was also nominated Player of the Year, 3 times in a row. This man was none other than Nathan Bernard. The brothers were shocked to see their star player in the facility on his day off. So Nathan explained that he was here to see the legendary hero, Yeop. Yeop was intrigued by the gaze of the blonde Frenchman. Nathan claimed that he also wanted to greet his new teammate. Heikith and did her best to say hello in French. The girl then asked her mother if she had understood a word Nathan had said, yet she was distracted by his blue eyes. Nathan then explained that it was an honor to meet Seomon Yeop. Our hero quickly noticed that this man was more polite than Walker, and was still intrigued by the look in his eyes. And just as the protagonist decided to treat him with respect, as he was the new teammate of his niece, he noticed something intriguing. At first our hero thought that he was being attacked, but just as he was about to fight back, he was shocked as the young man was going in for a hug. Yeop couldn't help but panic, as Nathan was being too emotional for him. The legendary hero, who hadn't been caught off guard in a long time, received a warm welcome from Nathan. And just as the French player wanted to introduce himself, Yeop explained that he had seen him on video before praising his skills. Nathan, once flattered to see his childhood hero compliment him, explained that he was still far from his level. Yeop realized that this young man, with his insane stats and skill, was truly worthy of his praise. The only thing that wasn't particularly exceptional about Nathan was his maximum stamina. He was also intrigued by his powerful ability, known as alter ego, which allows him to split into 2 connected copies, each of which has a fraction of his aura. Yeop noticed that the young man, who still had room to become stronger, had the potential to even surpass Prime Joro, and seeing how his skills were highly technical, if they could be combined well with his alter ego, even his weak stat, his stamina, was still higher than the average First Division tanker in Korea. Yeop began to wonder about the performance of Bernard against Walker, who possessed great strength, stamina, and maximum speed. And just as he began to think that he would pay to see the two of them fight, he realized something horrifying. Yeop finally understood why the public likes Battlefield, as it allows them to satisfy their curiosity regarding who is the strongest Esper. Bernard, who spoke the name of Walker first, explained that the tanker had been continuously praising the hero after meeting him, despite their conflict at first. Yeop revealed that he didn't consider his encounter with Walker a fight, but more of a tutoring session instead. As Bernard was left shocked, the protagonist explained that he had taught Walker about humility, and gave him advice worth $10 million. Bernard was shocked to hear that things had been wrapped up quickly between the two of them, so Yeop stated that it was all over the news. The Moro brothers explained that the news didn't announce the winner. The protagonist explained how it was his victory, despite sparing the man. As Bernard asked the legendary hero if he could truly take on Walker alone, he didn't understand why they were so surprised that he could rival another human. The brothers finally realized why Walker had returned home stronger than ever, as he had received help from a man he had once hated. They then claimed that the legendary hero had allowed a potential opponent to grow in strength. Thus they began to sing his praises, as he was the only one who would do something so bold. And so, while the legendary hero was blinded by the 2 shiny eggs in front of him, Bernard began to think of how he managed to take down the star tanker and match the quick player, who always avoided confronting Walker on his own. The main reason for this was that, in matches, fights between a tanker and a proximity dealer were discouraged. Yet even then, Bernard wasn't sure about his victory. With that, he began to wonder about the strength of the legendary hero, who desperately tried to free himself from the club owners. Back then, the young man thought that he couldn't fight the legend, as it was presumed dead, but now, he was eager to try and take it on. Yeyu began to think of how Bernard must have stolen the hearts of many ladies with his blue eyes, and so, he decided to warn his niece about him, only for her to claim that he wasn't to her taste. The mother appeared out of nowhere and asked her daughter about her type. Haejeon revealed that she had a soft spot for hot-headed men, thugs. As the protagonist began to think about whether he knew any barbaric maniac who matched his niece's taste, he failed to notice how she was looking at him. The girl's mother tried to claim that this type only attracts problems, but Haejeon explained that they achieve great feats. As the mother tried to convince her daughter to go for a man like her father, Haejeon quickly closed the matter, claiming that her love life was private. Despite the fact that only Walk popped up in the hero's mind when thinking about vulgar barbarians, he wouldn't let this man date his niece. Later on, Haejeon decided to go on a shopping spree with her mother, and promised to get him something nice. Bernard Leah assured the protagonist that he would escort the ladies, without knowing that he was the one the protagonist was. Even so, due to the Brand One's intervention, Yeyu was spared from shopping, As the brother suggested going to visit the workshop, his eyes quickly began to sparkle as the time to receive his gift finally arrived. Later on, at the weapon factory, as the brothers gave him a tour of the place, Yahello began to observe the workers. He realized that this environment was healthy, as even when the owners were around, the workers remained unfazed. The owners of the club then showed our hero the weapons crafted in this workshop. One blade quickly caught Yahello's attention. The legendary hero, who had used countless types and tiers of weapons, found this sword worthy of praise. The brothers perfectly expected Yahello immediately recognize a weapon of good quality. With the arrival of the battlefield, the weapon industry was reignited, and despite the hardships, the Moro brothers turned this workshop into the #1 worldwide. Despite the fact that they only wanted to protect the blacksmiths that worked under them at first, they were able to make a fortune in their hardest time. As the hero began to think that those destined for success couldn't fail, they revealed that for this reason they were able to make him good weapons. The brothers were glad that they could finally present their gift to the protagonist. With the press of a button, the vault was quickly opened, revealing some sticks under the name of the legendary hero. Yahello quickly recognized those as spears. While the brothers urged him to give them a try, our hero was unable to find the button that extended them. So the manufacturers explained that the spear runs on aura. He began to power his aura into it, allowing the weapon to finally unfold. The club owners claimed that these spears were better than the hero's old weapons, as they were made by master craftsmen using the best quality materials. They also explained that it didn't matter that these weapons were more fragile than the old ones in real life, as they would only be used inside the virtual world. As he closed the spear using aura, the protagonist found this logical, as his days in real-life dungeons were over. The brothers then claimed that this weapon could stay with the protagonist for life, if cared for properly. Yahello couldn't help but feel bad, as he was taking this miracle of technology as a present. So the Moro brothers explained that despite this weapon having been tailor-made for him, he won't be the only one to use it. Yahello was left quite shocked as he learned that the brothers intended to sell countless copies of the spear used by the legendary hero. The protagonist couldn't help but feel scammed, as he discovered that the brothers were using him to sponsor their new product. At that moment they explained to him that if things worked out well for them, he would receive a generous fee. The brothers promised an annual payment of 2 billion won, as well as an extra 4.1 billion won each time he decided to use their product in a match. With that being said, the French asked the Korean about his opinion regarding this deal. The warrior and our protagonist tried refusing the offer, but his club owner side forced him to quickly accept this lucrative offer. As he signed the contract, the brothers asked him if he had read the whole thing. They then reminded him of the article that forbids him from discarding the weapon. As the protagonist claimed that he didn't mind it, to his shock, they brought up the fact that he isn't labeled as a player. The brothers then explained to him that only registered players were allowed to carry weapons. As he tried to argue that he had immunity, the hero was left shocked upon learning that immunity doesn't apply to customs. Yahello explained that he would like to avoid forcing his way into Korea with these spears in order to avoid the wrath of customs. And the president reassured him that there was a simple solution. They explained that since he was restricted from carrying the weapon with him, he had to register as a player. Later on, mother and daughter came back from their shopping spree with a gift for the uncle, only to find him completely defeated. Haeyeon asked the legendary hero about his problems. Earlier that day, when he was asked to become a player, the brothers clarified that he should register at the Korean Battlefield Association, before doing the same at the international organization. They explained that since the registration process was in the hands of the international association, the protagonist could register in Korea while in France. The brothers said they could send one of their staff to execute the process, as the protagonist had already created his avatar, which made things even simpler. As the legendary hero lashed out at the club owners upon realizing that they had planned all of this, they urged him to take it easy. Yet the madman was having a hard time containing his anger. Yahello began fighting the urge to scramble the eggs, who claimed that their bargaining talents allowed them to succeed, despite him being wary at all times. They then explained that there was no downside to becoming a player, only advantages, and that Yahello was bound to lose regardless of his choice. The brothers then explained that they would never harm their idol, for whom they had a collection room where they had stored his previous car, the vanity necklace he had won, and the diary he had given up on the 5th day, which they had bought at an auction. With that, Yahello was left boiling with anger, as he was forced to ask for an employee. Yahello was baffled by the fact that he was forced to become a player when he only planned to enter matches in case he needed money. The girl began to congratulate her uncle on becoming an athlete. Yahello couldn't help but be heard by her praises. Yahello explained that he wouldn't be forced to play matches, but the thought of losing to the Moro brothers enraged him. As they suddenly asked him to become one of their players, he quickly threatened them. Haeyeon revealed that she would like to see him join Paris Lumiere, so she could fight by his side, just like her father did. So the legendary hero clarified that what she considered long ago was yesterday for him. Only then did someone point out how the protagonist had gotten new spheres. This was none other than Nathan, who asked our hero to test them out. Nathan, who was on vacation, then said to train 2 times a week, as the next season was near, and that they had practice tomorrow morning. With that being said, Nathan urged his childhood hero to practice with them. Yavis realized that the young man wasn't even trying to hide his intentions. He couldn't help but be interested in Bernard, and thus accepted his invitation. As the next day dawned at the clubhouse, the players of Paris Lumiere were all gathered. Haemun was extra motivated for her first practice with the team. Her uncle asked her to take it easy, as she wouldn't look cool if she seemed overexcited. He explained that she took after her father, who was so anxious during his first mission that he fainted after 10 minutes, which made the girl laugh. And just as the legendary hero pointed out that everyone was relaxed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. All the players noticed that Seo Moon-ye was in the room. They began to whisper about how he was immortal and the strongest of all, as well as how the Moro brothers had actually managed to drag him here. Yet one player stood silent. Haeyeon, who couldn't understand French, realized that they were all whispering about her uncle, and motivated herself by recalling that she was related to 2 heroes. Only then did a big tall black dude approach the protagonist. Yaebu stood on his guard while the player introduced himself as the main tanker of the team, Chichi Lucas, and just as the legendary hero thought that the player was here to fight, he asked him to sign his jersey. And so, after granting the wish of the giant fan, Yaeyu asked him to look over his niece, which he accepted to do while being overjoyed by the autograph. Our protagonist realized that this tanker was a kind soul and wanted to tell his niece to get closer to him. The main reason for this was his incredible stats. On top of having most of his attributes over 90, Lucas had a recovery skill as well as a defensive ability. Yaeyu realized that despite Nathan being the number 1 on the team, this player was just as powerful. He realized that the marketing must not do Chichi justice, as he had the potential to become one of the strongest players, and he even surpassed Nathan in speed. Yaeyu realized that this young man could also play as a proximity dealer. He was also intrigued by his green blessing skill. Seeing how this power didn't concern fighting, he began to assume that the tall one was a plant enthusiast. Bernard then asked the protagonist if he had already met Chichi Lucas. The blonde one explained that his tall friend was amazing. On top of being a player, he was managing a charity foundation dedicated to forest protection. Thus, after understanding why the tall one had a plant-related ability, the protagonist asked Bernard why he seemed so happy today. The young man explained that he was unable to hide his joy, as his dream was about to be realized. Bernard revealed that he had always wanted to surpass the legendary hero. Seeing how he was part of the next wave of espers, the Frenchman explained that he idolized Seo Moon-ye, but also considered him a wall to bypass. When he was young, he would look at the statue of the protagonist, whom he thought had perished inside the final dungeon. For this reason, Bernard thought that he could never have a chance to fight him head-on. But as it turned out, the legendary hero managed to come back alive. And so, as our hero stated that Bernard must want to defeat him, the boy explained that he had every right to dream. Bernard stated that he would keep on trying, and that he would spare no effort in today's battle. Upon hearing this, the spearman couldn't help but smile. Only then did someone make a flashy entrance. The coach of the team, Dubois Guffin, introduced himself to the protagonist as he arrived with the club owners. He immediately proposed dividing the teams. The man explained that normally, for training matches, the players were divided between Team Chichi and Team Nathan. But since they were graced with the presence of the legendary hero, the match would pit his team against that of Nathan. Leope then asked Dubois if he split the teams based on their positions and skills, only for him to deny it. As he claimed their club had a precise technique to divide the players, Yaeyu decided to learn it, as it could be beneficial for his YSM. So the coach revealed how teams were divided, by a game of rock paper scissors. The team of the protagonist included him, Lucas, as well as his friends, along with some other side characters. As for Nathan, he had 10 of his trustworthy teammates to help him. And so, with the teams having finally been established, the players were now free to start the match. Just like that, the 22 players were transported inside the dungeon. Team Yaeyu was characterized by its blue uniforms, while their opponents were wearing white. Our hero quickly realized that this spacious dungeon was perfect for all-out team brawls, as field tactics would be useless. This made him realize that his one-on-one with Nathan was being forced, but the protagonist had no problem with it. The coach explained to the players that they had 55 seconds to discuss their formation before the 5-second countdown. With that being said, the legendary hero resorted to his scanner eyes in order to perfect the team's formation. He decided to put the main tanker in his usual position. The blonde one was to be a frontline tanker, and the one next to him a sub-tanker that would cover for the main vanguards. Yaeyu explained that this strategy would focus on front tankers, and that they might change the formation depending on how much their main one moved. Chichi was left baffled. He claimed that the legendary hero must have a lot of information on their team, as he had just recreated their normal formation. He pointed out that the protagonist must have researched them a lot, so Yaeyu decided to lie by confirming Lucas's suspicions. Yaeyu then asked his teammates to pay him no mind, as he wanted to focus on Nathan. With that being said, he decided to inform his teammates about the plan. All he wanted was for them to see the confrontation between the number 1 of the team and the number 1 of the world. Yaeyu would be too focused on the match to do so. After finishing taking care of his team, Yaeyu decided to take a look at the enemy. He quickly noticed that his opponent would be dual-wielding swords, which could be hard to go against. Yet it wouldn't be impossible, as dual-wielders usually focus on their dominant hand. And despite the looks, Yahello knew that the boy's style would be tricky. With that, the protagonist began to wonder which of Bernard's hands was the dominant one. With that being said, the countdown started as Team Yahello stood prepared. Team Bernard also seemed confident. And with that being said, the battle finally started. The protagonist elongated his weapon. Meanwhile, back at the control room, the coach asked the owners if Yahello was aware that Nathan is ambidextrous. They confirmed that he surely wasn't. Dubois stated that, in that case, the protagonist might struggle against Nathan, who was known for his deadly and random attack patterns. He claimed that those with a good eye, like Seomun Yahello, would struggle more against Nathan and his alter ego. With that, he began to speculate that Nathan Bernard could become the Esper that overcomes the legendary hero. Back at the dungeon, both teams charged at each other. As the French clashed together, the Koreans went straight towards their target. As he was going up against Nathan, both made sure not to fall behind the other. With that being said, the dual wielder charged at the spearman first. In order to protect himself from the swords, the spear wielder, who had the advantage in range, decided to take the fight up close for some reason. And just like that, the two of them clashed with each other. As Nathan attacked his shield, Yahello predicted that the young man was going for a feint. But just as Nathan was about to score the first blood, the protagonist blocked him with his shield at the last minute. While thinking about how fast he was, Nathan kept attacking relentlessly, so Yahello decided to counterattack by using his 100-centimeter throw. But even his supersonic attack only managed to hit the afterimage of the French player. With that being said, after repositioning himself, Nathan charged at the protagonist first. Yahello knew that the slightest mistake could result in his demise, and so he tried his best to block the tempest of slashes that was thrown at him. And so, as the young man unleashed attack after attack, the war veteran couldn't help but smile as he blocked them all. Only then did the Frenchman notice a hole in the defense of the Korean, and thus he immediately went for it. But to his shock, the legendary hero easily blocked his attack. Nathan was left baffled as the protagonist praised his reflexes. The young man realized that his opponent, who was way too calm, had given him an opening on purpose. With that being said, Nathan backed away. And so, as Nathan began to think of how he should try to overwhelm his opponent with speed, the protagonist claimed him to be predictable. Nathan was left too startled as the protagonist was now going for an attack, and so he backed away at the last moment. Yahello was thrilled. He stated that his opponent was adorable for trying to fight him without skills, and decided to grant him his wish, and just like that, the tank charged at the sword wielder. Nathan had no choice but to try and escape every attack that was thrown at him. He quickly realized that the legendary hero had an astonishing offensive game. The young man realized that the opposing spear and shield were perfectly synchronized, and that ignoring one would result in death by the other. Yahello was also maintaining a certain distance between the two of them that allowed him to attack relentlessly without worrying about a counterattack. According to Nathan, only the legendary hero could show such a perfect performance. Nathan knew that the only way for him to win was to try and attack, yet with the defense of the protagonist, who thought that he was giving up, this would be impossible. Thus the French player realized that the only way for him to win was to get some help. And just like that, he decided to fight with all of his might. Suddenly the young man began to pixelate before slowly deconstructing his body. The protagonist was left intrigued, seeing how the Frenchman was now putting out his signature skill that divides him into two different copies. Our hero couldn't help but smile as he finally had the chance to fight alter ego. Meanwhile, in the control room, all began to talk about how, despite Nathan being the world's #1 weapon user, Seomun Yahello was the best in history. The one with the glasses then pointed out that the legendary hero wasn't prepared for this type of fight. He explained that the war veteran only had experience in fighting burrowers, while Nathan had spent his entire life going up against humans, which makes this fight even more intriguing. Dubois explained that Yahello has reached the pinnacle of human skills, while the other one tried to argue that alter ego might turn things in favor of Nathan. It was also explained that the war veteran would now be fighting two weapon masters with unpredictable attacks. According to the one with the glasses, the legendary hero was going to struggle a lot. Meanwhile, back in the arena, with the fight of the two espers, the two Nathans charged at their opponent. And so, as the Korean was now being attacked from the front, he realized that the other copy was standing behind him, and just like that, he was bombarded with a tempest of slashes. Despite his skills, even the legendary hero was having a hard time defending himself. Nathan found this rather odd, as a regular player would have already tried to flee from his attack range, yet Yahello was blocking them all. He was particularly intrigued, as none of his countless attacks managed to bypass the shield. Nathan was also surprised to see someone actually resisting his full power. And so, as the first copy was buried by the shield, the legendary hero noticed the second, and as he tried to attack it, this one, with his great reflexes, managed to dodge while questioning the humanity of Seomun Yahello. With that being said, our hero decided to try and catch his breath. Nathan was unable to find a path to victory, yet the marks left on the ground by the fight made things very clear to him. his tough opponent was also having a hard time, as he was being overwhelmed by ability and speed. And despite knowing that pressuring the legendary hero would lead to an opening, Nathan couldn't help but be wary of his smile. The young man couldn't help but be impressed, as his idol kept on smiling throughout this entire fight. But little did he know, his so-called idol was now panicking because of his strength. Yahello, who had been dominating the fight at first, was now getting overwhelmed after the activation of alter ego. He knew that a long battle against an unfamiliar opponent who knew everything about him would only result in his demise. The legendary hero had no choice but to take a risk. On top of the perfect coordination between the two copies, each Nathan also had perfect synchronization between his left and right hand. Thus Yahello decided to put his mind into the battle, as he was now facing a strong opponent. He knew very well that Nathan was unpredictable and faster than him, and so, seeing this, the protagonist decided to take a very particular gamble. Thus he dared Nathan to approach. As Nathan charged at him at high speed, the young man rushed at the war veteran with his sword in hand, but to his shock, Yahello evaded with ease. This greatly baffled the French speedster. Only then did the protagonist decide to stab him with his spear. Yet Nathan couldn't help but smile, as this was the perfect opening for his copy. And just like that, Yahello's arm was slashed off. Saomun Yahello was now disarmed. Those in the control room were left utterly shocked. The man with the glasses stated that this would give Nathan a great advantage. With that, the protagonist was left thankful toward the French player, as he had perfectly expected him to try and slash his right arm and let his guard down afterward. And just like that, the protagonist, still armed with his shield, made the first one fall into his trap. With that being said, he smashed the first copy with his shield. Yahello stated that he was grateful toward Nathan for falling right into his trap. With that, the one-armed legendary hero had to face the remaining copy of Nathan Bernard. But just as the Frenchman decided to go for the final blow, he was suddenly stopped by Lucas. The Korean claimed that their confrontation had ended in a tie. He then pointed out that his team had won, as Nathan, who was too immersed in his one-on-one, had forgotten that they were in the middle of a match. And so, after giving the final blow, Team Yahello achieved victory. Shortly after, as Yahello claimed that the first round was unexpectedly hard, Nathan asked him if he had sacrificed his arm on purpose. The protagonist explained that he had taken a risk in order to take down the alter ego. While Nathan was annoyed by the fact that he had let himself get tricked, the coach arrived, claiming that this was an incredible match, and praised the protagonist for distinguishing the real Nathan from the fake, with no prior research. Yahello was happy to learn that there was still one more round, as it allowed him to settle the score with Nathan. The legendary hero explained that he would have a better chance against the unpredictable player if he observed his performance one more time before the match. At that moment, the coach explained that this could be arranged for Yahello, who accepted to partake in the match. And so Dubois Goffin asked Sumyun Yahello to come with him. Shortly after, in the match analytics lab of the club, the man with the glasses praised the player for his performance during the first round. As Yahello revealed that he was intrigued by the man he had mistaken for a coach, Dubois introduced him as Gabriel Sana, who analyzes the practice matches. The Frenchman then politely bowed to the Korean in an Asian style to show respect. The legendary hero quickly used his scanner eyes on this one. He then pointed out that Gabriel must not be a retired player, seeing how low his stats were. The one with the glasses then praised our protagonist for his observational skills. As Yahello accepted the compliment, he then asked about the function of this lab, wondering if it was only good for replaying match footage. Gabriel reassured him that it was more complex than that, and explained that after the war, the analytics of battle greatly improved. He then introduced the hero to the Esper Analysis System, or EAS, that can record everything regarding players, such as skills, stats, and weapons. According to Gabriel, this system was far more accurate than the naked human eye, which is why all big clubs use it. Yahello pointed out how espers with good observational skills used to earn a lot of money by improving others and leading dungeon raids. According to Gabriel, knowledge was power, which is why there was a huge gap between the teams that had EAS and those that didn't. When asked if the system was created in Paris Lumiere, the man denied it and explained how complex and expensive it was. Yahello was curious about the price, so he was informed that it cost 3.4 billion won, not counting the huge fee demanded by the coaches who were acquainted with it. The hero, who knew that his scanner eyes were a perfect substitute for EAS, claimed that this system might be useful to his coaches. He was certain that with this precise data, he would finally be able to silence the nonsense of Choi Dong-jun. And just as our hero began to think that he was unable to spend such a fortune to make his annoying coach shut up, he suddenly got an idea. Yahello turned to the Moro brothers with an offer in mind. Our protagonist promised that, in exchange for an EAS and being introduced to someone who had experience with it, he would give them his battle data. The brothers quickly realized that this data would be greatly beneficial to the spear and shield users in their club. They also couldn't forget that, despite their giant collection on the legendary hero, none of the videos had much of his battle data. Thus, the brothers, who idolized our protagonist, found this to be too good of a deal, and with that being said, they immediately accepted the offer of Seomun Yelp, leaving him quite pleased. The protagonist then asked everyone to brace themselves for the second round, which would be much more fun than the first one. Now in the washroom, the hero began to think of how, having fallen for the trick of the brothers, he had acquired a course for game analytics and a new weapon in France. The protagonist then began to think of how different fighting against a person felt, yet he couldn't actually call it fighting, as it was more of a sport that didn't involve lives being at stake. Yeju thought that he would die before seeing the day when he would fight in times of peace. He also couldn't deny that the confrontation with Nathan was amazing, as it was the first time in 2021 that he actually felt the thrill of battle. Yeju couldn't deny that Nathan was the strongest Esper he had ever fought. Even so, the one with the scanner eyes didn't want to be overpowered by someone so young. Only then did he notice something intriguing. Yeju had acquired a new ability called Amplification that allows him to enhance one skill or boost a physical stat by 10 points. Humanity still had a lot to learn about the abilities of Espers, yet as more and more of them began to appear, some facts were determined as certain. The abilities of Espers could be either innate or born from a traumatic experience, like the Countess's one that the protagonist had faced 1 year before. 1 year before our hero escaped the orphanage, there was one sentence that he used to hear countless times, and just like the many scars on his body, those words were forever carved into his soul. Back then, young Yeju knew that the orphanage director had to pass by this one specific road. Only then did a car approach. This left the young hero startled, as he had to recognize the car as the one that belonged to the orphanage director. And just like that, the protagonist threw the rock in his hand towards it. It broke through the windshield and made the car crash. That day, when the life of the evil orphanage director was taken, was also the first night that Yeju discovered his throw skill. And while some people might claim that revenge amounts to nothing, it made the young man have a revelation. Upon achieving his revenge, Seimun Yeyu smiled for the first time in his life. Back to the present, the next round was about to start. While the legendary hero was thinking about it, his new skill, he began to wonder if he had acquired it while fighting the French speedster. But he also theorized that it might have something to do with his 110 mentality. Yeyu realized that being pushed to his very best could be enabled by an intense experience. So this new skill was overpowered, as it allowed his strong stats to go over 100 and his weak ones to become all-powerful. And as the protagonist began to think of how eager he was to put it to the test in the match, he was suddenly snapped back to reality. This was none other than his niece calling him. Yeyu asked the girl about her performance in the first round, and was shocked to learn that she had died after a single assist. Hyeon explained that she was too focused on kills. It was God of Guard while using teleportation. This reminded the veteran of how, back in his time, they thought teleporting attacks were suicidal. He also stated that the French players were incompetent, like those they had back home, which is why she should use her power as a means to escape. Yeyu then decided to cheer his niece up, saying that a proximity dealer needed to be daring. She revealed that she was worried about him fighting Nathan once again, and so he affirmed to his niece that he was all-powerful. She found it to be a bunch of nonsense, as he had clearly lost an arm during the first round. And as Haeyoon tried to argue that alter ego was more powerful than throwing, her uncle asked her to have faith in him. He claimed that he would defeat the Frenchman for sure this time. With that being said, the second round was about to begin. As the countdown started, Yeyu was intrigued by how the polite Nathan became a different person with a sword in hand. He then began to wonder what to amplify in order to take down the alter ego user. Yet the answer seemed pretty obvious, and just like that, the legendary hero resorted to his new skill. As soon as the match began, the blue and white teams charged at each other and clashed while exchanging blows. All players were doing their best, especially the Korean newcomer. The fight between the two teams of elite Ospreys was going wild. Despite having used his new ability, Yeyu was unable to feel any change in himself, yet he was certain that fighting would make him feel the difference. And just like that, the legendary hero found himself in front of the French ace. The two powerhouses were now face to face. Yeyu urged Nathan not to hold back, and with that being said, both of them began to prepare their signature skills. While Nathan was creating his alter ego, Yeyu braced himself to go for a throw. And with that being said, the spear was launched at supersonic speed. Its target was the blonde young man. Nathan realized that the spear was incredibly fast, but Yeyu had predicted that the young man would think himself fast enough to evade it, and only then did the spear suddenly accelerate, before changing trajectories. The second Nathan was hit in the chest, Yeyu had successfully taken down his target. He knew that Nathan was fast enough to evade his projectile, but the other copy wouldn't be fast enough, seeing how it wasn't expecting to be the target of the attack. Nathan was left intrigued as the already launched spear was able to gain speed. He was left particularly confused, as there was no data of the legendary hero being able to accelerate his projectiles. With that being said, the Frenchman was left particularly annoyed and decided to flee, as he didn't expect Yoe to have such a hidden ability. He decided to get away as fast as possible, as he was almost out of aura. Only then did the protagonist command the young man on his wife's judgment. Yeyob claimed that only a top player would accept being overpowered in a one-on-one, and go regroup with his team. The protagonist stated that Nathan didn't expect his alter ego to be eliminated so quickly, before stating that he should have analyzed things faster. He then affirmed to the French ace that the victory of the second round belonged to them. And just like that, Nathan Bernard was eliminated. Shortly after, the player pointed out that there was a third practice round, but to his shock, the protagonist claimed that he was tired, and that was enough for him. As Nathan began to beg for one more round, Yahello found him to be rather arrogant, as he still thought that he had a chance against him. Even so, he decided to accept the challenge. As soon as the third round began, Nathan resorted to his alter ego. Yahello found his decision to give it his all from the start to be very wise. With that being said, Nathan charged at Yahello. His idol thought this was the final round, as he charged at the protagonist. The young man realized this was his last chance. He had to try to take him down. Yet the legendary hero awaited the French ace to come and attack him. Every single synchronized, quick, and unpredictable attack pattern had already been analyzed by the protagonist. With that being said, he resorted to his amplify skill. The legendary hero then began to twirl his spear into the air before going for the attack. Just like that, the Frenchman and the Korean clashed together. The battle between Yahello and the two Nathans grew fiercer by the second, but the speed of Nathan Bernard was not something to be joked about. The skilled player was starting to overwhelm the war veteran. Yahello realized that the persistence of his opponent was admirable, and that he would be in a pickle if Nathan managed to slash him in the back. The best approach for the spearman would be to constantly move in order to keep the two Nathans in front of him and make them use as much energy as possible. Our protagonist knew that he was slower than Nathan, but he was skilled, and often did not let any of the Nathans sneak up behind him. He also knew very well that the swordsman wouldn't be able to keep up if he kept wasting stamina, uselessly. And so, as the legendary hero kept on running, there was one fact that he couldn't deny. Nathan was getting closer to catching him. Seeing how the young man's movements were getting more and more dangerous, the war veteran needed to distract him at once. Only then did a genius idea spark in his mind. Yahello suddenly remembered that this was a team match, and with that being said, he landed between Nathan Bernard's teammates. The protagonist decided to get sneaky on his opponent. Those in white began to wonder why he was standing between them. Just like that, the legendary hero made his move, and took out a man in white, using his spear. Both Nathans were shocked by this. Yahello knew very well that anxiety could create holes in any defense. For this reason, he extended his spear and decided to cause as much chaos as possible. Only then did Nathan Bernard come from above, in order to interfere. Yet Yahello stood ready. He firmly grasped his weapon before slaying yet another player in white. The biggest fish in the pond was left baffled as he was being ignored. The two Nathans began to panic as the war veteran took out yet another one of their allies. With that being said, the legendary hero decided to see if the two Nathans in the air would be able to dodge his spear. Yahello then threw his weapon with all of his might, as the targets couldn't possibly regain the ground before getting hit. Seeing how critical this situation was, both Nathans decided to act at once. In that moment, the two of them used the other as footing, in order to dodge the incoming supersonic spear. Yet despite their success, the two Nathans were left horrified, as two more of their teammates went down, impaled by the protagonist. Everything was going according to the protagonist's plan. He revealed that he had used Nathan Bernard in order to take out the white team one by one. Yahello revealed that it was brilliant to use each other in order to evade the attack, but they made the mistake of blocking the view of their allies, who couldn't see it coming. The protagonist revealed that due to the quick movements of the French ace, the rest of his team wasn't able to react in time, and thus Yahello allowed Nathan to approach, while urging him to be more wary of his surroundings. Meanwhile, those in the control room were left astonished. The coach was left shocked, as what seemed to be an escape at first, turned out to be a devilish plot to limit Nathan's movements. As the brothers couldn't help but praise the legendary hero for his great performance, he began to question who they were rooting for. Dubois claimed that the Pride of France surely had a hidden trick in order to turn the tables. But Gabriel doubted this, as Nathan was clearly at a disadvantage, before pointing out the spearmanship of the protagonist. For some unknown reason, Yahello was now able to perfectly parry all of Nathan's attacks. This was something that those in the control room couldn't help but find amazing. The coordination between the two Nathans was immaculate, the result of a marriage of hard work and talent that gave birth to a perfect synergy between the man and his copy. But even with this perfect synchronization, the protagonist was able to launch his attacks at the exact second his opponent would start to. This allowed him to mess with the synchronization of the two Nathans. Only then did the protagonist turn around as he noticed something startling. The Ace of France was definitely faster than the legendary hero, and the only reason Yahello was able to keep up with someone that outspeeds him was his perfect timing, which made it seem like he was reading the mind of his opponent. Only then did one of the Nathans sneak up behind Yahello. This one immediately braced himself before launching his spear at high speed, but the second copy came in clutch in order to defend the first one, and just like that, the two speedsters charged at the tank. Yet the one that remained unfazed was Yahello. Then he jumped back as the blonde one approached him at high speed. Gabriel explained that the performance of the war veteran with the one-hand shield was exemplary, as it was basic but perfect. Yahello was seizing every opportunity he had to counterattack before making a run for it, in order to ensure his safety. The legendary hero had even weaponized the shield that he used to attack one of the Nathans. This one was left annoyed as he had gotten too far from his target, and before the red one could even react, Yahello was able to terminate his copy. Just like that, Nathan was left stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes, as there was no doubt left in his mind. The hero of humanity and the strongest of all, who came back from his grave back in 2005, was truly Seomun Yahello in front of him. And so, after losing his other self, Nathan realized how much of a monster his opponent was. Even then, the young man remained unfazed and decided to pour everything he had left into this battle. And just like that, the speedster charged alone at the tank in order to end this battle without any regrets. In the end, the victor of the third round was Seomun Yahello. Yahello began to praise the young man, claiming that he was stronger than Gerald Walker, and that he deserved his place in the top 3. The war veteran then decided to give the athlete some free advice by explaining that he needed to increase his strength. Yahello was certain that this would greatly help Nathan, as he still had 12 points left to achieve maximum strength. But just as the athlete was expressing gratitude towards the protagonist, the coach arrived while praising both of their performances. Dubois Goffin explained that he had expected Nathan to win, yet Yahello was able to continuously find new ways to take him down. The coach then asked the legendary hero how he was able to keep up with the French ace and his alter ego. Yahello admitted that Nathan was a fearsome foe and that the coordination with his copy was the result of great hard work, which is why he needed a skill of 110 to beat him. So he decided to give them the only logical explanation he could, by claiming that this feat was possible because he was the legendary hero. And with that being said, the day finally ended. The coach expressed gratitude towards the warm weather and everyone who participated in the practice. Yahello said it had been an enjoyable experience and asked the French to take care of his niece, so Dubois claimed that they would make her worthy of her salary. Baek Haeyeon seemed upset. Not only had she failed to score a single kill, but after her death in the first round she became more wary in the second and third. And so, after playing 3 matches, she was able to accumulate a mere 4 assists. Her uncle immediately tried to cheer her up, but to his shock, she firmly affirmed that her performance was acceptable for a first match. Yahello was confused as his niece turned to him with sparkling eyes while stating that she wouldn't cry over her bad performance, and promised to become a top athlete. And so, upon seeing how fired up she was, the protagonist realized that it would be pointless to worry about Haeyeon, as he had done everything in his power to help her. Now, with some free time on his hands, the legendary hero decided to put his new skill to the test. That night at the hotel, Yahello began to wonder about his new amplification skill. He was particularly interested in the part that explained that amplification could enhance other abilities. Our protagonist had already experienced enhancing his own stats, yet had no idea what would happen if he amplified his powers. With that being said, he proceeded with the first experiment by enhancing Scanner Eyes. The boosted version of the skill allowed the protagonist to see even more stats, and even work its magic through videos. Now Yahello became able to see the stats known as leadership and tactics, and was even able to see the window panel of the players through their footage. He realized that this skill would be amazing for scouting. The narcissist began to think that it was obvious that he would have 100 points of leadership. Upon using Amplify on his throwing skill, the legendary hero gained the ability to recall his own projectiles. In order to test this convenience, Yahello decided to use his toothbrush for the experiment. Despite being annoyed that retrieving the item costs aura, Yahello was certain that adding a fun characteristic of Mjolnir to his spear could turn out to be beneficial. Yahello was left particularly pleased by this new power, as it would allow him to execute more diverse attacks. Now came the time to test Amplify on immortality. Seeing how this was the most powerful skill of all, the war veteran couldn't help but be anxious, as he couldn't predict the outcome. Even so, the protagonist decided to try his fortune, and only then did something intriguing start to happen. It seemed like some sort of white aura was covering the body of the immortal being. He immediately began to panic, thinking that he was about to meet a horrifying fate. But upon opening his eyes, the intriguing result of the amplified immortality showed itself. This skill allows Seomun Yahello to turn into an invulnerable aura ghost and phase through objects for 2 minutes. The legendary hero was shocked to see himself made of pure aura, so he immediately began to check himself out. While doing so, he wondered if there was a way to test the skill. Only then did he remember the phasing part in the description and decide to see if this was true. The war veteran then rushed headfirst, trying to pass through the glass window in his bathroom. Our protagonist was then left quite amazed, as he was now outside. In this astral form, Seomun Yahello would be immune to all attacks, yet he began to wonder if he could get offensive while in this state. But just as he began to speculate that he should return to his room to repeat the experiment with the toothbrush, he felt a dark aura rising. Yahello could recognize this dark energy anywhere, and so the legendary hero rushed at full speed to the Eiffel Tower. A burrower had been detected. Upon locating this, the war veteran couldn't help but smile. The legendary hero firmly grabbed his spear and was overjoyed at the chance of fighting his old enemies once again. And with that being said, he launched himself forward at high speed. He flew above the magnificent buildings of Paris as fast as possible, making his way through the city in the blink of an eye. Upon getting closer to the Eiffel Tower, Yahello began to think of how his old enemies had survived the war. But this fact, which would horrify most, lifted our favorite battle-crazed maniac to the heavens. And just like that, he launched his spear at high speed. He was particularly pleased as it had reached its target. He was extremely happy to see that his fear had made the enemy react. And with that being said, he rushed headfirst toward the Eiffel Tower once again. Once there, the legendary hero could perfectly feel the aura of the burrower. According to him, the creature wasn't far away. Yahello explained that if the underground civilization had disappeared so easily, he would have been extremely disappointed. But as he kept on monologuing, a window panel suddenly popped up. He was then informed that his 2 minutes were finally up. And just like that, the astral body was recalled to its initial starting point. Seisomun Yahello couldn't be more annoyed, seeing how he was just about to get his hands on the monster. With that being said, the protagonist woke up in his fleshy body. He was now back in his bathroom. He couldn't believe what just happened. Our hero quietly stood up before expressing his anger on the wall. He couldn't believe how inconvenient the reset time turned out to be. The angered war veteran began to wonder about the reset time of amplification, as he was desperate to get back in his ghost form. Only then did he realize something intriguing. To his shock, the energy of the burrower had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, the servant apologized to the third one for failing this simple task. He tried to explain that he was impaled with a spear out of nowhere, but the third one didn't want to hear any of it, and decided to punish him by inflicting upon him eternal sleep and replacing him with another. And just like that, blood splattered everywhere. The third one, who was well aware that it was still too soon for them to act, was eager to finally lay his eyes upon the light of the beginning. Shortly after, our protagonist regained his spectral form. His first experience made him come to some conclusions. While in his astral body, the physical world would be unable to interact with the legendary hero. Yet the legendary hero would be able to act in the physical world as he pleased. Yup was left pretty annoyed, as the energy that he had felt was now gone. He knew that he could be mistaken, but seeing how he didn't find his spear at the site, he assumed that someone must have already retrieved it. Semun Yup was at least certain of one thing, his determination to get his hands on the burrower, if it ever resurfaced again. Later on, as Gabriel Sana introduced himself to the protagonist, Yup recognized him as the one from the replay lab. The Moro brothers recalled how the legendary hero had agreed to give them his battle data in exchange for a coach who knew how to run the EAS. Before pointing out how Gabriel would be going with him to Korea, Yup immediately used his amplified scanner eyes on the one with the glasses. Upon checking his stats, he realized that he had an ability that allowed him to focus on a task for 6 hours without any interruptions. Combining this with his excellent leadership and tactics, it was safe to say that this man was perfect to become a coach. The brothers explained that the genius Gabriel, who had coached the reserve team of their club 3 years ago, had recently returned to train the first division. Yup asked the man if he was truly ready to give up the strongest team in the #1 country to join a second League One in a weak country like South Korea. Gabriel explained that he was well aware of it, and that entering the YSM wasn't his original plan. But after witnessing the match, he, who was interested in strong players such as Nathan, became more attracted to the team created by the one who had beaten the young man. And so, as Gabriel explained that he would be entertained by the side of the protagonist, Yup claimed that he didn't mind his philosophy. Yup explained to Gabriel that he would be paid well and made the head coach as well as the manager, only for the one with the glasses to refuse. Our hero assumed that the man didn't want to become a coach, so Gabriel clarified that these terms weren't enough for him. The man then arrogantly stated that with his skills, it was only natural for him to become manager as well as head coach, which the protagonist couldn't argue with. Gabriel then pointed out how his career would be greatly affected by ditching his position in Paris Lumiere in order to go to Korea, which was number 127 on the leaderboard. Thus Gabriel explained that it would be beneficial for his career to turn a second league division team into the strongest one in the country. With that being said, the man decided to lay out his terms, and so, after hearing what he had to say, the brothers were left particularly shocked. As for the war veteran, after giving it a small thought, he agreed to Gabriel's terms. And just like that, the club owner and his new coach came to an agreement. The brothers were happy, claiming that this should form a deep bond between the legendary hero and their club that would always be mentioned alongside him. They then revealed that they had posted his picture in their uniform without his consent, as this was too good of an opportunity. The brothers then urged the protagonist to spare them, as they had just signed off on his sponsorship contract. This left the annoyed one no choice but to let them slide. Despite failing to scout a new player, Yahello was able to acquire the EAS, a talented coach who could run it, and a new ability in France, with his gains having exceeded his expectations. The protagonist returned to Korea early, yet even after the legendary hero returned home, the official accounts of Paris Lumiere had been covered with his photos for a long time. Many of the rival teams were left concerned due to the rumors regarding Seomun Yahello becoming a battlefield player, yet one man was left particularly irritated. The best team in Germany, which was the greatest rival to the club of the Moro brothers, was the Berlin Blitz, and at its head was one of the 7 heroes, Enro, who even after all this time could never guess the thoughts of the protagonist. Back at the ISM clubhouse, Gabriel was giving instructions to the workers on how to install the EAS. The man's simple appearance screamed intelligence. The players who were peeking at him began to whisper about their new coach and the EAS system that no one in their country knew how to operate. They then began to praise their club owner, as he had brought them a system that even the first division teams in Korea didn't have. Shortly after, upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, all realized that the legendary hero had arrived. As soon as he arrived, Seyfun Yub asked Heng. He asked his players if they had been working hard in his absence while requesting all hands on deck. Yuba revealed that during his dream last night, one of his ancestors appeared to him and decided to grant him 6 digits in order to compensate for all of the troubles they had caused him. The thief and her partner were immediately shocked by this. Our protagonist revealed that, despite his refusal, his ancestor begged to give him the 6 digits, and now they were carved into his head. This made him think that God decided to grant him a winning lottery ticket in exchange for preventing humanity's extinction. When asked if he had actually purchased one, Yuba affirmed that he hadn't. The protagonist explained that he doesn't need to purchase a simple paper, as the young people in front of him were his winning lottery tickets, which is why he asked them to practice well in order to become great players. With that being said, he informed them that he had brought back a present from France to help them improve. Yuba introduced USM to Gabriel Sana, the new super coach that he managed to bring back to Korea after lots of effort. He then asked the man to introduce himself, after explaining to the others that he was paying him generously. With that being said, the one with the glasses introduced himself to the team. The man explained that he would receive help from the annoyed Choi Dongjun as the head coach. Before the session, we reveal his objective. All were left shocked as Gabriel explained that his goal was to make this team enter the first division this season and win it in the next one. The one with the glasses then affirmed that success would be guaranteed if all players followed his command. The players were then left utterly amazed as Gabriel explained that, in exchange for his service, this legendary hero would participate in 3 matches each year. This made the legendary hero recall their conversation in France. Back then Yeyu didn't expect Gabriel to want him to enter the field as a player. He explained that he doesn't want the hero to become a key player, as it would be unfair for other teams, but he needed to work with a talented athlete to keep his skills sharp. Gabriel promised to make Yeyu being them #1 in Korea in exchange for the skills of the one who had beaten Nathan to be put to good use. And so, after giving it some thought, the legendary hero agreed, but claimed that he would only play 3 matches a year. Gabriel was pleased, as the participation of the hero would make his mission easier, and he also decided to prove himself in the games where Yeyu would be absent. With that being said, the club owner agreed to the terms and conditions of his new coach. Back in the present, he urged his team to play so well that he wouldn't be forced to enter the battlefield. Shortly after, Gabriel began his first training, which was the group hunt. All players were doing their best in order to take down as many monsters as possible. Yeyu found the EAS to be rather impressive. He claimed that it was almost as accurate as his scanner eyes. As Gabriel pointed out that Lee Nayeon, Namgung Ji-hoon, and No Jung-won were perfectly using their abilities, Yeyu found that natural, as they had received his help. The coach focused the attention of the club owner toward Jo Sung-ho and his pathetic stats. Yeyu claimed that the young man had already come a long way, yet Gabriel stated that this might be the end of his progress. The hero stated that the boy wouldn't improve much, even if taught new moves, as Gabriel stated that despite his skills, he was the weakest player on the team. Yeyu knew that the man was speaking facts, yet he could see something else in the young man. According to his scanner eyes, Jo Sung-ho had rather high tactics and leadership limits, making him a valuable asset. For this reason, Yeyu proposed making the smart and calm athlete a sub-leader, as his ability to locate enemies makes him perfect for the job. Gabriel realized that Jo Sung-ho would be able to command the team without interfering with the main orders of the captain, so he decided to personally train him. The man then decided to talk about the 2 high schoolers that the protagonist had scouted. Yeyu had brought these 2 young men into this team as he was interested in their skills. Gabriel claimed that Choi Young-min and his observation power, which allows him to not waste stamina, had great potential. As for Yoon Baeum, the one with the glasses failed to see why the legendary hero had recruited him in the first place, as, according to him, there was nothing special about this boy. The protagonist knew very well that the genius Gabriel was speaking according to the facts of the EAS, yet the protagonist's scanner eyes revealed some details about the young man that the system could never show. Walking needed 70% of aura in order to reach full power. Yeyu explained that his judgment was always accurate. This greatly intrigued Gabriel. The club owner asked him to have some patience, as the young man would reveal his true potential after acquiring 1 more point. Now, with the ISM player training program in hand, the one with the glasses began to question it all. Gabriel explained that it was a miracle to see ISM perform so well with such a bad training program. As he gave all credit to the club owner, his fellow coach was left speechless. With that being said, the man decided to rearrange the entire program and focus on the basics before the second season starts. The first training demanded by the program from the one with the glasses was aimed at increasing speed. Due to her excellent stats, the flea of the team ranked first in the race. Meanwhile, Yun Biom struggled to achieve rank 14. As the young man complained that his legs were about to give out, the captain revealed that Gabriel had a doctorate in sports medicine, and that this training was beneficial. It was then revealed to the boy that Gabriel had adjusted the training of Paris Lumiere for them, meaning that the French players endure this training every day. With that being said, the captain dashed forward in order to catch up with the others. Yoon Byum was unable to keep running, and found himself far behind his teammates. Shortly after, in the coach's office, Gabriel was left intrigued. Even after watching the practice matches countless times, the performance of the players was what one would expect from a second division team. Yet Gabriel couldn't understand how such players were able to progress so quickly. With 5 athletes distinguishing themselves from the others, the KDA of the team's captain greatly improved after training stamina. The skinny player with his protection skill became deadly after becoming a proximity dealer. The thief and her partner were able to enhance kill steal and scout tactics by training their speed, while Choi Hyuk gained strength after switching to a tanker. All 5 of these players had been found and trained by the club owner. Gabriel began to think that with these 5 treasures, the legendary hero participating, and 3 matches each year, reaching the first league would be easy. Yet there were some things that even the genius trainer didn't understand. According to him, Choi Hyuk had just as much value as a proximity dealer as he did as a tanker. Just as he began to question the decision of his superior, he noticed something intriguing. Gabriel rushed to check his suspicions. Upon seeing how Choi Hyuk was receiving less damage than he should, he realized that the young player had a passive ability. He began to think that the club owner switched the player's position after noticing this detail. As Gabriel recalled how the legendary hero claimed that he never made mistakes, he began to question his humanity. Meanwhile, Yoon Byum curled up somewhere to cry over his misery. Only then was he noticed by the club owner, who asked the startled boy to address him more casually. Now that the player was calling him by his first name, the war veteran was pleased. With that being said, he asked about what was weighing him down. Byum immediately began to complain about being the weakest link on the team. Seeing how his junior Young Min was already a key player, he began to question if being a professional athlete was his real vocation. Yahello explained that this was because the other boy was talented, which made Byum feel even worse. He asked for the reason he had been scouted in the first place. He had a hard time believing that the club owner wanted him for his ability, as even with it he was much slower than the thief. Thus Yahello was forced to remind him once again that good training would allow powers to evolve. When asked if he was certain about it, the hero revealed that he was just gambling on the boy's ability. This made Byum think that the club owner didn't care about his future. Seeing this, the club owner reminded the crybaby that he would receive 300 million won if he quit the team, according to the contract. The protagonist realized that he needed to take some special measures and began to drag the young man with him. Shortly after, the boy was left intrigued, as he was forced on a sudden hike. Yahello stated that he didn't want to pay the young man, so he would get him a better mindset, so that he would stay as a player instead of holding on to reality. Byum claimed that it was intriguing to see an adult. He gave such bad advice that the annoyed orphan explained that he was never properly educated. The boy was then shocked as the club owner claimed that he had put together the perfect Hola training for him in the mountains. Yahello revealed that an Esper's aura evolves in a place that matches it, which is why he was able to grow so much in the dungeons. Our hero explained that he had found a use for himself inside the dungeons, leaving the young one intrigued. Our protagonist then began to recall some harsh words that were regularly said to him during his childhood. Back at the orphanage, the director was a particularly mean person who entertained himself by beating the children. The man greatly despised the protagonist, and as he beat him regularly, some of the kids who followed the director began to harass our hero. The director particularly despised Salmon Yebop's gaze, as well as his arrogance. Upon hearing this, the player was left quite shocked. After noticing this, Yebop began to pat his head while claiming that everyone had their personal traumas. The legendary hero stated that he was certain that Yoon Byum was strong enough to vanquish his. Upon hearing this, the young man was moved by those words, only for the hero to snap back to his arrogant self, and explain that a loser like the young man would need a dark place to hide from the world to complete his training. As the boy demanded to know where they were going, Yebop explained that his ability would be the one to determine the training spot. Upon arriving, the boy assumed that he had to break the giant boulder, yet the protagonist affirmed that this was nonsense. He then proceeded to push Byum into the hole in order to start his training. As the boy was left speechless, Yebop explained that this dark hole was perfect for someone as negative as Byum to train in. Upon learning that he had to stay in the hole for 10 days, the boy asked about basic human needs. Yebop told him to keep silent and follow his orders, as this training was more important than food or even going to the bathroom. Byum realized that he was dealing with a madman, as the club owner decided to confiscate his phone. The boy doubted his ability to survive this training, and began to plan his escape, only for the legendary hero to remind him that there would be consequences if he tried to ditch the training. Just like that, the young man was doomed. With the protagonist finally leaving the scene, the young man was irritated by the craziness that he had to endure. The exhausted player lay down on the ground. Young Byum was certain that he was unable to complete such training. While playing for his high school club, the boy spent his time on the bench. Even in the few opportunities he got to play, everyone would just ignore him. In reality, Youngbaeum deeply desired to become a useful and skilled battlefield player. Yet upon seeing his own pitiful performance, the boy grew more aware of his weaknesses. Just as he was about to give up, Youngbaeum remembered the day someone invited him to their team. Upon recalling how the protagonist claimed that his ability had the power to evolve, the boy began to question his own talent. He found some courage in himself, after thinking about how the world's best esper had faith in him, and with that being said, Baeum began to focus on his aura. Meanwhile, someone was observing him from above. The duration of the training was finally over. The protagonist was happy to see that his investment was still alive, as he urged him to climb back up. Our hero then resorted to his scanner eyes. He was particularly happy to see that his gamble had succeeded. Yahello pointed out to the boy that he had been right about him. Baeum was shocked to see that the club owner had been watching him for the last 10 days. It was then explained to the young man, who was shocked to see a surveillance camera, that he needed to master his power before the start of the second season. Yahello stated that Baeum would debut as a key player in the first match of the next season. The second season was now 1 month away. The protagonist then asked the head coach about the whereabouts of the director, and learned that he was in his office. When asked why the boy was with him, the legendary hero explained that he was going to introduce him to Gabriel as the new key player. As they passed next to the office, they quickly noticed that the staff was declining calls regarding Lee Naeun's transfer. Yope asked the director about this, so Gabriel revealed that many Korean and foreign teams were trying to buy their archer, the genius. The trainer explained that there was a team in the Middle East that offered them $5 million for the thief and her partner, which baffled the protagonist. When asked if he was willing to proceed with the transfer, Yope stated that this sum was far too little. The protagonist explained that he was ready to sell Lee Naeun, but not Jo Seung-ho, as he was far too precious to discard. Gabriel, who trained Jo, claimed that he had a great sense of tactics and was pretty skilled with his powers, making him a perfect match for Yope and his shenanigans. Our hero agreed, as he had already thought of many tactics that involved the young man, while Gabriel explained that Daniel Mance would be a great model for him. The mention of the German name intrigued the protagonist, so the coach explained how this boy was among the top 3 in Battlefield and the #1 support in the world. Gabriel explained that Yope might be familiar with his coach, Emre Kasa, who was one of his fellow heroes back in the day. This man would try to control the movements of the protagonist. For example, he would forbid him from drinking his body weight in vodka in order to set a good example for the rest of the team. Yope wasn't quite surprised to learn that his serious colleague was now leading a team. Despite not being interested in his fellow hero, Yope was interested in the young man, whom he would like to meet, as he is in the top 3 despite being a support. The protagonist then decided to address a more important matter with the coach, seeing how they needed to take YSM to the first division before thinking of challenging the Germans. Yope claimed that he wanted Yoonbaeum to be a key player. This greatly confused Gabriel, as the young man hadn't shown any progress lately. So Yope reassured the Frenchman that he would change his mind after seeing the player in action, as their investment would turn out to be quite fruitful. 1 month quickly passed, and the second season of the league had already started. The first season was marked with many interesting events, with one of them being the rise of a team through the second division league. The team in question would now partake in the first match of the season against the GT Knights, whom they had been competing with even before the arrival of Yope. The commentators pointed out how YSM had once again changed its key players by adding Yoonbaeum to the formation. All eyes would now be on this young man, as he was personally selected by the legendary hero. 10 minutes before the start of the match, Jo Seung-ha and Yoonbaeum learned that this game was their chance to prove themselves. According to Gabriel, USM had 5 vital players with imperfect harmony: the thief, her partner, Four Eyes, the author, and the one normal tanker. The coach revealed that unless a particular incident unfolded, these 5 would be the main squad of the team. When he was asked to be the leader of this new squad, Jo Seung-ha affirmed that he was honored. Yeonbaeum then turned to Yoonbaeum and explained that he wouldn't pressure him, seeing how this was his first game. His only command to the young player was to scramble the enemy as much as possible. Back to the present, the match finally began. The game's dungeon would be the Backwards Forest. It was famous for its upside-down glowing tree and the underground aura-sucking monsters known as Jadrin that mainly centered around it. One interesting fact was that the tree, rumored to be a combination of Jadrin that consumed a lot of aura, was the actual boss of the dungeon. The knights immediately divided themselves into 3 groups in order to evade the signature tactic of the enemy and allow most of them to hunt in peace. Meanwhile, Yeonbaeum had split into 2 groups of 5 people. Yet it was important to note that battlefield teams were composed of 11 players. Yoonbaeum was now progressing solo in the dangerous dungeon, which made everyone wonder if this was a defect in the strategy. This seemed like madness to everyone, as farming alone in such a place filled with monsters would be extremely challenging. With that being said, the young man resorted to his power, shadow walking, which accelerated the user in the shadows and allowed him to perfectly fuse with them after reaching a certain level of aura. Meanwhile, the first team of knights were left quite intrigued, as they didn't expect the number of Jadrin to be this high. Suddenly, arrows were shot in their direction, making them realize that Lee Naeun had already located them. The leader of this group urged his teammates to proceed calmly and locate the partner of the thief. The one with the red hair found himself quite pleased that they were being targeted by the enemy. The thief and her accomplice, as he had a special weapon to counter them. And so, as the four knights began to move quickly, one of the knights resorted to his perception power, which allows him to detect any nearby life form. Now, under a rain of arrows, the knights decided to proceed cautiously, despite their low damage. Only then did the perception skill work its magic. The player was able to locate the archer, as well as 3 enemies fighting the monsters, and labeled the 5th one that was hiding as Jo Song-go. With that being said, they rushed to take out the partner of the thief, in order to counter the signature tactic of YOSM. Lee Nyan was pleased to see that the first step of the plan was a success. She then warned the one with the cloak that the enemy was coming for him. And just like that, the one with the backpack on his back found himself in front of 4 enemies, while his team was monster hunting. As the knights claimed that trying to escape was pointless, the young man was left intrigued. Choi Hyuk then unveiled himself and affirmed that running would truly be pointless. This greatly shocked the knights, as they were certain that all tankers were farming monsters. Only then did the hunting team come back. The knights were left baffled, as their actual target had concealed himself as a tanker. Choi Hyuk then used his transferring skill in order to pass the sword and the shield to Choi Hyuk. Now with his weapons in hand, the tanker tossed his backpack to his enemies. Upon opening it, those in yellow were left shocked. In fact, it was safe to say that they were horrified, as the bag contained jadron seeds that quickly develop upon contact with aura. YSM pretended to hunt monsters in order to gather seeds that were prevented from expanding using a special method. Now, in the hands of the enemy, nothing was stopping the seeds from unleashing their full power. And just like that, the knights found themselves entangled in the vines of the monsters, with no way to defend themselves. The knights were immediately taken down by Ji-hoon and Choi Hyuk. Choi Jung-min earned himself a kill as well. Team 3, which was made of 3 people, was horrified to learn that the first team had already been eliminated. Thus they decided to regroup with the others after finishing their hunt. Only then did the monster on Nisha's attack. Before lifting the archer by the leg, the one with the buzz cut declared to the others that saving their teammate was their top priority. And just like that, he charged at the monster head first, before firmly grasping his blade in hand and cutting the vine that was holding his ally hostage. Now, with the archer out of danger, the player realized that they needed to kill the monster as quickly as possible, only to suddenly find his second ally swinging his blade at the void. The knight was infuriated by the one that seemed to be wasting time, yet he couldn't afford to pay him any attention, as taking down the Jadron was his top priority. And so, after many efforts, the knights were finally able to slay the monster. As he tried to catch his breath, the one with the shield was annoyed by the fact that they had wasted their precious time on a single monster. He immediately turned to his teammate and began to scream at him for getting distracted in the middle of the match. And just as he touched his shoulder in order to confront him about his pointless sword swings from earlier, the head of this one began to disintegrate, as Yoon Byom scored his first kill. The player, who couldn't hear the commentators, was left horrified. He quickly realized that they were under attack but failed to locate the enemy. Only then did the shadows begin to move. The hunter slowly approached his prey, and before the clueless prey could even realize the danger, its head was suddenly sliced off. Now with the archer having been decapitated, Yoon Byom earned himself his second kill, leaving the third knight horrified. The boy found himself in a pickle, as he had been spotted, and so as he disappeared into the shadow, the knight was left particularly baffled. He began to panic while searching for the opponent, as this was his first time facing such a unique ability. Only then did he notice a shadow drawing near. As soon as Yoon Byom emerged from the darkness, the one with the shield was left startled, but managed to counterattack just in time. The boy was amazed by the quick reflexes of his opponent, as he realized that this one couldn't be caught by surprise. With that being said, Yoon Byom had no idea how to proceed from this point on. A few days earlier, Yeop asked the player what would happen in case he failed a sneak attack, so he explained how he would be forced into a duel that he would lose. The club owner explained that he wasn't right, but he also wasn't wrong. The war veteran explained that nothing is predetermined in battle. The boy began to complain about how he couldn't take down someone stronger than him. Yeop then proceeded to kick the boy for continuously interrupting him. He urged him to listen and to use his head. The young man asked how he could possibly take down someone stronger than him. The protagonist explained that he would need to limit the enemy's options. Yoon Byom was then asked about the opponent's obvious reaction when he immerses himself in the shadows. The boy claimed that the enemy would either wait for him to come out or avoid shadowy places. Byom confirmed that the athlete was right, and that those were the only 2 viable options for the opponent. He also added that, under pressure, the thought process of human beings would be greatly limited. The club owner explained that the athlete would use this obvious surprise attack to his advantage. He then presented him with his new weapons, which were a short sword and a crossbow. But as the boy tried to argue that he was a longsword user, Yebyom told him to shut up while explaining that he doesn't have Ju-hoon's swordsmanship, which is why he needed to adopt a different approach. Back in the present, the young man emerged from the shadow with his crossbow. Yabiom knew that this weapon, despite its short range, was easy to use and aim, while also being a perfect match for the short sword in Biom's hands. With that being said, the arrows were fired, yet the knight quickly blocked them with his shield. But as the athlete quickly snuck up behind his opponent, Yabiom knew that he would face hardships, as this was his first match. Biom decided to switch to his short sword, seeing how his arrows were blocked. Yeyum knew that the young man, attacking relentlessly, might think that his efforts were futile, but he was certain that he would be alright by having faith in himself. By doing so, the boy who was trying to suppress his opponent was sure to succeed. At that moment, the enemy tried to attack with his weapon. When the young man tripped over a rock, this made him flip several times before falling face first to the ground. The opponent was left speechless, and just like that, Bayum sank into the shadows. Yun Bayum was left utterly embarrassed, and just as the young man decided to retreat, his opponent criticized him for revealing his power too soon. The boy was particularly intrigued when the opponent claimed that he was caught off guard by Bayum's ability to enter his own shadow. Bayum realized that the knight had falsely interpreted his skill, and decided to use this error to his advantage. On the other side of the map, the second team of GT Knights had already been dealt with, and thus only the player fighting Yun Bayum remained. Yet the victory of ASM didn't seem so certain, as the remaining members found themselves surrounded by countless Jadran's monsters. The 5 remaining UASM members had to defeat the creatures in order to join their teammate, yet could lose their lives in the process. Thus if the squad of 5 falls to the monsters and Yun Bayum gets slain by the remaining knight, UASM would have lost the match. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the crossbow user and the shield wielder was growing fiercer by the second. Both sides, who were still uninjured, seemed evenly matched. As the young man resorted to his ability for defense and offense, the shield wielder knew very well that he could have killed this opponent if it wasn't for the power he uses to evade all of his attacks. Only then did the knight notice the young man behind him and try to catch him by surprise, while demanding that he fight like a man. Everyone was left shocked as Yun Bayum evaded a fatal blow at the last second. Even so, the boy had sustained some damage. Seeing this, his opponent was left overjoyed. Buzzcut, who wondered why the annoying UASM player didn't resort to his ability to escape, suddenly came up with a theory. He began to think that Shadow Walk must have a penalty that limits its power, just like countless other abilities. His theory couldn't be far from reality, as most skills had some sort of setback, and he was able to injure his opponent, as the boy committed a calculation error. Thus, the one with the shield decided to grasp this opportunity. He decided to fully focus on offense. Yun Byom tried his best to restrain his panic. Despite planning on being injured, he took more damage than expected. Only then did he notice his opponent going for the kill. Final blow. The blade was about to split his skull in half, but as the sword finally landed, he was left quite shocked. Yun Byom, who escaped to the shadows, claimed that such a powerful swing had stuck his sword in the ground just like that. The enemy now had no way of defending himself. The shadow user decided to quickly make his move. Yun Byom then thanked the opponent for falsely interpreting his powers. Just like that, the young man went for the final blow. He revealed that his power doesn't allow him to hide in his shadow, but to roam freely in the darkness of the dungeon. With that being said, Yun Byom slashed the enemy player. Just like that, the young man was able to score his third kill. Yun Byom was unable to believe it, as he had actually achieved victory. The words of our protagonist turned out to be right once again. Yun Byom couldn't help but cry tears of pure joy. The victory of YOSM marked the end of the second division's first game. Its MVP was the Shadow Wielder, and the comments all began to praise the performance of the new rising star, as well as the man that scouted him. After seeing this match, the club owner came to a realization. By including the Shadow Wielder as a damage dealer, and Josu Hungo as a secondary leader, Team YOSM would easily enter the first division. Our hero realized that the task of making his team the #1 nationally was surprisingly too easy. Thus he began to wonder if he could expand his dream to a global scale in order to make the challenge more thrilling. A few days later, at the Bach residence, the 3 leaders found themselves worried. Seeing how Gabriel was doing too good of a job to bother him, the club owner began to think that he should put Dongjun in charge in order to stay on his back. After binging the TV series that he was watching, the protagonist had nothing left to do. Thus he began to speedrun his way through the channels, but was unable to find anything entertaining. With that being said, he finally turned off the TV, and just like that, the hero was overwhelmed with boredom. Yao Bei began to wonder if there was anything entertaining to do, yet little did he know, something unexpected was waiting for him at the door. Shortly after, someone rang the doorbell. Yao Bei rushed to check who was at the door, and was shocked to see the French god of the axe, Eric Thyram, who was one of the 7 heroes in front of him. Eric asked his friend why he was introducing him like that. The legendary hero claimed that he was simply going with the flow. When asked for the reason behind his presence in Korea, the god of the axe claimed that he was offended that the protagonist didn't visit him while in France. So the war wielder recalled how he had promised on the news to meet with his friend if he met him in Paris. So Eric claimed that he had watched the broadcast. The man explained that at that time he was on a fishing trip on the Atlantic, so he tried to swim his way back to France, only to get lost on the way. The protagonist pointed out that Eric could have just returned by boat. Eric claimed that for not realizing the obvious, his wife had forbidden him from fishing. Eric always tells his wife that she doesn't need to worry about him, seeing how good his fortune was. This wasn't entirely wrong, as with his skills, the god of the axe was hard to take down. Eric, despite not knowing the numbers, was well aware that his skills, which provide additional luck and stats in times of need, make him more durable than others. As the protagonist began to think that his fellow hero would never be easy to kill, Shungbei was left pleasantly surprised, as she had reunited with an old friend. Shortly after, the housewife prepared a small meal for the espers. Eric explained that he never thought that he would get to enjoy another meal with the legendary hero. He then asked the protagonist why he had hidden his immortality skill, as his return from the dungeon impacted everyone, especially Joho. Upon learning that he didn't know about it, Eric was shocked, as it meant that back in the dungeon, Yoho was fully prepared to sacrifice himself, leaving him thankful. The god of the axe then decided to grant the legendary hero a present. Just like that, Eric presented Yoho with a dungeon return stone that allows one to retreat from a raid after 12 seconds. The protagonist was surprised to see that those items still exist. Eric explained that since the dungeons are no more, the return items were now used for decoration, which made our hero have a crazy idea. Yoho asked about the tier, so his friend revealed that they were around 10 million won, as every esper used to have them back in the day. The protagonist was surprised by how cheap it was, and Eric explained that this one still had 7 uses left. Yoho was particularly pleased, as this stone would allow him to access this particular location once again. Despite feeling thankful toward his friend, the legendary hero failed to find his place at home with him. In fact, the only place Siomun Yoho belonged was this one location. 2 days had passed since then. Eric, who was about to leave, offered to take the protagonist on a fishing trip with him, but Yoho declined, as he knew the man was using him as an excuse to go fishing. Seeing how his scheme was uncovered, Eric began to beg, so Yoho advised him to take his wife on a vacation, where he could convince her to lift his punishment. The friend of our hero bid him farewell, explaining that he would consider his advice and ask him to come pay him a visit when he could. With that being said, the legendary hero decided to take his leave as well. Yoho quickly prepared his backpack. Xiaobei asked him about his destination, so the hero revealed that he was going on a vacation. The coach correctly predicted that his friend would be absent for 4 days. Xiaobei then pointed out how, in the past, Yoho used to take such short and secret vacations regularly. The legendary hero revealed that he had a secret location he liked to go to, and the coach was surprised to see that he didn't know about it. The protagonist claimed that he still had a private life, and with that being said, Yoho promised to return in 4 days. Now on his motorcycle, the legendary hero put on his helmet, in order not to be recognized by anyone. With that, the war veteran went on his way. After some time riding, he finally arrived in Gangwon-do. Now in the middle of nowhere, Yeyu finally arrived at the right coordinates. The unexpected turning stone granted to him by Eric would allow the protagonist to exit the dungeon without destroying it. Yeyu had stored many dungeon drops in his secret place, such as bones, magic stones, and monster fur. He began to think that these items would be ideal to prepare for the upcoming winter trade market. With that being said, the Esper gathered his aura in his feet, before executing an extremely high jump. Yeyu aimed to reach the top as fast as possible, until finally, he arrived. Our protagonist was quite pleased upon seeing the giant boulder in front of him. He immediately tried to move the colossal rock, and after some effort, it was finally out of his way. Yeyu couldn't believe his eyes, as everything was just as he had left it. He immediately reached out to the portal in front of him, and upon sensing its power, the legendary hero couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he had visited this place. Someone Yeyu was now inside his private dungeon. As soon as he arrived, he took a deep breath. For some reason, the air inside the dungeon had some sort of effect on the protagonist. Upon entering a dungeon, the legendary hero would attain mental clarity. It was the first time that the war veteran felt at his peak, after his experience in the final dungeon. Our protagonist, who managed to wipe out a dungeon without destroying its core, turned it into his own private place. He had truly longed for this place. Dungeons were the only thing that could make the blood of the legendary hero pump. After the final dungeon, the only regret of our hero was not being able to conquer it. Despite the fact that there was no need to go back, this failure still haunted our hero. According to Yeyu, his death in the final dungeon would have been the perfect end to his thrilling life. He began to think that the death of his warrior side in the final dungeon would have allowed him to adopt a more civil lifestyle. Back then, someone informed the protagonist that it was an Esper secret that humanity was far weaker than the burrowers. The man explained to the boy that he might not grasp this fact that every Esper needed to know, as he still hadn't experienced a dungeon. For that reason, older Espers always trained the newly emerged ones, so that they could become their hope for a different future. Park Jin-tae was shocked to see that the boy couldn't care less. Young Yeyu affirmed that he didn't care about anyone else, and that he was only here for the dungeons. For this reason, the legendary hero thought that his survival after the pinnacle of his glory was a mistake, as times of peace didn't suit him. As he talked about the old days with Eric, Yeyu felt like he was recalling distant memories. He thought that he had finally gotten used to this era, yet he was mistaken. Our hero then began to wonder if he would stumble upon burrowers here, just like he did in France. But just as he was about to shake off this unlikely idea, a mysterious aura began to rise. Upon feeling it, the war veteran was left speechless. This didn't make sense, as he had personally wiped out everything from this dungeon. At first he assumed that his secret place had been found by someone else, but the heavy moss on the boulder at the entrance said otherwise. With that, only one logical and shocking explanation was left. Yahello was left annoyed, as he didn't have the right material for this kind of situation, and yet he quickly extended his spear. The overjoyed battle maniac urged the burrower to come out and play. The dungeon fell into complete silence. Seeing this, the protagonist assumed that this was a false alarm, only to then feel the dark energy rising from behind him. The thud. The legendary hero began to wonder if there was something inside the chamber. Since his only way there was a small bridge, Yahello realized that he would be in a pickle if he got ambushed while on it. After knowing this, the battle maniac was left thrilled, and thus he dashed forward at high speed, before turning this dungeon into his personal playground. This place used to be a monster-creating laboratory. Each created monster would be placed in its own cell, and the dungeon boss would be at the very end. Back in 2005, when Yahello claimed this place as his, he realized that it was the perfect place to store all sorts of items and treasures. Thus, our hero began to wonder if he had forgotten to wipe out something inside the dungeon. The dark aura grew stronger as he got closer to the chamber. Yahello felt thrilled, as the enemy was now near. Judging by the dragging sound, our protagonist theorized that the monster ahead was either a reptile or a plant. But the war veteran couldn't care less about the nature of the enemy. Yahello was just eager to come face to face with it. Only then did he notice the incoming attack. Yahello quickly backed away at the last second. Just like that, he managed to evade a piercing blow. Finally, he had met the enemy. The legendary hero was now in front of a giant jadron that possessed horrifying stats. After seeing this monster, the protagonist was left quite pleased. Judging by the gigantic size of the plant, it must have stuffed its face during his absence. It was no wonder that its aura could cover the entire dungeon. One could label jadrons as the weeds of the underworld. These plants could eat anything, including minerals and rocks, before digesting them into aura, making them a perfect aura reserve for the enemy and a good weapon. Now, in front of this giant weed, our hero began to wonder if he had skipped a seed 17 years ago. Despite having hunted this kind of monster inside this dungeon back in the day, he was certain that he had roamed the entire place in order to destroy every seed. Yahello was particularly shocked to have missed one, as he always took such matters inside the dungeon very seriously. One always needed to check for jadron seeds, seeing how, if not destroyed, they would consume everything in their path and gain a colossal size. And seeing how there was a possibility that he had actually missed one, Yahello's mood was ruined. And so he decided to use his amplified throw skill, which allows him to retrieve the weapon and alter its speed and trajectory. With that being said, the monster charged at the warrior. As it attacked him with its many vines, he stood still. Only then was he able to parry every incoming hit using his spear. The legendary hero then resorted to his enhanced throw skill, and with that, his spear was launched at the jadron at supersonic speed. Yahello was able to score a critical hit. The legendary hero then proceeded to jump forward. He was now above the monster. Yahello ordered his weapon to return to his hand. The spear obeyed its master's command. The war veteran managed to retrieve his weapon while avoiding the incoming blows. With that being said, the legendary hero decided to wrap things up. Yahello proceeded to cut off all the vines of the underworld weed. Now that the jadron was at his mercy, our protagonist decided to go for the final blow. With that being said, he stabbed the monster with all of his might, and just like that, the giant jadron was taken down. Yahello took a small moment to catch his breath after this victory. Upon taking out the giant weed, the battle maniac began to pray that it was a burrower. I planted it here. The final dungeon had been beaten in 2005. Yet even if the burrower's civilization had collapsed, it didn't necessarily mean that their race had reached absolute extinction, meaning that there must be some underground warriors left, planning to invade the surface. Yahello began to believe, from the bottom of his heart, that the enemy ahead would be one of those burrowers. After 60 minutes of botany, the protagonist found himself crushing seeds. He had taken out all the seeds left by the giant tree, but decided to keep one for himself, as he might need it. The legendary hero then addressed the monster seed, and strictly forbade it from blooming while he carried it. The baby was left horrified by the monster that had captured it. Even so, Yahello couldn't understand how a jadron had bloomed here, as he was too perfect to miss a single seed. Even so, he decided to brush the matter off, and check the inside of the dungeon. After finding dust in the first corner and nothing in the second, Yahello was left utterly annoyed, as all the treasures he had stored in this chamber had been eaten by the jadron. Only then did he remember that there was a room that the giant plant could never access. The room in question was the one that contained the core of the dungeon. Seeing how it would be too dangerous to let the core get destroyed, Yahello had taken special measures in order to protect it, yet had forgotten what was inside this room. Despite the door being well sealed, Our hero put his hands on it and was able to easily open the chamber of the dungeon core. Yet, what he saw inside left him quite shocked. Now in front of the dungeon core, he quickly realized that it was the only thing left in this room. Despite the fact that the giant tree couldn't have possibly entered this place, all the precious magic stones that the legendary hero had hidden here had disappeared. The human race considered this mineral to be quite precious, yet for those of the underworld, it was quite a common material. Only then did our protagonist notice something intriguing. For some reason, he had found one of his spears inside his dungeon room. This simply didn't make sense to Yabe, as he had acquired this weapon not long ago. Only then did the legendary hero come to a realization. Yabe remembered how he had detected the energy of a burrower back in Paris, and how he had thrown a spear towards it. Understanding that this was the spear from back then, left the protagonist overjoyed, as it meant that he had located this burrower. Samwon Yabe was now certain that the enemy was using this place to harvest Jadron plants. It was the underworld who must have altered the security measures in order to keep the plants from destroying the core. Suddenly Yabe felt an ominous aura approaching. He could recognize this dark energy anywhere. In fact, our hero couldn't mistake it. The dark aura was getting stronger by the second, and began to approach our protagonist. The legendary hero was left amazed, as he couldn't believe his eyes. This time, the two of them were now face to face. Seeing how the burrowers weren't fully extinct, the legendary hero was reunited with his reason to live once again. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time.